One day, magical gates suddenly appeared in space, leading straight into dungeons. Behind each gate lay an entirely different world filled with countless terrifying monsters of every shape and size. And the monsters inside swarmed out in a massive wave. The only ones who could stop them were those who had awakened magical powers, fighting together to defeat the illegal invading monsters using their awakened abilities. In that fierce battle among close combat beasts and flying monsters blotting out the sky, the heroes of a certain party fought side by side looking for gold. Ingolf von Dietz, looking for gold, Claudia Burjo. Each of them possessed distinct abilities. One who could control fire, looking for gold, Nathaniel Cavell. One who could control wind to fight the flying monsters, looking for gold, Iwako Heidke, and an unidentified cold-faced girl who fought heroically with a lightning spear, looking for gold. After a grueling battle, the five of them stood on the same front line when a monster suddenly lunged to attack an ordinary civilian with no magic power, who fell to the ground screaming in absolute terror. Someone help. Dietz glanced at Burjo and called out for her to help the civilian. Hey, go help those in trouble. But Burjo lazily propped her cheek on her hand and said with indifference, but there are too many. While the others were passing the buck, a greenish monster raised its claws toward the civilian, who was kneeling flat on the ground, hugging their head and shivering uncontrollably. Just when it seemed the monster was about to crush that person, a foot suddenly came out of nowhere and slammed a devastating kick straight into its face, completely indenting one side of the monster's head. Caught off guard, the monster was sent flying, crashing into a wall with a loud bang that triggered an explosion. A tall man wearing a suit with a long trench coat tilted his head slightly to look back at the man kneeling on the ground, asking with a smile, "Is everyone all right?" He said to his teammates with utter confidence, "I will handle this," looking for gold, Misato Kawakiro. With a swift spring, Kawakiro leaped off the ground. He gathered power into his right hand, taking aim straight at the dense crowd of monsters below. Kawakiro's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. He unleashed a barrage of combo attacks targeting their weak points, wiping out every monster before him in a single strike. His teammate Heidke stared in astonishment at the scene before him and exclaimed, "Man, he's insane, taking on that many monsters all by himself," while Cavell stood silently behind them without a word. The girl in the tight red outfit looked toward the gate with little surprise. With time attribute magic, he can see the future. He already knew what those monsters were going to do next anyway. They all arrived at the same conclusion upon watching Kawakiro rush forward to annihilate a dragon-like, fire-breathing monster, while keeping that confident smile of absolute victory on his face. That guy is no longer human. The battle paused temporarily as the monsters emerging from the gate were completely wiped out, their corpses scattered across the ruined city. Leading the gold-seeking group, Kawakiro stood right in front of a giant snake-like monster right outside the gate, telling his teammates behind him, "All right." With a decisive sweep of his arm, he lopped off the monster's head in a single blow. "This is the last one, huh?" Kawakiro said with absolute confidence, "With this power, I can finally protect everyone's peace." He reached out and touched the gate leading into the dungeon. "Now then, I'm going to seal this gate." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a mysterious force blasted him straight through the gate, leaving Kawakiro staring in wide-eyed shock. He dropped to one knee and propped a hand on the ground to brace against the impact, yet he still slid back a long distance. When he lifted his head to look, all he saw on the other side of the now-sealed gate were the teammates he had always trusted. Kawakiro furrowed his brow, still not understanding what had happened. "What is this? That's..." Pure astonishment flickered in his eyes. "I've never, ever seen a future like this." Kawakiro hurried right up to the sealed exit and looked at his teammates. "Are you guys coordinating this? Why are you doing this?" Cavell chuckled with delight. "Why, you ask?" At that moment, he and the others dropped all pretense of their greedy and cruel grins, hands shoved into his pockets as he stood amidst the five of them with a contemptuous smile. "It's precisely because you didn't know that you ended up betrayed like this." Kawakiro tried to keep his composure as he asked back, "What?" The girl in the tight red outfit cast an arrogant glance down at him. "You're a level 100 monster who can use time attribute magic." Burjo smirked as she picked up, "We just want to make money safely, that's all." Dietz gritted his teeth in fierce resentment. "Yet you always insisted on helping people." Heidke pointed a finger at him in grievance, "Dragging us into dangerous situations like this." And Cavell finished off with a smug grin, "But today will be the last time." He raised his hand in a mocking farewell alongside Kawakiro's former comrades as they turned their backs and walked away with arrogant glee. "See you later." On this side of the gate, Kawakiro punched the barrier repeatedly while staring at the retreating backs of the traitors, clinging to a sliver of hope. "Are you guys serious? Let me out of here." Kawakiro asked himself in agony, "Was I betrayed just for reasons like that?" He recalled the days they fought side by side, how happy and harmonious all 6 of them used to be. As the leader of the Gold Seekers, I only did my absolute best to protect the world from monsters and keep everyone safe. He had always rushed to the front lines to fight, and yet, Kawakiro gritted his teeth and pounded relentlessly against the seal, his eyes burning with outrage. Why? Before he could find an answer to his question, the monsters from behind surged forward like starving tigers. Kawakiro whipped around and took one down with a single strike. But at that moment, he realized with shock. Behind him lay countless monsters, as thick and swarming as flies. He activated his ability, his eyes glowing as he peered into the future. I can get out of here, my future is. The future unfolding before his eyes was a sight that completely shattered him, dying under the fangs and claws of those monsters. Kawakiro smiled. That doesn't even exist anymore, right? He faced a horde of monsters all by himself as they frantically swarmed toward him. Kawakiro gritted his teeth and poured all his accumulated fury into his fist. He leaped into the air, preparing to crash a devastating blow down upon the monster crowd below, but they kept piling up like ants, layer after endless layer. After a grueling battle, a battered Kawakiro collapsed heavily onto his knees, dropping his head with his arms hanging limp as blood gushed endlessly from his wounds onto the ground, pooling into a massive puddle. I couldn't change the future after all. He raised his head, his gaze icy cold. I suppose I have no other choice. Kawakiro watched the monsters continuing to charge forward without stopping, other than accepting death. They poured over him in a frenzy, tearing his ruined body apart as fresh blood splattered everywhere. But Kawakiro refused to stop fighting back, kicking the closest monster high into the air, only for countless more to swarm around him. I won't die such a meaningless death. Kawakiro's hand still instinctively reached out to grab a monster's head, using his magical power. I will reincarnate and become stronger. He fought back like a madman, then reached the absolute peak of power. I will definitely get my revenge. I'll carve this fury deep into my soul. Kawakiro threw a punch out into empty space. Until the day I can get my revenge and wash away all my regrets. A powerful surge of energy enveloped Kawakiro's body before erupting straight from his palm toward the sky, temporarily blasting the surrounding monsters away. Kawakiro's entire body racked with intense pain as blood streamed from every one of his senses, the blinding light stretching on before finally converging into an intensely dazzling brilliance. Shifting to another place, someone snapped their eyes wide open. Wearing a hospital gown, that person sat up, slipped on their slippers and tried to stand. He looked at himself in the mirror. A somewhat pale teenager was reflected in the glass, and as he reached out to touch it, a hint of joy touched his cold expression. It seems reincarnation was a success after all. So this teenage boy in the hospital gown was actually Kawakiro's post-reincarnation body. Only then did he take in his surroundings. Is this a hospital? Some of these machines look so unfamiliar, so just how many years have passed by? If 100 years have gone by, I won't even be able to get revenge on those bastards anymore. A look of bitter hatred flashed in his eyes as he remembered the smiling faces of those who had betrayed him in the past. Kawakiro spotted something. What is this? He picked it up. This body's student ID, student number 1,200,002. Name Asai Kyosuke, attribute void. This card confirms. Looks like 20 years have passed since then. His eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Kawakiro stared at the listed attribute of this body's original owner. This is attribute void. A triumphant smirk immediately spread across his face. Ha ha ha. Then that smile twisted past all humanity as Kawakiro laughed like a madman. He reminisced, in my past life my teammates feared me because I was the strongest thanks to the time attribute. But as time went on, I realized I couldn't grow any stronger. Even seeing through the future couldn't reveal the true depth of the void attribute's power. I couldn't use my own abilities to measure the strength of someone with the void attribute. Kawakiro looked down at the hands of this new body. This kid had it rough. Without a doubt, the void attribute is the strongest. It's like a chaotic and formless expanse of nothingness, but nobody possessed it in my past life. Because it was so rare, nobody knew how to train it. He kept staring at the card, which is why he remained stuck at level 1. Kawakiro looked at the inexperienced student photo on the card and thought, he must have been mocked for having no attribute, and more than just once or twice. He pressed the card against his chest. Don't worry, kid. I'll make your name echo across the world as the strongest adventurer of all. Thanks to seeing through the future, I know how to train the void attribute. You can rely on your past life abilities to peer into energy flows and nurture them into sweet fruits. He channeled the power within this body, and a powerful aura enveloped him, lighting up the entire room with this power. I'll become the absolute strongest, and I'll make those traitors. He clenched his fist with an eerie smile, regret betraying me and driving me to my death. He recalled Cavel's smile back then, and those who used to be his close comrades in his past life wearing gleeful grins as they betrayed the one who always trusted them. To get my revenge on them, I need to level up first. From this moment on, Kaiwakairo of the past is dead. You are Kaiosuk now. He lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. The entire space was pitch black. The void attribute, just like its name, relates to conditional magic, nothingness. Its essence lies in the ability to freely turn imagination into reality. He squeezed his eyes shut and focused his mind, causing his magical energy to stir. Anyone can imagine things, just like how an art student can picture the shape they want to draw, but translating it onto paper stroke by stroke is never as perfect as the imagination, but turning it into reality is the hard part. Luckily, this body was heavily injured. Kaiosuk's torso was still wrapped tightly in white bandages. If I overlay the image in my mind onto this body, he winced as he tried hard to focus and visualize it. The magical energy he struggled to control flowed in streams of magical, sparkling light, picturing every single cell being healed by magic, reaching deep into every cell of Kaiosuk's body to mend the injuries there using his own ability. The wound on his arm was gradually blanketed by that beautiful golden glow, looking like sparkling starlight from the galaxy. The injuries on Kaiosuk's arm healed rapidly as the magical energy slowly faded away. He bolted upright in bed and joyfully looked down at his arm where the wound had previously been, leaving behind zero trace. Awesome, it worked. Kaiosuk pressed his thumb against the skin of his right wrist. Because it was only rudimentary magic, the recovery speed wasn't fully maxed out yet, and his internal injuries weren't completely healed. He thought, if I use it repeatedly, the level will go up, and by repeating the process of imagining healing wounds, I'll recover completely in no time. The ability to turn imagination into reality will also improve. The void attribute's magical energy is infinitely vast, encompassing countless converging elements and expanding the scope of what can be materialized. It's precisely thanks to this that I can create and use many different types of magic, mastering every element all by myself from wind, water, earth, fire to lightning, until the day the images in my mind can be materialized exactly as they are in real life. Mirror-like barriers won't be able to hold me back anymore. They will shatter to give the void attribute room to grow, expanding as vast as the boundless universe. Kaiosuk smiled. Just then, a middle-aged doctor holding his medical chart stood frozen at the door. You're finally awake. Kaiosuk turned his head to look at him. The doctor rushed over to check on him. Don't move around too fast. You were supposed to be heavily injured after being attacked by monsters. He lifted the blanket and looked down at the hospital bed. I see, so that's what happened to this kid. The doctor beamed with a bright smile, yet even in critical condition, you woke up as if blessed by a miracle from the saintess. Kaiosuk tilted his head in curiosity and asked, What did you say, saintess? What does that mean? The doctor looked stunned. You don't know. Kaiosuk shook his head honestly. The doctor's face flushed with deep reverence at the thought of the saintess of the 5 sacred stars. Kaiosuk kept a blank face. I don't know that either. What are the 5 sacred stars? Adjusting his glasses, the doctor furrowed his brow at the medical chart. Right, you just woke up. It's understandable that you're confused. Giving instructions as he headed for the door. Never mind, I'll give you a thorough checkup now. I'm going to go prepare the equipment. Just stay right here and wait. As soon as the doctor left the room, Kaiosuk threw off the blanket and sat up. The saintess, the 5 sacred stars. Are they one of the prominent families or adventurer groups that rose to prominence over the past 20 years? He walked over to the television remote resting on the table. Leveling up is an absolute must. But I also need to figure out what the current situation is. Picking up the TV remote and pressing the power button. The TV sound flared to life. Today's special report covers the level 555 dungeon disaster from 20 years ago, and the footage on screen showed the monster outbreak flooding the streets back then. Awesome. A special report about the event where I got betrayed. Kaiosuk focused intently on the news. The mastermind is. The screen projected an image of his very own past life self, the leader of the gold-seeking group, a level 100 time attribute user named Misato Kaiwakairo. Kaiosuk jolted in shock. What? He stared hard at the screen in utter disbelief. I'm the mastermind. What the hell is going on here? The screen replayed footage of monsters emerging from the gate to ravage the city amidst smoke and fire everywhere. He foresaw the disaster but kept it to himself, plotting to use the chaos to conquer the world. The remaining members of the gold-seeking group stepped in to stop it, hailed as great heroes known as the 5 sacred stars. As the broadcast panned to his 5 former teammates, after a fierce battle, Misato Kaiwakairo was defeated, and the dungeon was successfully sealed. The news anchor's voice echoed on, a miraculous feat known to all, and to this day, the 5 sacred stars still lead the world across various fields. Kyosuke stood frozen before the TV screen. Today, we're inviting experts to. He clicked the TV off. His own downcast reflection stared back at him. He covered his mouth and chuckled, the laughter gradually growing more frantic. Consumed by rage, not only did they betray me, they even dragged my name through the mud. They sacrificed me. The image of his bloodied face flashed through his mind. While those bastards basked in the spotlight like celebrities, playing the role of true heroes, shamelessly reaping the glory, and being worshipped by the entire world as heroes. Kyosuke's hand trembling on the TV remote clenched in anger. I won't forgive them. There is no way in hell I'm forgiving. He gritted his teeth hard, his eyes brimming with hatred, all of them. I'm sending every last one of them straight to hell. The hospital room fell completely silent. He reined in his emotions and let out a breath. Kyosuke turned around and walked toward the bedside table. But I need to be careful. I can't let myself fall onto their radar. Kyosuke set the TV remote down on the tabletop. Then he reached out and grabbed his phone. That's right. The young man looked at the phone screen. The school this kid attends it. A mischievous grin spread across his face. The phone screen lit up just as I thought. The principal of Takigo Adventure Training Academy, one of the 5 sacred stars, Iwako Hide. Kyosuke gripped the phone tightly, figuring out where I am right after waking up. Talk about luck. Sitting back down on the bed, he cupped his chin in thought, but Iwako is an extremely cautious guy. He's not someone who leaves flaws exposed easily. At that moment, his gaze drifted to the student ID resting on the bedside table. The ID card displayed his identity and current level. The level gap right now is way too huge. I can't beat him just yet. Kyosuke collapsed back onto the bed. Spreading his hand out, he stared straight at his palm. I can't do anything at level 1. I'll focus on leveling up for now and hunt him down later. He curled his hand into a fist, his gaze resolute. Just you wait. Your target number 1, Iwako. A few weeks later, dazzling sunlight streamed brightly into the room. Kyosuke stood in front of the mirror, stretching and warming up his body. Perfect. Now he could move around without any issues at all. He put on his coat while the doctor standing behind him stared in absolute disbelief. No, it was simply impossible. He had fully recovered in just a few weeks. The doctor thought happily of his idol. Could this really be a blessing from the saintess? As Kyosuke stood with his back to him, adjusting his tie, that is not it at all, doc. His expression turned cold. Everything. It is all thanks to my own strength. Kyosuke walked away coldly, stepping toward the door and raising a hand. Well then, thanks for taking care of me. As the doctor watched him go, oh right, take good care of yourself too. He left the hospital and stood beneath the clear blue sky. Now then, I have got the basics all sorted out. He slipped his ID card into his pants pocket. My current level is more than enough. Time to do a quick warm-up and head into the dungeon. The young man flashed a confident smile. Sounds about right. Kyosuke recalled his conversation with the doctor back at the hospital, where the doctor had sighed and explained the current situation of this body. I heard what the doctor said. Word is that Kyosuke's entire family perished in an accident. He shoved both hands into his coat pockets, taking a solitary stroll down the main street. The young man spoke inwardly to the original owner of this body. I really do feel sorry for how things turned out for Kyosuke back then. Then he closed his eyes and thought, but for me, it is actually a good thing, because it means I can finally do whatever I want. Kyosuke took a step forward. Right across the street ahead of him stood a gate, and feeling curious, he pulled out his phone to check the map. Is this really the place? After assessing everything, Kyosuke pulled up his hood and adjusted his face mask, his gaze turning resolute, to level up and become stronger. This is where I want to test my limits. He approached the security guard and pulled out a card, placing it down on the desk. The man immediately grabbed his wrist to hold him back and barked, "Hey, kid." Kyosuke jerked his arm back and shot him a chilly glare. What? And seeing that look, the security guard instantly tensed up. He had already spotted the information on Kyosuke's card. You are only level 27. This is an area where adventurers need to be at least level 30 before they are even allowed to form a party and enter. And yet you are planning to go in all by yourself. That is practically suicide. Realizing the guard was just worried about his safety and acting so rashly out of concern, Kyosuke was grabbed by the wrist once more as the man tried to advise him, but he replied with complete composure, I think that applies to normal circumstances. But our main character simply brushed the kind security guard's hand away. Raising his card high so the man could see it clearly, I am a student at the Takigo Adventure Training Academy. As long as I sign the consent form, it will be fine, right? Kyosuke had prepared himself before coming here, standing there and looking at the security guard. I thoroughly researched this while I was still in the hospital, leaving the security guard hesitant and troubled. Well, that is true, but just as the two of them were arguing and getting nowhere, a voice rang out from behind Kyosuke, making his eyes widen in surprise. Come on now. He turned his head to look, noticing three guys standing by a tree across the street staring right at him, and the one leaning against the trunk spoke up. That is quite enough out of it. The guy with orange hair chuckled. He is just saying that because he is worried about you, while another one gave him a mocking look and chimed in. Aren't you just a rookie anyway? You had better learn your place. Kyosuke shot them a sideways glance without arguing back. He turned back to continue talking to the guard watching over the gate, pointing at the tablet screen on the desk. I just need to sign right here, correct? Without waiting for a reply, Kyosuke picked up the stylus and resolutely signed his name below the I agree text flashing on the screen, while the guard still tried to stop him. Wait a minute. But Kyosuke ignored him, tossing the pen back onto the desk and walking away coldly amidst the security staff's anxious expression. I suppose there are no more problems now. He walked toward the gate alone, waving back at the security guard who was still trying to stop him from behind. Thanks for looking out for me anyway, appreciate it. Seeing that the kid was just going to walk right in, the guard quickly turned and pointed at the three guys gathered under the tree. Hey you guys, sorry, but please keep an eye on that kid. The kind-hearted security guard told the three of them that letting him go in alone like this was basically sending him to his death, but the shortest one with a parted fringe sneered in annoyance. Huh. He stepped forward aggressively. Why should we do that for some random guy? But before he could finish, his purple-haired bespectacled friend who had been silent until now laughed, patted his teammate on the shoulder, and said, actually, this could turn out to be a lot of fun. The guy in glasses continued, if no one else is paying attention, leaving the other two staring at him in surprise. With a sly expression and a sinister look in his eyes, he stared at the two of them. Whatever happens to him won't matter anyway, right? The three of them caught each other's drift, grinned eagerly with smirks on their faces, and broke into a run toward the gate, acting all tough when you are just a brat. You need another 100 years of training for that. The well-meaning security guard, completely unaware that he had just asked the wrong people for a favor, happily waved goodbye to them. Sorry for the trouble. I am counting on you guys. The three of them entered the gate right after Kyosuke, finding themselves in a long tunnel lit by torches on both walls. But down the seemingly endless path, there was no sign of our male lead anywhere. The guy in glasses said with amusement, all right, let's just do what we always do. And the orange-haired guy chimed in with a grin, kill the brat, and then blame it on the monster. The three of them recalled the people they had murdered in dungeons previously, with the victims' bodies covered in injuries and blood splattered across the walls and floors, while they stood there with hands in their pockets admiring their handiwork, all thanks to these fools. And our money pouches just keep getting heavier and heavier, as they routinely hunted down lone adventurers, entering dungeons through the gate, and robbed them of everything from cash to gemstones. Thinking about the easy killings and profits, the three of them eagerly bolted deeper into the tunnel. 10 minutes later, they were still running flat out. The bespectacled guy was already out of breath as he asked the orange-haired one, "It has been a straight line the whole time, right?" And the orange one, struggling just as hard and panting heavily, replied, "And yet we still haven't caught up to the kid." Suddenly they came to a halt, and the orange-haired guy pointed ahead as if he spotted something. Look over there. Right in front of them, Kyosuke was confronting a massive horde of dungeon monsters. We finally caught up. An aura radiated from his entire body, and Kyosuke's eyes turned ice cold. He swept his arm out in a single motion, unleashing a fierce, roaring burst of flames straight ahead. Kyosuke then raised his hand to head level, summoning a swirling tornado of magic that spun endlessly around his right palm. Then he shoved it forward, sending both the howling tornado and the raging fire surging ahead with tremendous power. Kyosuke's flames were so intense that the moment they swept over the monsters, the creatures were instantly incinerated without a chance to escape. In mere moments, the large horde of monsters had been burned to ashes by him, making the tunnel completely clear once again. The three followers standing behind couldn't help but stare in absolute shock, with the bespectacled guy's eyes bulging and jaw dropping. No way. And even the short guy couldn't believe his eyes. He single-handedly wiped out D-rank monster. The orange-haired guy's stiff smirk twisted into a grin as he pointed at Kyosuke. More importantly, aren't those rare dropped items, shimmering brightly right before their eyes, were gemstone-like items packed tightly into a pouch, along with numerous other jewels scattered all over the ground around. The three scumbags lit up like Christmas trees at the sight of that loot bags, their mouths hanging open in greed. If we sell all that, it might be enough to live in luxury for a whole 6 months. Noticing that Kyosuke was still quietly picking up the gems without reacting, as if he hadn't noticed them showing up, they started plotting their move. Looks like the kid hasn't noticed yet. What a fool, those rare items belong to us. Just kill him then, and with that thought, the three of them quickly put their dirty scheme into action, as one of them leaped high into the air. The orange-haired guy clung to the ceiling of the tunnel, while the bespectacled one looked up at his teammate's position and smiled. The short guy was in position too, and the bespectacled guy looked over and nodded to confirm the plan one last time. All three robbers simultaneously unleashed their magic to attack Kyosu. Right now, kill him. Our male lead pulled down his face mask and muttered a curse, damn it. He channeled his magic, spun around with an angry expression, and snapped at the scumbags. You bastards think you are so smart, huh? Using his abilities, Kyosuke effortlessly sidestepped and dodged their water and wind magic, no matter what era it is. He breezed past the incoming wind blades and water columns without wasting an ounce of energy. There are always a bunch of scumbags trying to steal what belongs to others, huh? The orange-haired guy and the parted-hair guy landed, staring at Kyosuke in sheer terror. What, he dodged the attack? No way. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Disbelieving his eyes, the bespectacled guy conjured a fireball with a smug look and leaped behind the main character. It has got to be a fluke, die. Kyosuke didn't bother dodging, instead spinning around and putting all his strength into his fist. He landed a direct punch straight into the bespectacled guy's stomach, making the fireball on his hand vanish completely. The guy coughed up a mouthful of blood instantly. The main character's punch was so immensely powerful that it sent the guy flying backward, slamming his large frame heavily against the tunnel wall. As the dust cleared, a section of the tunnel wall was shattered, with the bespectacled guy sprawled out flat against the stone, while Kyosuke calmly continued his hunt. He spoke down to the unconscious target, as for trash like you guys, I will crush you without an ounce of mercy, leaving the two remaining accomplices shaking in their boots and too terrified to utter a single sound. Kyosuke stomped his foot onto the ground, and I won't hesitate to use you guys as stepping stones either. He looked like the Grim Reaper incarnate, staring at them with eyes full of hatred. The grudge I carry officially starts right now. The sky outside the gate remained as clear and tranquil as ever. At that moment, another person stepped into the dungeon. A handsome man in a cloak stood with his arms crossed and a haughty look on his face. Iwako's subordinate, Yoichi Tsudai. I came here after hearing that an academy student entered the dungeon all by himself. He looked down at the three bodies lying on the ground. But why are novice adventurers lying dead? Iwako stared at the scene and wondered what on earth happened here. Back to the outside world as night fell, lights still glowing inside an apartment building. Kyosuke sat in his room staring at the ID card in his hand. Inside the D-rank dungeon, I was able to level up and test out my spatial magic. He gazed intently at the information displayed on the card. My new spell is information concealment. Kyosuke smiled slyly, but I can not only fake my level, I can also erase my dungeon entry records. Pretty useful if you ask. Lying back on his bed, he raised his phone to check the news. So tomorrow is my first day at the academy, huh? The phone screen displayed a notification from the day before. Pay up right now. Wake up, you attribute-less loser. He frowned as realization dawned on him. So that is how it was. The next morning, students were on their way to school. Kyosuke was also walking to school with his backpack when someone called his name, Kyosuke, and he turned his head to look back. An energetic, lively, and adorable girl waved at him. Kyosuke's classmate, Asahi Karin, good morning, are you feeling better now? Kyosuke replied politely, thanks, I am fine now. Looking deeply worried about him, she let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that he was okay. I am so glad, I was really worried about you. As Kyosuke looked at his friend with gentle eyes, so even Kyosuke had someone worrying about. Just then, another voice cut into their conversation. Look who it is, and Kyosuke glanced sideways as the person continued in a mocking tone. Isn't it the attribute-less freeloader who just barely cheated death? Looking over, Kyosuke saw three blue and red-haired guys approaching with derisive expressions. Since I protected a weakling like you who is only level 1, I deserve some kind of reward, don't you think? The leader smirked arrogantly. You brought it with you, right? I am a bit tight on cash lately, so. Hearing that, he immediately remembered the text message from the previous night. So it really was those bastards. Seeing this, Karin stepped in front of Kyosuke, looking a bit scared but bravely protecting her friend. Stop right there. Kyosuke just got out of the hospital, an action that caught him quite by surprise. He noticed her hand gripping the strap of her school bag, shaking uncontrollably. Kyosuke looked at Karin. He stepped forward to shield her. Thanks, but I am fine. The two lackeys behind burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs. Damn, listen to what this pathetic attribute-less trash just said. Stop acting tough just because you're standing in front of a girl. The leader cracked his knuckles with a nasty attitude. Let me remind you what you are. You are nothing but a useless wretch who can't even use magic. You guys are the ones who need a reminder of your place, Kyosuke retorted bluntly, making the three of them instantly stop laughing, as if they couldn't fathom how he dared to say such a thing. Our male lead stood before the punks who had bullied weak little Kyosuke and reminded himself, unlike scumbags like you, don't worry, kid. I will make your name echo across the world as the strongest adventurer. He raised his hand. I am a man of my word. Kyosuke's action fueled the leader's anger. Summoning a fireball right above his head and losing control of his temper, he yelled at the main character. What the hell are you babbling about? Karin warned him anxiously. No way. Using magic outside the dungeon is a violation of school rule. But the guy didn't care at all and snapped at her. Shut your mouth. This attribute-less piece of trash is the one in the wrong for defying me. He hurled the fireball toward Kyosuke. Take this, while the latter stood tall and unflinching. Kyosuke frowned. His right hand flared up with fire magic as well. With a flick of his wrist, his own fireball launched forward. Kyosuke's fireball was 3 times the size of the other guy's, and the 2 projectiles were about to collide. With a loud explosion, the 2 fireballs crashed into each other and detonated, sending a shower of sparks flying between them. The 2 lackeys dropped their jaws in sheer panic. No way, isn't that the exact same magic? Since when could he use that? The leader panicked too, unable to believe his eyes as he blurted out, what the hell? Kyosuke stared coldly at the scumbag. Is that really all you've got? His words felt like the ultimate insult to the bully, who gritted his teeth and hissed through clenched teeth. Damn you. The leader quickly turned to his cronies. Hey you guys, stop standing there, go take care of him. The 2 lackeys followed orders and immediately launched their magic at the main character. Yeah, taste this, wielding the exact same wind and water as the defeated thugs in the dungeon. Our main character didn't even bother taking off his school bag, raising his hand to cast water and wind magic simultaneously. A single flick of his hand unleashed the spell, clashing head-on with the attacks from the other 2. The 3 bullies were truly terrified now. What the hell is going on? Just how many types of magic can he use? We have never heard of anything like this. Before they could recover from the shock, Kyosuke asked a single brief question that left all 3 frozen in place, satisfied yet. Kyosuke snapped his fingers. Now it is my turn. A massive wave of magical power surged right behind him like a roaring storm, and Kyosuke stepped forward with tightly clenched fists. Don't worry, I won't kill you guys at least. The 3 bullies finally panicked and turned to run for their lives. Damn it. The main character's voice sounded like a demon from hell. Didn't Kyosuke beg you guys to help? He grabbed the leader by the shoulder, and yet what did you bastards do back then? His eyes were devoid of all emotion, cold and apathetic like a murderous robot. Well, whatever, I don't need to hear your answer anymore. He clamped one hand tightly over the leader's mouth, making the guy break out in a cold sweat of fear. Scumbags like you, the leader grabbed Kyosuke's arm with both hands but couldn't resist the overwhelming strength. As Kyosuke judged him coldly, you always say the exact same thing. He was scared to the point of tears, and because of that, no matter what you say, I'm not stopping this punch. And as the blow came down, the main character's hateful gaze locked onto the bully, his fist charged with countless different attributes combined. He threw a direct punch at the leader's face without a moment of hesitation. The guy immediately spurted blood everywhere and passed out cold. His entire body felt like it had a rocket strapped to it, as he flew a long distance before finally stopping. The leader lay sprawled out flat on the main street, smoking and completely motionless. Karin covered her mouth in terror, aside Kyosuke. The 2 lackeys panicked and rushed to drag their unconscious boss up. Nobody is ever going to look down on you again, from now on. Kyosuke smiled slyly. Let's walk the path to becoming the strongest adventurers together. Apologies echoed throughout the school grounds. We are sorry, we are sorry. The 2 lackeys dragged their leader, who could no longer walk on his own. We are sorry, all right, happy now. Once they walked a distance away from our main character, the leader gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Ever since he got out of the hospital, he has changed completely. Kyosuke closed his eyes and said gently, after all, he wasn't anything special anyway, while Karin peered over at him, looking dazed and speechless. The 2 of them walked side by side down the corridor, and all the fellow students stared at them with unfriendly expressions. Everyone cast uneasy sideways glances before turning to whisper amongst themselves. Kyosuke noticed the strange attitude of his classmates and wondered if he was drawing too much attention. Just as the protagonist and his female classmate were about to head inside the classroom, someone grabbed a male student behind them by the shoulder and spoke up. Wait a second. That person asked, You're Asai Kyosuke, right? Kyosuke glanced back at the one who had just spoken. A handsome guy with a cold expression tilted his head and asked politely, Do you have a moment? while Kyosuke asked himself, who is this? His gaze turned suspicious and defensive. He looks like a noble. This is a headache. Should I just ghost? Right after those thoughts, he raised a hand with an awkward, apologetic smile and gave a refusal to the person behind him. I'm sorry, class is about to start. So before he could finish his sentence, the other guy cut him off. Come to think of it, I haven't told you my name yet. He stood tall in the middle of the classroom hallway. I'm Yoichi Tsudai, the leader of the cat-biting faction. Hearing that, Karin looked up at him in surprise. The cat-biting faction. Kyosuke's expression remained completely blank. Is that a club set up by Principal Iwako? Kyosuke's hand on the door froze as Tsudai continued. I'll ask again, aside. He smiled with a gloomy aura. Can you spare me a little bit of your time? Kyosuke kept silent. Then he turned his head with a smile. Well, in that case, I suppose I don't really have a choice. Shifting to an empty classroom, Tsudai looked at him seriously and asked, I'll cut straight to the point. Are you the one who defeated the adventurers caught in the D-rank dungeon yesterday? Kyosuke acted as casual, as if it had nothing to do with him. What on earth are you talking about? But deep inside, he couldn't help wondering. That information was supposed to be kept strictly confidential. How did he find out? Kyosuke fixed a cold gaze on the person in front of him as Tsudai pressed on. I was informed that a student had entered the dungeon, so I went to investigate. Down in the dungeon, I discovered a notorious group of criminals who specialized in hunting rookies. But by the time he found them, they were nothing more than lifeless corpses lying on the ground. And what's more, Tsudai described with a gloomy tone what he had witnessed when Kyosuke used his magic. This morning you even used multi-attribute magic, didn't you? Kyosuke chuckled inwardly, meaning he still doesn't know the specifics of my magic. Tsudai's gestures grew more agitated. Now talk, are you the one who took them down? Kyosuke turned to rummage through his bag. Because I was ambushed this morning, I honestly don't remember clearly what happened. He pulled his student ID card out of his pocket and laughed helplessly. I'm only level 1. How could I possibly do something like that? Tsudai looked in surprise at the ID card Kyosuke handed over. The information displayed on the card was crystal clear. The student ID indeed listed him as level 1, with the void attribute. He looked at Kyosuke's seemingly harmless smile, thinking with utter contempt, to think I wasted my time on some nobody. Tsudai gritted his teeth in irritation. Then he turned around and pushed the door open to leave, tossing out a half-hearted remark before stepping out of the classroom. Sorry for dragging you. Standing right at the doorway, he glanced back. Don't pull any more suspicious stunts. Doing extra paperwork is a pain. Kyosuke stood in the hallway and watched Tsudai's retreating back. He thought to himself, that guy Tsudai. Looks like I can make use of him. A sly smile crept across Kyosuke's face at the thought. He can get close to Iwako without making him suspicious. Is there a way to turn him into my pawn? He wondered while dealing with the fool Tsudai. Wait a minute, isn't right now the perfect time to test out that magic? Kyosuke curled his mouth into a calculating smirk. Cutting to an office, Tsudai stood at attention, reporting his findings to someone sitting with their back facing the bookshelf. My report on what happened in the D-rank dungeon last night ends here. Crossing his legs and resting his cheek on his hand in the swivel chair, the other person remarked, even you make mistake. With sleek back hair and hands glittering with sparkling jewelry, Iwako Hideki furrowed his brow in reprimand. I already told you to be careful when choosing who to use. Principal of Takigo Adventure Training Academy, one of the 5 sacred stars, Iwako Hideki. Tsudai bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize. I'll smooth the situation over right away. Hideki stood up. Of course you will. He walked right up to Tsudai, who was bowing low. If your involvement with the rookie hunting incident gets exposed, I'll take flack for it too. Hideki grabbed Tsudai's face and forced it up to make him look straight into his eyes. With the expression of a demon that terrified Tsudai, don't you forget that, if anything goes wrong, even you will be cast out immediately. Bowing his head low again, Tsudai shouted loudly, I understand, Principal Iwako. Out of Hiki's line of sight, Tsudai gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, why do I have to clean up this pile of trash? If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have squeezed more hush money out of those bastards. Turns out he wasn't any better either, as he had also been taking bribes from the thugs Kyosuke had encountered earlier. He ground his teeth to swallow down the fury of being chewed out. Hideki had already walked back to his desk. Even so, there's one thing I still don't understand. Tsudai lifted his head with a curious look. What is it, sir? Picking up his tablet, according to your report, the student in question must be at least a 3rd year. But not a single 3rd-year student went into the dungeon last night, which was clearly displayed right on the tablet screen. Hideki placed the tablet back onto its stand. In that case, they probably got killed by monsters while out hunting rookies, and you're lying to cover it up, he declared with his hands clasped behind his back as he walked past Tsudai. his words turning the others face pale with fear. Walking over to the window and looking out at the clear blue sky with his hands behind his back, that conclusion is far more realistic than imagining one of my students could wipe out the rookie hunters all by himself. Looking like it finally clicked, Tsudai muttered, "So that's how it is." Without turning around, Hideki said, "Exactly. Unless something extremely unusual happened," at which point Tsudai's eyes widened in sudden shock. What? Tsudai recalled the unusual detail Hideki had mentioned. Unusual, right. The anomaly was probably Kyosuke's student ID showing the void attribute at level 1. He hurriedly spoke up, "Principal Iwako, is there any chance a special attribute is involved in this?" Hideki rested a hand on his chin, tilting his head in thought. A special attribute? That's within the realm of possibility. Hearing that, he smirked, as if he had just figured out something deeply amusing. With a beaming, confident expression, Tsudai placed a hand over his chest. "Principal Iwako, please leave this to me." His target shifted once again back to our protagonist Kyosuke. "I will quickly." Tsudai offered a wicked, crooked smile with malicious eyes as he made his vow. "Resolve this issue completely." A burning torch hung on the wall, casting flickers of fierce red sparks. Several young men in matching uniforms were unleashing a massive wave of power toward the exact same direction. Spotting a wild monkey acting crazy ahead, a guy shouted in haste, "I see it running toward." Suddenly the monkey grew to a gigantic size, letting out a terrifying roar with bloodshot eyes, as if it wanted to swallow everything around. At that moment, someone was gathering power into their palm, forming a swirling, tornado-like circle. That blast of power slammed straight into the rampaging monkey, making it let out an agonized shriek. The terrified students watched the monkey collapse right before them, cold sweat breaking out across their skin. Tsudai was the one who had just taken down the monkey, shouting loudly at the others, "Students, don't break formation." Seeing that display, the trainees all wore looks of deep admiration, exclaiming in unison, "Yoichi is amazing. After all, he was chosen by Principal Iwako. Maybe I should join the cat-biting faction too." Tsudai stood silently among the pile of fallen monster carcasses, saying softly, "All right, I've cleared out all the monsters in this area." The guys behind him chorused, "Nice job, Yoichi." Hearing that, he turned his back and walked away, instructing them, "I'll leave the rest to you guys," to which the students replied, "Got it." "Well then, time to take care of why I came here," Tsudai muttered to himself, sliding a hand into his jacket to grab something. Tsudai pulled out a short chain with a bizarre surface, gently resting it in his palm. "Reveal Asai Kyosuke's location to me." With those words, he hurled the chain straight forward, channeling a mystical green energy into it. The chain began to stretch out at a rapid speed. Feeling a pulling force on the hand holding the end of the chain, Tsudai thought to himself, "Just as I figured, he's way far away from the other students." Guided by the information from the chain, Tsudai quickened his pace in the direction it pointed. "I don't know what he's planning, but this actually works out better for me." Tsudai started imagining things, his thoughts turning bizarre. "If it's like this, nobody will suspect his death is anything other than an unfortunate accident. I just happened to stumble upon Asai." Accidents like this happen all the time in dungeons anyway. Thinking that, Tsudai broke into a cunning grin. As if remembering something, he mused. First was the rookie hunter incident, and then the chain of troubles ever since he left the hospital, recalling the scene he had witnessed from above. What's more, I'm really curious about what those guys said. Tsudai thought back to his time in the classroom. Back then he had asked in boredom, "Is it really true?" A bunch of young guys were kneeling before him, one of them with a bandaged face as a red-haired guy hurriedly spoke to him. "It's true, believe me. That attribute-less guy attacked us using the exact same magic we used. Not only that, that bastard even created a massive flame we've never seen before." The blonde guy's voice trembled, as if remembering something utterly horrifying. In that blonde guy's memory, Kyosuke walked forward, while a massive wall of fire dozens of times larger than a human body raged behind him. Tsudai looked at them in sheer disbelief, remarking, "I can't believe this nonsense." Suddenly standing up, he said casually, "Well then, I've asked everything I needed to ask." The guys panicked, trembling as they asked, "What about us?" Tsudai paused as he turned to leave, speaking coldly, "Hey, go discipline yourselves. I don't need weaklings who lose to a good-for-nothing like that." "No, no way, that's not what you promised," the red-haired guy screamed, reaching out to chase after him before being held back by the others around him. A blue-haired guy with a battered face suddenly spoke up, "That guy. That guy has," his words made Tsudai pause his departure once more. "He's no longer human," uttering those words with a face twisted in terror as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes completely hollow. Meanwhile, the chain led Tsudai to a vast area, his footsteps echoing all around as he walked, mulling over the other guy's expression, that fear wasn't normal. To be safe, I put him in the cat-biting faction's special class, but he only displayed overwhelming illusions, Tsudai muttered to himself. Continuing forward past a litter of defeated monster corpses sprawled across the ground, he must have used some kind of magical artifact or something. I'm pretty sure he took care of those rookie hunters using some underhanded trick, he thought with a smug grin. Looking down at his path, Tsudai spotted a battered goblin corpse lying on the ground. Another monster corpse. Did Asai Kyosuke do this? He muttered in confusion. Inspecting the wounds on the monster's body, he analyzed, just a regular physical strike. Looks like what those guys said wasn't completely made up. But this kind of strength is nothing to be afraid of, he stated with a clearly smug look on his face. Thinking of Heidki, the headmaster of Takigo Academy, Tsudai judged, even Iwako, who got kicked out of the Pentastar, can do that. Convinced of his thoughts, I have no choice now but to follow his orders, but one day I'll surpass him and take his place at the head of the Pentastar to rule the world, Tsudai daydreamed wild. A smug smile crossed his face, his eyes gazing forward with a profound look. He calculated mentally, but to make that happen, I can't let anyone know about my connection to the rookie hunters. And as for Asai Kyosuke, who could cause more trouble later, I have to make sure a little accident conveniently happens to him. He smiled, stretching his mouth from ear to ear. The chain kept pulling forward. Tsudai muttered to himself, he's got to be right around here. The chain in his hand finally slowed down as if finding its destination, and he reeled it in, hiding behind a corner to scout the situation, wondering, all right, what is he even doing in a place like this? Tsudai looked over, but his face suddenly warped as if seeing something horrific, his eyes widening in horror as cold sweat poured down continuously. Right in front of him, Kyosuke was sitting atop a mountain of monster corpses. A smug smile spread across his face as he spoke up, "You're awfully late. I've been waiting until I got bored." Scrambling back behind the wall, Tsudai trembled all over, thinking, what the hell, my presence was supposed to be completely concealed. Kyosuke smiled calmly, asking, so you're wondering how he managed to figure out where I was, right, Yoichi? Gritting his teeth with a look of pure disgust, he thought, did he read my mind? At that moment, Tsudai stepped out from hiding, demanding angrily, what the hell are you anyway? Hearing that, Kyosuke calmly replied, I heard Iwako picked you, but you're not as impressive as I thought. Glancing down with icy eyes, Kyosuke's voice dropped to a low tone. The way you hunted down rookies and extorted their money is exactly like that coward Iwako. Anger flared across Tsudai's face. What, how do you know about that? Kyosuke dropped down, speaking slowly, Yoichi, do you really enjoy torturing people that much? Light fell upon his back, adding an aura of overwhelming power to his frame as he asked softly, but you've never actually understood what it feels like to be hunted down, have you? I'm going to teach you that feeling right now, Kyosuke declared coldly. With that kind of magic, I'll make you pay for crossing me. He stared at the person before him with a cold expression, his look turning even more enthusiastic. Seeing Kyosuke's overwhelming presence, Tsudai yelled out in anger, you're a dangerous bastard. Way too dangerous, he growled, his eyes burning with fury. Without another word, he summoned his sword, a blade blazing with a brilliant golden hue, radiating a wondrous power as he declared, for the sake of my ambition. Tsudai charged forward, attacking while shouting bluntly, I will defeat you no matter what right here and now. Kyosuke effortlessly dodged Tsudai's attack, his body completely relaxed with both hands shoved indifferently into his pockets. Channeling power into his palm, Kyosuke sneered, is that really all you've got? Is that your true power? He unleashed the flames from his hand, growing so gigantic it threatened to devour any obstacle in its path. Swinging his sword, Tsudai shouted with extreme arrogance, do you really think you can beat me with that level of skill? Just as he finished speaking, Tsudai looked up to see another mysterious stream of blue lightning hurtling toward him. Reflexively, Tsudai quickly raised his sword to block the attack. A few loose stones tumbled down beneath his feet, but they were soon surrounded by a golden aura, and shockingly, those stones floated up into the air as if preparing to strike. Gripping his sword tight, Tsudai locked himself into a combat stance. Glaring at him in fury, Tsudai gritted his teeth, damn it, he can actually use multi-attribute magic. Just what kind of void attribute do you? Before he could finish his sentence, Kyosuke lunged from behind him with a piercing gaze. Catching wind of something, Tsudai's eyes went wide with shock. He spun around, hastily bringing his sword up to parry the blow. Damn it, you keep getting in the way of my plans. Tsudai gritted his teeth, and following the impact, both of them were knocked back, retreating and leaving long trails scraped into the ground. Kyosuke said indifferently, so that's your plan. Tsudai replied with a voice full of confidence, that's right, one day I will surpass Iwako. He laughed out loud as he voiced his ambition, and then I'll take his place and become one of the 5 sacred stars. He asked the person before him with a cold stare, why Iwako, why him? There are plenty of other sacred stars out there, and narrowing his eyes, Studai chuckled softly and said, because he is someone who was once cast out from the ranks of the sacred stars. So if I become a sacred star, I'll have the power to rule the world, he declared, wearing an expression as if he were stating the most obvious fact in the world. He suddenly paused and grinned cheerfully, so when you think about it, targeting the weakest one makes the most sense, right? Kyosuke turned his head away, his face etched with utter disgust at Studai's dirty scheme. He uttered a single word, pathetic, and hearing that, Studai instantly flew into a rage and demanded, what did you just say? A mystical blue light radiated around Kyosuke as he rested his sword on his shoulder, propping one hand up and saying to Studai, I was actually worried that you might have reached Iwako first. But if your ambitions are nothing more than petty than that, I don't need to worry at all. Kyosuke looked down, his entire face filled with disgust and contempt for Studai's action. Hearing these words, the cheerful Studai instantly snapped, his eyes bulging wide as he stared at Kyosuke standing right before him. Gripping the sword in his hand, he rushed forward in a fury and screamed, shut your mouth. What is wrong with wanting power? What is wrong with wanting money and women? He swung his sword in a frantic flurry, shouting at the top of his lungs while they fought. He yelled right in Kyosuke's face, desperately trying to prove his twisted logic, power that allows you to trample over others as much as you want without anyone daring to say a word. That is the kind of power I want, the guy roared, going face to face with the completely calm Kyosuke. Studai smiled savagely and with boundless ambition. If I become one of the sacred stars, I can do whatever I want, and once I reach that position, I'll get my hands on the Saintess's weakness, and after that, I'll make that woman mine. Studai muttered his foul and sickening thoughts aloud, the kind of depravity that would make anyone sick to their stomach. As the two of them continued trading blows, Kyosuke gave a cold and dismissive reply. Looks like whatever you've got to say isn't worth my time. It is time to put an end to this. And with that, Kyosuke unleashed a powerful sword strike that blew his opponent flying backward. Studai looked up at the shattered fragments of his own sword and cried out in terror, no way, my sword. Kyosuke tossed his own blade aside as well. Thanks to all your useless rambling. I've finished preparing that spell, and hearing this, Studai shrieked in panic, don't, stay away from me. Now then, let's see you dance, Kyosuke said coldly, his dark eyes flashing with a sharp glint. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kyosuke closed the distance and cast a spell on him, absolute hypnosis. The moment the spell took effect, the struggling Studai went completely limp and still, his face turning blank and glazed over. Right after that, he collapsed like a stone statue, creating a loud thud. Kyosuke looked down pensively, thinking to himself, this magic requires the caster to break the target's mind first, but once it's activated, hey, get up, and at Kyosuke's command, the man's joints slowly began to twitch. He was hoisted up by some invisible force, his whole body remaining as stiff as a log. Tilting his head, Studai replied in a lifeless tone, yes sir, I am up now. Kyosuke smirked, watching the person before him with amusement as he thought, looks like it was a success. He gave a slow command, for now, focus on finishing the mission, I'll give further instructions later. Studai responded in a bizarre cadence, yes, I understand, completely understand, and seemingly feeling a bit annoyed by it, Kyosuke ordered, go back to speaking normal. Following those words, the eyes of the man opposite him lit up, returning to normal without their previous vacant stare. Studai turned around and walked back the way he came, answering him, I'll head back and lead the group. Kyosuke watched him slowly walk away with a deeply enigmatic expression. Suddenly, Kyosuke broke into a smile, a flash of triumphant satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Just then, as Kyosuke stepped out of the gloomy area, a sweet voice rang out. Karin came running over and asked with worry, Kyosuke, where were you? I was so worried. Kyosuke smiled back at her with a slightly apologetic look. Ah, sorry. I was just chatting with Yoichi for a bit. Looking a bit surprised, Karin questioned, with Yoichi, what did you two talk about? The young man replied calmly, just a little something about how to turn dreams into reality, and Karin asked with a smile, so did you get any good advice? Thinking back to Studai's lifeless expression while under his hypnosis, he couldn't help a fleeting surge of amusement as he calmly answered, yeah, I got some great advice. Thanks to that, one of my dreams is definitely going to come true. Karin said cheerfully, I hope your dream comes true soon, Kyosuke, and hearing that he replied, yeah, I hope so too. Right then an announcement echoed out, the special class is coming to an end, all students, gather around immediately. Hearing the announcement, Karin urged him along, let's go, Kyosuke, we can't afford to be left behind. Watching Karin's back as she walked ahead of him, Kyosuke thought to himself, I'm really glad I joined this class. Because I've finally gotten my hands on a pawn that Iwako won't suspect. He smiled, a cheerful smile mixed with a hard-to-notice streak of triumph. Inside the principal's office at Takigo Academy, Heidki was sitting comfortably in the plush headmaster's chair, spinning around and glaring with an annoyed look as he asked, "Well, what is it? Any progress on the rookie hunter case?" Sudai bowed respectfully and handed him a file. "Yes, sir, just as expected. A student with a special unique ability is involved in the incident." The file belonged to someone they both knew well, accompanied by a familiar ID photo. The student is Asai Kyosuke, a first year with the void attribute. Sudai reported seriously to his master. "I detained him at the usual spot and interrogated him, and he confessed to using multi-attribute magic to defeat the rookie hunter." Hearing this, Heidki paused at the odd detail, shooting him a sideways glance as he asked, "Multi-attribute magic? What are you talking about?" Just as he expected, Heidki would definitely be surprised by what he had gathered, and Sudai smiled sinisterly. But not wanting to reveal everything just yet and ruin his plan, he said, "The details are still unclear, but if you give me more time, I'm sure I can dig up the truth." Then he offered a suggestion. "Come to think of it, it's been a while since we worked together. Why don't you handle this one yourself?" Headmaster, accompanied by a sly expression and dangerous glint in his eyes, his lips curling up as if plotting something. Heidki didn't suspect a thing, lifting his head to gaze at the ceiling in thought for a moment before agreeing, "That doesn't sound bad." Cracking his knuckles with a loud pop, his eyes filled with boredom as he looked for a new amusement. "It's been ages since I tortured anyone. I'll make sure to properly repay him for all the trouble he's caused both you and me." Sudai didn't hesitate to say then, "Let us," but before he could finish, a phone ring interrupted. Heidki frowned at the ringing desk phone, clicking his tongue as he muttered about who could possibly be calling at a time like this. Waving a hand to tell the man before him to go ahead, "I'll be right there." "Yes, sir. See you later then." Sudai bowed respectfully and withdrew. Heidki picked up the receiver and said, "Iwako speaking." A sharp female voice retorted, "Oh, if it isn't the great headmaster, thank you so much for choosing our company in yesterday's bidding war." The moment he heard the voice, Heidki knew who it was and said annoyedly, "Stop playing games." Lei Ryuoxi was on the other end, a beautiful and effortlessly trendy-looking woman who clearly carried the aura of a big shot, sporting a chic short haircut and an air of immense wealth as she smiled. "Did my trap not work? We are business partners after all, sharing those government subsidies together." She was none other than the CEO of Lei Company and Pentagram Saint, Lei Ryuoxi. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Heidki replied, "You haven't changed at all, have you?" And with no time to waste on teasing since he had to handle the other matter personally, he refused. "Sorry, but I'm busy. Let's talk another time." Hearing that, Ryuoxi sneered. What could a headmaster who rules over an academy and pockets funds for himself possibly be busy with? Hit right where it hurt, Heidki snapped angrily, "Watch your mouth." But with bigger matters on his mind, his anger subsided slightly. "Never mind." Heidki said, "I'm currently investigating a student with the void attribute." Ryuoxi asked in surprise, "The void attribute? What can a loser like that possibly do?" Without offering much explanation, Heidki gave a vague response, "True, but even so, it's a special attribute." His expression and tone shifted instantly. "So anything can happen, right?" Ryuoxi thought for a moment, her pretty face twisting into a somewhat terrifying expression. She spoke up, "You're talking about something like Kawakairo's time magic, aren't you?" A familiar name was brought up, and Heidki's expression contorted at the sound of it, his grip tightening around the phone as his eyes filled with hatred. Heidki barked into the phone, "Don't mention that name, it makes me sick," and to avoid going deaf from his yelling, Ryuoxi held the phone away from her ear as she chuckled, "You're as hot-headed as ever." Her eyes also held hatred for that name, and she sympathized with him, "But I don't blame you. Ever since he awakened that power, the balance of power in the adventurer world has completely shifted." Ever since he awakened that power, the balance of power in the adventurer world has completely shifted. Her plump red lips parted into a dangerous smile. Unwilling to be a hindrance, she added, "Fine then, I'll contact you later." "See you later," and only a series of beeps sounded from the other end. After hanging up, Heidki dropped his facade, slamming the phone down onto the desk in a fury as he cursed, "Selfish vixen." But the person who truly angered him wasn't just Ryuoxi, but also the old acquaintance they had just discussed, as he complained, "Still, hearing that cursed name after all these years just pisses me off." Heidki's face darkened, his eyes plotting something as he gritted out, "Then isn't this the absolute best time to let out all this frustration?" After a while, following Tsudai's words, Heidki went to investigate the special first-year student himself, walking into the forest until he was just a few steps away from the factory. Arriving at the door, he thought to himself along the way, "Now, How should I torture him? Waterboarding, pulling out fingernails, a series of terrifying punishments flashed through his mind, and spotting a fingerprint scanner by the door, Heidke activated it. With a thoroughly sadistic expression, as he anticipated gratifying his twisted desire to inflict pain, he smiled slyly. I'll just take out all the frustration I couldn't unleash on Kairo on you instead. The door unlocked, and he said with satisfaction, "Good, it's open." Pulling the door open, Heidke called out, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Tsudai." But the inside of the factory was completely empty without a soul in sight, with no sign of Tsudai either, save for some old tools and spare parts. Unexpectedly, Heidke was caught off guard. What is this? There's no one here. Taking advantage of his distraction, Tsudai raised his sword to attack him from behind, and realizing the danger just in time, Heidke turned around as the blade slashed down. His eyes widened in absolute shock. But with his profound strength, Heidke caught the glowing, descending blade firmly between just 2 fingers without even bothering to turn his head to look, his face turning ashen with rage at his subordinate's betrayal as he gritted his teeth. It looks like you've severely underestimated. Must be because of the arrogance you got from all those praises. Right, Tsudai. And the man's eyes flashed with panic as his meticulously crafted plan fell apart. Filled with fury, Heidke's palm glowed as he prepared a retaliatory strike. Do you really think you can beat me with just a trick like that? And a long golden chain materialized, wrapping rapidly around Tsudai as Heidke's eyes burned with murderous intent, wishing to obliterate his opponent on the spot. Giving a harsh tug, the chains tightly bound Tsudai's body from head to toe in the blink of an eye. They even gagged his mouth shut before hanging him upside down in the air. After stringing Tsudai up, he angrily delivered a kick. There is no way, scum like you could ever be my match. Tied up tightly and unable to do anything, he was sent flying by the opponent's kick, unable to even cry out in pain. Walking closer to him, Heidke said, "You chose the wrong enemy, bastard," as the man struggled desperately and stared in terror at the approaching footsteps. Stepping right up to him with clenched fists of rage, "You ruined yourself over some stupid ambitions, Yoichi Tsudai." A voice rang out, still as stupid as ever, I see, making Heidke jump in terror, as his heart skipped a beat, realizing someone else had been here all along without him noticing. Turning back toward the interior of the factory, he stammered, Who's there?" Emerging from the shadows, Kyosuke spoke, bowing to the strong while exploiting the weak. He stared at the man standing before him with mockery. "Looks like you're still as greedy and foolish as ever." Heidke's eyes widened in furious disbelief that someone had the audacity to act so brazenly on his turf, threatening him. "How dare you insult me? I'm the headmaster of this academy." "You're still the same as ever, always loving to use authority and power to oppress others," Kyosuke replied softly as he walked forward, "ruining yourself over stupid ambition. Sounds like the perfect self-introduction for you, Iwako Heidke." Hearing that, Heidke boiled with rage, his face flushing red as blood rushed to his head and veins bulged on his temples, screaming, "Who the hell do you think you are, bastard?" And watching Kyosuke stride forward coolly with his hands in his pockets, Heidke recognized his school uniform and roared, "I'll expel you. Give me your student ID number right now." The angrier he got, the more amused Kyosuke became, smiling slyly as he coaxed, Now, calm down. "We've finally made it to this step, so let's have a nice little chat, just the two of us," as Kyosuke had waited for this day for a long time, ready to slowly settle the irreconcilable grudge from his past life. Outside, dusk was falling, painting the tree canopy in a nostalgic golden hue, making it the perfect scenery to settle old scores from the past. And seeing that Heidke was losing his composure, Kyosuke calmly suggested, "Why don't we have a little chat?" Iwako Heidke, he stared at the man before him and boldly called him out by his full name. Even though he was the headmaster of a prestigious school, a mere student dared to address him so familiarly, making Heidke grit his teeth. "Do you dare mock me?" And his hand lit up with the same glow he used against Tsudai. Large and small chunks of earth across the ground rose into the air under the control of his power. Clenching his fist with an angry glint in his eyes, Heidke said with total confidence, "I'll show you just how vast the gap in our strength really is. Taste this advanced earth attribute magic," and a massive hand mimicking his own, but 100 times larger and made of dirt and stone, rose up from the ground. It clenched into a giant fist and surged forward like a punch, Heidke's pupils glowing gold as he channeled his earthy powers, clenching his own hand into a fist to mimic the giant one. While his lips curled into a sneer of contempt, "A mere student like you has no way of dodging this." Thrusting his powerful fist forward toward Kyosuke, he yelled, "Die." Instantly, rather than moving himself to fight, the giant fist obeyed his will and flew straight at Kyosuke. He stood his ground calmly and defiantly as the giant fist flew right up in front of him. A massive impact echoed out, sending dirt and debris flying amidst a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Heidke looked up at the sky and laughed with deep satisfaction. This is the price a foolish, ordinary student pays for daring to oppose me. Through the smoke of the attack, the partially collapsed factory came into view. The ground cracked from the sheer force of the blow, with no sign of a person left standing there. With that kind of power, an ordinary student would either be blasted to pieces, or at least on the verge of death. Heidke laughed smugly. Did I overdo it a bit? I guess I'll have to find another place to torture people. And I still don't know who you are, but I suppose I'll stick around to watch you die. And since the explosion had covered his face in dust and dirt, he reached into his jacket pocket to grab a handkerchief to wipe it off. Holding the handkerchief to his face, Heidke walked slowly toward the ruined factory to witness Kyosuke's death, complaining, "What a real pain in the ass." He looked ahead in surprise. As the smoke cleared completely, a figure stood tall and unshaken in the exact same spot at the center of the ruins, as if nothing had happened at all. Heidke froze. What? Kyosuke walked toward him slowly. Even though he had initially proposed a peaceful talk, the other guy had rudely started a fight first, so Kyosuke furrowed his brow and asked calmly, "I said I only wanted to talk for a bit, you know." He didn't have a single scratch or injury on him, not even a speck of dust, leaving Heidke utterly dumbfounded. "What, you're completely unharmed even after taking my advanced spell? There has never been a student like this." Pointing straight at him with furious interrogation, "Just what kind of monster are you? State your name right now." Hearing him ask that, Kyosuke smiled, rubbing his chin provokingly. "Who am I, you ask? You still don't know who I am." His face darkened as his eyes flashed with a questioning glare in return. Naturally, reincarnation was something beyond his imagination, so he snapped back. "What the hell? I don't know any bastard like you. Stop messing around and tell me your name right now." Kyosuke rubbed the back of his neck and smiled faintly as he said, "I'm truly, really heartbroken, Iwako. Could it be that you've really forgotten about me?" His appearance right then was just like Kawakiro, Heidke's past friend, who had once used that exact same tone to speak to him. Terrified out of his mind, and as pale as a ghost, Heidke's mouth drooped into a pained grimace. "No, you're..." Utterly panicked, his knees buckled slightly as he turned his face away, refusing to accept reality. "It can't be." Heidke couldn't believe his eyes, clutching his head tightly as he refused to believe it. That guy was clearly. A light sparked in his eyes as he remembered something, his expression shedding all its fear. "You bastard. Stop putting on that cheap act. You've watched the news about the past, right?" He glared at Kyosuke with wide, contemptuous eyes. Heidke gritted his teeth. That guy, Misato Kawakiro. Raising his hand, he conjured a surging wave of emerald green power. Heidke roared in fury. "He's already dead." As a fierce whirlwind whipped up, surrounded by flying debris and rocks. Kyosuke closed his eyes and let out a sigh as he looked at his former friend standing before him. Walking slowly closer, he said, "You're always like this, only believing what's convenient for you and completely ignoring whatever you dislike." Losing his composure entirely, Heidke let out a terrified panic disguised behind a fierce threat. "Stop talking nonsense. Take another step closer and I'll hit you with this." Kyosuke smirked. "Is that so? You've been swayed by the sweet words of those around you." As he spoke, Kyosuke channeled his magic, gathering a small golden orb of energy that grew larger in his palm, completely unnoticed by Heidke, who was blinded by panic over his words. Kyosuke demanded with unyielding sternness, "And because of that, you betrayed me, Misato Kawakiro, didn't you?" His gaze pierced so deep it felt as though he could see straight into Heidke's soul. His greatest hatred didn't stem from those outsiders, but from his very best friend. Stricken right where it hurt, Heidke screamed, "Shut your mouth," before hurling his attack forward with overwhelming fury. But by choosing to step out into the open to face him, Kyosuke had already planned for everything, his eyes blazing as he raised a hand to channel power. When Heidke's attack rushed at him, Kyosuke unleashed his magic, a streak of golden light slicing right through the emerald green assault. His attack was neutralized, instantly dissolving into nothingness before a stunned, dazed Heidke. Eyes wide with shock, he stared at the familiar technique and muttered, This magic. It's the exact same one Kawakiro used back then. In his memories, that former friend had used a similar skill to obliterate monsters just like this student. Deflected off course, Heidke's attack slammed into the nearby ground with a deafening roar and a thick cloud of billowing smoke, the two men staring at each other like strangers, yet old acquaintances, as the surrounding trees swayed violently from the shockwave of the massive explosion. Heidke collapsed heavily onto his knees. "It's impossible." Refusing to believe his eyes, "I'm certain we sealed him inside the dungeon." Watching his old friend completely break down, Kyosuke stepped forward to explain, "I was locked away." And thrown into the very depths of despair, Kyosuke looked down at the wretched Heidke before him. the man who had orchestrated the tragedy of his life, his eyes burning with the bitter vengeance of his past life. Hideki stammered out, "Are you really? Misato Kaiwakairo." Dropping to one knee, Kyosuke replied, "It took a fair bit of time, you know." Breaking into a bright smile, he said, "Long time no see. I'm so glad you still remember me, Iwaka." Kneeling on the ground, Hideki looked up in a daze and stammered, "You're Misato Kaiwakairo." Suddenly, he snapped back to his feet with decisive force. Flailing his arms, he screamed, "Don't treat me like an idiot. If that's true, it means he died and came back to this world." Clinging stubbornly to his own denial, Hideki conjured his skills once again. With lethal intent, he spat out, "Since you're a ghost, you should just stay quietly in your grave." This time, not just one, but 5 simultaneous attacks surged toward Kyosuke. He smoothly pivoted his feet, effortlessly dodging all of Hideki's moves without even using his hands, keeping them tucked neatly inside his pockets. Kyosuke glanced upward. An earth element fist summoned by Hideki instantly slammed down hard from above toward the ground. He gracefully sidestepped it. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Hideki scolded, "You insolent brat." Mentally calculating, "But I have to seize the upper hand. Even back when we were the Golden Seekers, I didn't participate in frontline combat, so up until now, those other saints of the Pentastar still use that to mock me." Boiling with inner resentment, Hideki clenched his fists tightly and ground his teeth. "But that doesn't mean I'm weak." With a swift pivot, like a maestro conducting an orchestra, Hideki manipulated the surrounding earth and rocks into a tempest, his aura blazing with emerald light. Proudly boasting, "This is the ultimate technique I've spent 20 years perfecting. Wind-earth dual sorcery." Countless large and small rocks, carried by the gale, came hurtling forward like a torrential hailstorm. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed, "Take this." The boulders shot forward at blinding speeds. The wind-infused barrage of rocks closed in, leaving nothing in their wake but fierce streaks of emerald light. The hailstorm of debris crashed ruthlessly into the ground, where Kyosuke stood with devastating force. Under the relentless barrage, the ground exploded violently, sending earth and stone flying in every direction. Exhausted from executing such a complex combo, Hideki dropped to one knee, panting heavily, yet he didn't forget to look smug. "How's that? What do you think? This is my strongest spell." He anxiously peered through the thick dust and swirling leaves toward the explosion to check on his enemy. Staring at the black smoke ahead, unlike the previous assault, Kyosuke hadn't launched any counterattacks this time, leading him to think he didn't fight back. Joy bloomed across Hideki's face as a small smile crept onto his lip. Then throwing his head back, he roared toward the sky in pure ecstasy, "I did it. I actually did it." Blinded by his own ambition, his greed, ugliness, and malice were plastered all over his twisted face as he shrieked at the top of his lungs, "I've defeated that bastard Misato Kaiwakairo." Raising his fist in triumph as if he had finally achieved what was denied to him in the past, he sneered, "Did you really think I'd stay the same after all these years, you idiot? No matter how powerful your time attribute was, it's all just ancient history now. How many years do you think have passed? 20 years, 20 whole years, you damn fool. The me of the past that you knew is no longer the me of today." With the achievement of eliminating Kaiwakairo, he could probably brag about it for the rest of his life. Defeating him partly restored Hideki's confidence and proved his current strength, causing him to say with absolute satisfaction, "Don't ever look down on me again." Smiling sinisterly, 20 years have flown by, my level has gone up, so it's only natural that I've grown stronger. Hideki let out a breath of relief upon successfully obliterating his enemy while basking in his current victory. Narrowing his eyes as he thought of his rivals, "I finally took down Kaiwakairo, and I won't let those guys lord over me anymore either. The strongest among the Pentastar is me." Completely losing his mind as pure madness, and all his wicked desires bled across his vicious expression. A voice rang out, "Finished already." Hideki's face drained of color, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks in sheer terror. Panic-stricken, he stammered, "You." Kyosuke stood completely unscathed, calmly brushing some dust off his clothes. Pale-faced, Hideki pointed a shaky finger and shrieked, How is this possible? After taking all those hits head-on, you still." Kyosuke smiled in mild admiration. "You've learned quite a few powerful spells yourself, as expected of a hero of this era." A strange white aura suddenly materialized around them as Kyosuke said, "Now then, I can finally vent my frustrations without holding back anymore." Closing his eyes into a crescent-shaped smile, he clenched his fists as vibrant energy burst forth, glowing with a multitude of colors. Hideki's face lost every drop of blood as panic consumed him. "This guy, he's a monster." Struggling to reassure himself, "But I can't back down now. Not after all the effort I've poured in to reach this day." Refusing to give up, Hideki conjured earth magic once more. "I won't let you make a fool of me anymore." A giant hand formed from earth magic, hurtled toward Kyosuke's location, instantly grasping him tightly within its palm and squeezing down with crushing force. Hideki gloated triumphantly, got him. But Kyosuke was about to let him down, softly remarking, "Oh please. You're still barking as loud as ever, aren't you?" Kyosuke deployed water magic to block the hand from crushing him. Because Hideki's magic was earth-based, the moment it met water, it melted into soft, soggy mud that crumbled away, completely losing its original shape as a hand. Taunting him, "Do you really think something like that is enough to beat me?" The morphed mud immediately turned back around and surged toward Hideki. Panicking, he cried out, "No way. Stay away from me, get back," as he cast wind magic in a desperate attempt to push it back. Waving his hand, Kyosuke summoned a similar gust of wind, though unlike Hideki's emerald green gale, his glowed a brilliant turquoise. His wind magic formed a massive tornado that sucked all of Hideki's magic straight into its vortex. The tornado expanded rapidly with overwhelming force, kicking up thick clouds of dust as Hideki threw his arms up to shield himself from the ferocious gale. The whirlwind closed in on him step by step. Hit by his own reflected attack, Hideki was blown backward, his head slamming hard against a nearby tree trunk as he shrieked in agony. Not stopping there, Kyosuke cast fire magic and stepped right up to him, sending Hideki scrambling backward in terror. Realizing he couldn't possibly win, Hideki dropped to his knees and begged, "I'm sorry, Kawakiro, I'm begging you. Please spare me," looking utterly pathetic with his clothes and face smeared in mud. Bashing his head against the ground, Hideki wept, "I'm sorry for what happened 20 years ago, so please." Facing his desperate pleas, Kyosuke remained silent, his lips pressed into a tight line. While bowing his head toward the floor, Hideki wore a cunning, sly smirk. "Kawakiro's always been a soft-hearted idiot. If I play it like this, he'll definitely. Old habits die hard," as he remained entirely unchanged, caring solely about his own skin. Facing his desperate pleas, Kyosuke remained silent, his lips pressed into a tight line. Defying his expectations, Kyosuke answered coldly, "Shut your trap." Hideki snapped his head up in shock. "Huh, you said. This is exactly how you framed me back then. Did you really think I'd let history repeat itself?" A terrifying aura bled from Kyosuke. His face darkened with a grudge so profound that granting forgiveness this easily would be an insult to everything he had suffered. Hearing that, a terrified Hideki scrambled up to stammer, "Wait, Kawakiro, we used to be friends, right?" Pushed to the absolute peak of his fury, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, Kyosuke growled, "You don't have the right to say those words, especially after turning me into a vengeful demon," as he poured his power into a clenched fist, and struck Hideki's hated face without a shred of mercy. Not just once, but delivering a relentless barrage of punches across his entire body to settle the scores of his past life once and for all. Taking the full brunt of the beating, Hideki couldn't fight back at all as fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Filled with deep regret in his heart, "I shouldn't have." The image of Kyosuke standing before him felt no different from a demon of vengeance punishing him for his sins. Hideki gasped out his final coherent thoughts, "Don't mess with this guy." Ending with a devastating palm strike, an immense surge of power blew him flying miles away like a missile, crashing straight through massive tree trunks. Hideki's head smacked violently against a tree. Standing right before him, Kyosuke stated, "You should thank me for not killing you. I still have one thing I want to ask you." Leaving Hideki as nothing more than a hollow shell, having completely passed out while covered in burns from fire magic, frost from ice magic, battered all over, and foaming at the mouth, Kyosuke muttered, "But you can't hear me anymore, can you?" As the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated half of his face, Kyosuke gazed coldly at the traitorous enemy, feeling as though a heavy burden of long-standing hatred had finally been partially lifted. Hideki slowly opened his eyes, as waves of agonizing pain racked his entire body. Looking down from above with an icy tone, Kyosuke remarked, "Well, you're finally awake." Panicking to the point of scrambling back 100 yards. With his face turning pale green, he shook and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Please don't kill me." Breaking into a gentle smile carrying a hint of disdain, "Oh, come on, I'm not going to kill you." Tilting his head with an air of nonchalant elegance that terrified the man nonetheless, however. His pupils flashing gold, Kyosuke lowered his voice in a menacing threat, "You're going to answer my question, right?" Reaching into his breast pocket as if searching for something, he continued, "All right, first of all." Pulling out a phone with a glowing screen displaying someone's name, "Tell me about this woman." Hideki's eyes widened in recognition. Scrambling up in a panic, "My phone." Yet Kyosuke only stared coldly at the very first name on the call log. "Today, someone named Lei called you." The gentle expression on Kyosuke's face instantly twisted into anger. "What on earth did the two of you talk about?" A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he stammered nervously that, Because Lei is arriving in Japan in 3 days, I figured she wanted to talk about that, but a knowing smile played on his lips as clarity dawned in the depths of his heart. I see. Memories of his past betrayal resurfaced. In 3 days, Lei will. Relaxing his hand with a wave of renewed confidence across his handsome face. I've already decided what to do. Heidke eagerly snatched back his phone the moment it was tossed to him. As for you, just treat Lei like you normally would. Raising a finger to his lips to signal silence, however, don't say a single word to her about my identity. Pointing a stern finger straight at him, Kyosuke declared, while you were out cold, I planted a curse right inside your heart. A small flame slowly materialized in the palm of his hand. If you dare tell her who I am. As he clenched his fist, the flame seemingly triggered a terrifying explosion, turning his face even more ashen and lifeless. Then boom, remember to keep your promise. Turning his back, he walked away casually, leaving Heidke behind. A sense of amusement welled up inside him knowing he had successfully duped Heidke. I didn't actually use any magic like that, of course. But given Iwako's cowardly nature, a bluff like this was more than enough. Dropping heavily onto all fours with his willpower completely shattered, I won't use absolute hypnosis on you, Iwako, because I want you to rot in despair while remaining wide awake. A wicked, devious smile crept silently across Kyosuke's face. Flight attendants carefully pushed their carts down the aisle of the passenger cabin. 3 days later, Roxy gazed thoughtfully out the hazy airplane window. Standing right beside her, her bodyguard lowered his voice to remind her, Ms. Lei, we're almost there. The pilot's announcement echoed slowly through the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon be landing at. Suddenly, a panic scream rang out, drawing her attention. A band of hijackers appeared out of nowhere, seizing a flight attendant. This plane is under our control now. One of them leveled a gun at the passengers and barked an order. Everyone on the ground now. Unfazed by the chaos, Roxy calmly stood up. She strolled composedly toward the yelling hijacker. If you guys don't listen to me. In a flash, her entire body teleported right next to him. With a single decisive blow, she took the hijacker down. The man's eyes bulged in utter disbelief at what had just happened. Within moments, she completely dismantled the rest of the crew. The passengers in the cabin stared in absolute awe at the sudden turn of events. Could it be? Cheering for her captivating and powerful demeanor, the Pentastar Saint Lei Roxy. We're saved. The hijackers were securely restrained the moment the plane touched down. The greeting official bowed deeply and sincerely to express his gratitude. Ms. Lei, I can't thank you enough. Her youthful face broke into a gentle, unpretentious smile. Thankfully, I caught this flight, so the airline's reputation was spared a stain. Turning her head to look at the gun held by her bodyguard, but more importantly, it looks like that gun was a special type designed to bypass security detection. Lowering her voice by a few tones, Roxy spoke almost as if she were conducting an underground deal. Lately, a lot of groups have been using equipment made from dungeon materials, so, placing a hand on the man's shoulder with a show of sympathy and understanding, she continued, we need to equip our personnel with some self-defense items. A dangerous smile crept onto the corners of her lips, her tone dripping with threat, like the weapon you're carrying, for instance. Terrified, the man lowered his head quickly and replied without daring to make a peep. Of course, I'll take care of it right away. Inside the airport, dozens of people were bustling about, searching for their flights. On her end, pressing the phone gently against her ear, she gave her orders in a low voice. It's me. Release the hijacker. Her bodyguard glanced sideways at their master with a faint smile. Things are going smoothly, huh? Completely agreeing, she couldn't hide her amusement. This is getting quite interesting. Thinking back to the chaotic scene on the plane moments ago, her voice rose higher. Planting those hijackers turned out to be the ultimate winning move for the deal. The cringing, submissive posture of the man from earlier amused her to no end. The cheers of the crowd waiting outside brought a sense of satisfaction to the bottom of her heart. Look at that. Seems like this whole ordeal is quite useful for polishing my reputation after all. The excited crowd kept shouting her name loudly. It's Lei. As expected of the hero Lei Roxy. A corporate smile appeared on her lips, accompanied by a warm wave to the crowd. Several cars pulled up in front of a stern-looking school. Stepping out of the car with a poised and unhurried demeanor, she strode forward. Now then, it's time to handle the business that brought me all the way to Japan. A wooden sign reading Principal's Office was posted on the wooden door. Heidke sat blankly looking out the window, his face covered in bruises. A gentle sound echoed through the room, enough to draw his attention now. Roxy walked in from outside with a cheerful attitude. Pardon the intrusion, Iwako. Casually taking a seat, she spoke to him at a leisurely pace. You mentioned investigating a student with the void attribute, right? Any progress on that case? His eyes darted about nervously, a guilty pang hitting his chest as he carefully chose his words. No, it turned out to be a false alarm. Just as you said, that student is nothing more than a useless loser. Taking a calm sip of her tea, she continued leisurely. Is that so? So what if it's a rare attribute? In the end, there's nothing special about it. Meanwhile, Heidke felt like he was walking on a bed of hot coals. If he accidentally blurted out the wrong thing, the magic contract would trigger immediately, so he just needed to answer normally. Setting her teacup gently on the table, her tone turned serious. Well then, let's get straight to the main point we need to discuss. The shadows quickly concealed most of the malicious expression on her face. As for the new drug we're developing, we should pick our next guinea pig, shouldn't we? Crossing her long legs casually, she offered a light critique. You sure know how to exploit this academy system. On the other end, Kyoyusuk's earpiece was broadcasting the audio straight from the principal's office. First, let's start with the student roster. Standing on the rooftop, he let out a low curse. How despicable. His face turned ice-cold to the extreme as he declared in a deep voice, the next one to taste despair will be you, Lei Rauxi. The television in Kyoyusuk's room blared stiffly. And now for today's news. Yesterday, the five-star sage Lei Rauxi set foot in Japan. He listened in silence without missing a single word, his expression unreadable. She has received widespread praise for subduing the hijackers who. Gazing at Rauxi's smiling face on the news, he thought to himself, Lei Rauxi, one of the people who betrayed me 20 years ago. Casually glancing at the exquisite hourglass in her hand, she noted, she crafts special weapons from dungeon materials and seems to have made a fortune off that trade. But remembering the situation he had just eavesdropped on, based on her previous conversation with Iwako, it seemed she was using this school to pull off shady operations. Standing up to put on his jacket, he muttered, a hero on the outside, but using others for personal gain behind the scenes. A contemptuous smile touched his thin lips. I can't let this slide. With that, he stepped out the door and marched straight toward his objective. The scene shifted to a school hallway, filled with the sound of cheerful laughter. Holding his phone, he pondered his counter-strategy. How should I make my move? The phone screen displayed the latest news report about Rauxi. Security has been tight ever since she stepped foot into this academy. Finally, he made up his mind on his path forward. First, investigate the situation. Just then, a voice called out to him from behind, Kyosuke. Recognizing who was behind him, he offered a mild greeting. Oh, it's you, Asahi. Karin replied cheerfully with a soft voice, good morning. Stepping closer to peer at his phone, she asked, are you reading the news about Lord Lei? He glanced over and gave a cold, dismissive toss of words. Yeah, just skimming it. Karin's small face lit up with barely concealable admiration. Lord Lei is amazing, isn't he? Yesterday, she defeated those hijackers. She paused for a moment before continuing, and the Yamato Orochi family is super famous too. Kyosuke's eyes lit up slightly at the new information. Yamato Orochi. Walking along innocently, she explained it to him. That's the family Lord Lei founded, and it has tons of powerful members in it. He vaguely recalled those bodyguard lookalikes, I see. Those guys in black protecting Lei, are they from that family? Karin enthusiastically kept talking and showering praise. A lot of students here are planning to join the military. What about you, Kyosuke? He let out a soft laugh, completely wanting to decline, no. However, he suddenly stopped short, as if remembering something. Wait a minute. A slender hand gently stroked Kyosuke's chin as he carefully calculated. If I make use of that family, I can get close to Lei. His footsteps finally strode forward with a steady pace. All right. Waving goodbye to Karin, he didn't forget to drop a few words. Thanks, Asahi. Because of you, I know what I need to do now. She stood quietly by the classroom door, watching his hurried back. A giant question mark popped up right over her head. It's nothing. Inside a luxurious wooden cabinet sat rows of prestigious awards. Heidke sat at his desk, startled by the sudden ringing of the telephone. Cautiously picking up the receiver, his voice dropped to a whisper, it's me. Tilting his head back to gaze at the deep blue sky overhead, he said, Hey Iwako, I need you to do me a favor. On the other end of the line came a hesitant, timid reply from the old man. What is it? Only to hear a faint smile and a low demand, if Lei contacts you. The scene shifted to a certain laboratory. A tied-up man knelt on the floor, surrounded by several researchers. The door was suddenly shoved open, casting light onto a familiar figure. Rauxi stood with her hands on her hips, her confident demeanor shining through as she spoke. How are you feeling? Panicking endlessly, the man begged with a pale face. Please, please don't inject me with that drug anymore. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. A high-heeled shoe suddenly stepped into his field of vision, terrifying him even further. Without a hint of mercy, she decisively kicked him down onto the floor. Ignoring his shivering, she coldly delivered her verdict. No way. I don't take suggestions from a guinea pig. A meaningful and amused smile bloomed on her bright red lips. No need to be so pessimistic. Her heel carefully ground into the man's cheek, causing his pupils to contract. If your body compatible with this drug, you'll become even stronger. Turning around to leave, she snapped her fingers lightly as a signal. So, let's begin. Catching sight of the syringe filled with red liquid, the man screamed louder, "Please wait, I still." But the medics quickly jammed the fluid into his neck. His entire body went rigid, and his screams cut off midway. Right after that, the screams gradually morphed into agonizing cries of grief. After struggling for a while, the man finally collapsed completely. His face went blank, and his speech was reduced to meaningless gibberish. Finishing her observation, she couldn't help letting out a sigh. Loss of language function this time, huh? Looks like without any magic skills, the drug won't take proper effect. The door opened once more, accompanied by a soft voice. We still need more data. The bodyguard following behind reported the upcoming progress cautiously. We'll need more test subjects soon. Crossing her arms over her chest, she agreed. That's right. A sinister smile appeared on Roxy's lips as her hands clacked away furiously. As usual, we'll disguise it as recruitment for the Yamato Orochi. Strolling leisurely into the elevator, she contacted Hideki, "Hello, Iwako," about the test subjects we talked about earlier. Leaning her graceful figure against the elevator wall, she requested, "I need people who are good at magic. Can you pick out a few students from your academy?" On the other end, the old man remained silent and didn't answer immediately. After a brief pause, he offered a suggestion. "If that's the case, how about this?" Standing quietly inside the elevator, she listened to his every word. "We can hold a selection trial right here at the academy. That way, it'll be easier to screen out the capable ones, right?" The corners of her lips curved up slightly, her face unable to conceal her malicious intent. "Sometimes you come up with decent ideas." The elevator chime gently chimed to announce, "Ground floor." Sauntering out with her heart overflowing with joy, she said, "The specific date and details will be announced later." On the other end, Hideki quickly hung up the phone. Putting his hands behind his back, he gazed mutely at the sky outside the window. "I've done as you asked, Kaiwakairo." The scene shifted to a crowded assembly hall. "I have an announcement to make." A guard standing on the podium announced solemnly, "The Yamato Orochi family has decided to hold a selection exam to recruit new rookies." This caused an immediate uproar among the students below. "Really? This is our chance to join that famous family." Kyoyusuke, standing in the ranks, couldn't help offering a faint smile. His gaze locked straight onto the man standing on the podium. Just like that, the path to approaching Lei has opened up. In the middle of the morning sports field, students and judges had gathered. One judge spoke up. "We thank you all for attending the Yamato Orochi selection exam." A male judge with long hair began explaining the rules. "I will explain how this test will work." First, while the judge was explaining the exam format, Kyosuke was already making calculations in his head. "To join the Yamato Orochi and get close to Lei, I have to pass this exam." When I approached Iwako back then, I tried not to draw attention, but this time it's the opposite. To catch the attention of Yang Xinyu, Lei's right hand, and the judges. I'm going to put my power on full display. Standing in deep thought by the hallway, a voice suddenly called out, "Kyosuke." It turned out to be Karin coming over to say hello. "Are you taking the exam?" Kyosuke nodded slightly. "Yeah, you too." His gaze wavered slightly. "I don't want her getting mixed up in this, but..." Karin offered a shy, awkward smile that cut off Kyosuke's thoughts. "I know I don't belong in a place like this, but I have a reason I have to participate." With a determined smile, she looked at Kyosuke. "Let's both do our best so we can pass the exam together." Kyosuke told himself inwardly, "I have to pass no matter what." At the stadium, the judge announced, "We will now begin the test to measure your magic power." Pointing toward a golden orb, he added, "This measuring device will display the magic power of anyone who touches it. We will conduct the magic measurements right here, so please step up one by one." The first young man stepped forward and placed his hand on the magic measuring device. After he walked away, a sigh was accompanied by a score announced by the judge. The judge called out the next person. "Next," sighed Kyosuke. Kyosuke walked over with a friendly smile. "Please take care of me." He held out his student ID card in front of him before gesturing to proceed. Seeing the information on the card, the judge looked entirely unimpressed. "Level 30 void attribute, huh? Looks like we don't need to expect much." Kyosuke stepped forward and placed his hand on the magic measuring device. A blinding light erupted, shaking the entire hall. Blinded by the light, the judge still couldn't understand what had just happened. The surrounding students were stunned too. "What the hell is that? This is insane." Kyosuke stood right there by the magic meter, amidst the shock of everyone present. Turning his head back with confidence, he asked, "Is that it? Still failing to process the event, the judge stammered, Oh. Kyosuke turned and walked away while the panel of judges began recording his rank. Out of everyone who had measured their magic power, only Kyosuke achieved an S rank. The next part of the exam was the magic skill test, and Kyosuke was currently creating an orb made of earth and stone. The judge behind him watched and began critiquing. He can only make a lump of dirt. Having a lot of magic power isn't enough. Suddenly, the corners of Kyosuke's mouth curved into a meaningful smile. In his hand now was a water attribute orb. Witnessing this, the judge was struck with astonishment, as Kyosuke managed to create two orbs of completely different attributes at the same time. The smile on his lips didn't fade as a fire attribute orb formed as well. Not stopping there, Kyosuke proceeded to conjure two more orbs of different attributes. Everyone around was shocked by his abilities, with one man blurting out, "He created all the basic attributes at the same time." Kyosuke smiled smugly. "How do you like that? Are you all surprised that someone with the void attribute, always branded as trash, can pull this off?" From afar, Karin ran over quickly to praise him. "You were amazing, Kyosuke." Kyosuke encouraged her back. "Thanks. Do your best too, Asahi." It was Karin's turn as she prepared to perform her test. Karin focused her magic power to demonstrate her abilities. The withered plants on the shelf began to perk up thanks to her magic. The stems straightened out and started growing flowers. And finally, from those withered sprouts, Karin turned them into large, lush flowering plants. Two male classmates laughed mockingly at her ability. "She only knows how to revive dead flowers. Nothing special." Only Kyosuke recognized the special trait in Karin's magic. Is that light attribute magic? That's a rare attribute. But the judges will probably have a hard time evaluating it. I feel sorry for her, but she'd better not get dragged into this. Teased and embarrassed, Karin lowered her head and walked away. The long-haired male judge from earlier had taken notice of her and left a note on his phone. "Asahi Karin, worth bringing in as a test subject." The next round was announced by the judge. "Finally, we will conduct one-on-one combat." The long-haired male judge pointed toward the people standing behind him. "Your opponents will be them." The students were startled. "You want us to fight members of the Yamato Orochi?" The judge reassured them. "Don't worry, we won't judge solely on winning or losing. What matters is how you fight." Outwardly he said that, but deep down the judge held utter contempt, as if a student ever stood a chance at beating someone from the Yamato Orochi from the start. The arrogant blonde guy challenged Kyosuke. "You're that student cadet who caused a ruckus during the evaluation, aren't you?" He started limbering up with a threat. "Looks like you've shown off quite a bit and scored well in the other tests. But I'll show you that none of that means a thing when real combat starts." Facing the heavy pressure coming from the muscular man, Kyosuke only offered a polite smile. "Right, I hope I can learn a lot from you." The blonde guy confidently asserted, "I'm going to beat you in a single blow." He used his earth attribute skills to start conjuring earthen orb. Then dozens of identical orbs came hurtling straight toward Kyosuke. Without a shred of fear, Kyosuke calmly used his magic to block the attack. Then the earthen orbs were deflected right back at his opponent by his magic. The blonde guy got hit square by his own magic. He gritted his teeth. "What? He destroyed my magic in a single strike." Recovering his bearings to look ahead, Kyosuke was no longer there. The blonde guy stared in a daze. Where did he go? Suddenly, Kyosuke appeared right behind him, with an ice dagger held against his neck. Smiling smugly, he whispered into the blonde's ear, "You call casting a spell that leaves an opening real combat. I've learned so much." The match result was announced. The winner, Asai Kyosuke. The long-haired male proctor standing among the crowd stared in utter shock. He actually beat a member of the Serpent School. Just who on earth is this student? As night fell, Roxy sat in her room listening to the proctor's report. "Lei, the evaluation has come to an end." Inquiring about the situation, "Did you find any interesting subjects?" The proctor on the other end replied, "Well, there's one quite notable cadet." Roxy showed interest. "A notable cadet." The proctor continued his report. "Yes, he breezed through the evaluation with overwhelming strength. However, it seems he possesses the void attribute." Roxy pondered. The void attribute. Could he be the student Owako has been investigating? At that thought, she sat up and burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Roxy's eyes brimmed with excitement. "Looks like I'm about to get my hands on a fascinating test subject." Inside the proctor auditorium, the long-haired proctor announced, "I will now announce those who have passed the evaluation. First is," his stern expression locked firmly straight ahead. A resolute voice immediately echoed across the entire room, "Asai Kyosuke." Hearing that, the surrounding students began chattering. Of course he passed. His evaluation run was completely insane. Kyosuke himself wore a satisfied smile. "Everything is going according to plan. Now I can get close to Lei. The proctor continued reading the list. Next, Asahi Karin. She answered happily, present. Kyosuke glanced over in mild surprise. Asahi made the cut too. He fell into deep thought. I figured having a special attribute wouldn't be enough on its own to pass. Looks like Lei is using the academy students to plot something. There has to be a specific reason behind Asahi getting select. Karin beamed with a joyful smile over her achievement. Kyosuke smiled back at her, though it was laced with a helpless sigh. Looking at Karin, he promised himself, "It's fine. I won't let them lay a finger on Asahi. I just need to achieve my goal and protect her, that's all." On another brand new day at the Serpent School, a few days after the evaluation, standing right in front of the building was the Lei Company Japan brand. Inside the office, the long-haired male proctor greeted the students. "Welcome, everyone who has passed the evaluation." He began explaining the schedule. "Today, we will conduct a compatibility test before officially inducting you into the Serpent School, and furthermore, Lei Rauxi will also be arriving." Hearing those words caused our male protagonist's gaze to instantly transform into something terrifyingly cold. "She will meet with you after the test concludes. Follow me, please." Kyosuke and Karin trailed along behind the group. While Karin gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, Kyosuke was deep in thought. "I want to go see Lei right this second, but I can't just leave Asahi behind." Karin chimed in excitedly. "Getting to step inside a huge building like this really gets your heart racing, doesn't it?" Kyosuke replied, "Yeah," turning back to look at him with a happy smile. "But just thinking about getting to join the Serpent School makes me genuinely so happy." Kyosuke voiced a question. "By the way, why did you want to join the Serpent School so badly?" Karin scratched her head sheepishly. "My mom is in the hospital, and the treatment costs are pretty steep." Kyosuke nodded in understanding. "I see, so she made up her mind. So she joined because of her mom, not because of me. Now I have to try even harder to protect her." The long-haired male proctor stopped in front of a basement entrance. "We have arrived," prompting Kyosuke to wonder, "a basement?" Then all of them walked down into the basement and stopped in the lobby. Kyosuke scanned his surroundings, a testing facility. Then they must be. At that moment, the long-haired proctor gave an order, "Shut the doors." The heavy doors slammed shut, leaving everyone looking bewildered. Kyosuke remarked, "No intention of letting anyone out. They sure take their jobs seriously." Noticing the situation, two young men stepped forward to challenge him. "Hey, what's the meaning of this?" The long-haired proctor finally dropped his facade and barked, "Silence." The two young men were so startled by his words that they began to tremble. The proctor explained, "As I mentioned earlier, we are now going to begin the compatibility test. Specifically, we will be testing compatibility with a newly developed experimental drug currently under secret development. This medicine is synthesized from ingredients harvested inside dungeons, possessing the ability to dramatically enhance a user's physical stamina and magical power." The red-haired young man stammered, "What?" While the blue-haired guy smiled, "Well, that sounds like a good thing then." Kyosuke spoke up with a question. "Does this new drug have any side effect?" The proctor pointed toward a screen, "Showing you is faster than explaining." A male student strapped down for an injection pleaded, "Please stop, I'm still." The other students watched the scene unfold with shock and terror. The male student passed out almost immediately, drool unconsciously spilling from his mouth. The blue-haired youth shouted, "What the hell is this?" The proctor replied calmly, "What you just witnessed is someone incompatible with the new drug. Does that answer your question?" The two young men vehemently protested, "Don't be ridiculous. We have no intention of taking that drug." With that, they cast their magic, preparing to attack the proctor. Charging toward the long-haired proctor with threats, "Let us out of here right now." Meanwhile, Kyosuke calmly instructed Karin, "Asahi, stay right behind me." The proctor clenched his fists tightly. He effortlessly struck down the two troublemakers, causing a scene in the lab. The two guys passed out instantly from the proctor's blow. Looking down at the two unconscious youths, the proctor muttered, "Damn it, my test subjects just decreased." His gaze shifted away to target someone else. Pointing straight at Karin, the proctor ordered, "Let's start with that little girl over there." Loading medicine into a syringe, "She's probably a student with the light attribute. I'm really looking forward to the results of this experiment." He stepped closer to Karin step by step, terrifying her. Kyosuke immediately stepped forward to shield Karin. Wearing a grim expression, he protected her from the advancing threat. The proctor asked in confusion, "What do you think you're doing?" To which Kyosuke replied, "Stopping a scumbag like you from getting near her." His words made the proctor grit his teeth in rage. He barked an order at the bulky henchman ahead. "Hey, grab him." The guy threw a direct punch at Kyosuke, but using his speed, he dodged it effortlessly. Kyosuke's speed caught him completely off guard, failing to keep up. With a single strike, Kyosuke swiftly knocked out the bulky henchman. The surrounding thugs watched in shock. What the hell? The first guy was taken care of, and Kyosuke moved as fast as a teleporting shadow. The next two henchmen were quickly laid out by his hands as well. The hefty goons crumpled to the floor in agony after taking Kyosuke's hits. The proctor couldn't believe his eyes. No way. He took down all those men in a single move. Having dealt with the nuisances around him, Kyosuke turned back around. Fixing an icy glare on the proctor, he warned, "You're next." The proctor froze under Kyosuke's overwhelming presence. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the proctor decided, desperate time. "If I can grab that girl," Karin shrieked in terror as the proctor lunged suddenly. "No." Kyosuke grabbed the hand the proctor reached out to grab Karin with, "I told you, I won't let you get anywhere near her." Pulling his hand back in frustration, "Damn it. Just who on earth is he? A normal student shouldn't possibly." Kyosuke's expression turned terrifyingly grim. "Now then, prepare yourself." At that moment, Kyosuke stood tall like a hero shielding Karin. Gritting his teeth in pure anger, "Damn it." Kyosuke warned Asahi, "Stay behind my back," to which a trembling, terrified Karin replied, "Thank you, Kyosuke." Looking at the boy protecting her, Karin thought to herself, "Kyosuke is so cool. Just a moment ago, I couldn't even track his movements. I knew he had gotten stronger, but I never expected him to be this strong." Regaining his composure, the proctor warned, "You bastard, don't get full of yourself." Without an ounce of fear, Kyosuke spoke up, "Let me ask you something. Why on earth are academy students being used as test subjects?" His sharp gaze locked piercingly onto his opponent. Hearing Kyosuke's question, the proctor broke into a sinister smirk. He answered arrogantly, "Simple. Those who pledge loyalty to Lord Lei get to receive her blessing. Once we successfully develop this drug, she'll become even stronger than before." Kyosuke frowned. "Do you think conducting inhumane experiments like that is acceptable just for a goal like this?" The proctor shamelessly spouted heartless words. "We're just making use of what's available, that's all." Besides, a strange, twisted smile suddenly crept across his face. "Getting to serve as test subjects for us is an honor for them anyway." Kyosuke recalled Karin's words back in the company lobby earlier. "My mom is in the hospital, and her treatment costs are quite high. Getting to join the Serpent School really made me so happy." Remembering those words made Kyosuke clench his fists even tighter. The proctor pointed casually at Karin again. Even that brat over there was overjoyed when she became. Kyosuke's voice carried a boundless fury. "Shut your mouth." A massive surge of power enveloped his entire body at that instant. The magic radiating from him caused even the proctor to flinch. Kyosuke growled through clenched teeth, "Who do you think you are? A piece of trash who only knows how to trample on others, could never understand Asahi's feeling." Karin looked touched as she stared at the boy before her, Kyosuke. The proctor muttered in doubt, "What is this terrifying pressure? Is he really just a student?" Despite his panic, a grin still tugged at the corner of his mouth. Addressing Kyosuke with an air of misplaced confidence, "Normally I'd teach you to know your place, but I actually don't hate your nerve one bit. How about it? Why don't you surrender and pledge loyalty to Lord Lei? If you hand over that girl, you might even get appointed as a high-ranking officer. I'm sure Lord Lei would be very pleased." His words only fueled Kyosuke's rage further. "I told you to shut your mouth. I can never forgive scum like you." Loosening his tie, the proctor sneered, "You're going to regret this." Then he began unleashing his own power. The proctor's eyes flashed with a fierce, brilliant golden light. His power caused the ground beneath his feet to shatter into pieces. Kyosuke recognized it. "Body enhancement magic, huh?" The proctor affirmed, "Exactly. Combined with my martial arts, this is an unbeatable skill." With that, he issued a challenge. "Come at me if you've got the guts." The proctor's feet left the ground as he charged forward, throwing a punch straight toward him. "Take this." The punch landed with tremendous force, yet completely missed Kyosuke, leaving the proctor stunned. "This power," the guy continued with a smug expression, "looks like you managed to dodge that one, huh?" Kyosuke analyzed, "I see. So that's what body enhancement magic looks like. It really is quite powerful." "If that's the case then," the proctor charged forward again, "I bet you can't dodge this one." Kyosuke closed his eyes to channel his magic, focusing, and turning his imagination into reality. Seeing him standing still, the long-haired guy taunted, "What the hell are you doing? Giving up already?" His fist closed in rapidly, dropped dead. Kyosuke snapped his eyes open, void magic. He blocked the long-haired guy's fist and activated it. The guy couldn't believe what he was witnessing. "No way. Does he have power on par with mine?" "No, even stronger." Kyosuke looked at the long-haired guy with a defiant smile. "Looks like I can use body reinforcement magic now too. Thanks. I could only picture it thanks to you." Capitalizing on the momentum, Kyosuke delivered a powerful blow to the long-haired guy. The guy was severely injured by Kyosuke's strike. His opponent's entire body was sent flying backward as the ground and rocks shattered into pieces. Knocked flat onto the ground, he refused to accept this defeat. Impossible. A single thought flashed through his mind. Just who the hell is this guy? Kyosuke simply stood in silence, looking down at the long-haired guy with eyes full of hatred and contempt. Once it was over, Karin was immensely grateful. Thank you, Kyosuke. Our male lead gently checked up on her. Asahi, are you okay? Glancing over at the others, Kyosuke offered, I'll clear a path, so you guys should get out of here. The two young men hesitated. But what about you? Without answering their question, Kyosuke used his power to smash through a large glass window. To the astonishment of the three friends behind him, Kyosuke strode forward boldly. He left only a few words as he departed. I have things to do. Over on Roxy's end, her phone rang with a hurried voice. Lord Lei, we have an emergency. It looks like Lord Yang has been defeated, and the students have escaped. Roxy gasped in shock. What? The voice on the other end continued to report. There's an extremely powerful guy heading straight this way. Right as the words cut off, a loud crash echoed out. Roxy looked momentarily stunned. What the hell just happened? It was Kyosuke standing right outside the doorway. Guardedly, Roxy interrogated him. Who are you, and why are you here? Kyosuke's expression turned terrifyingly cold, his calm yet deeply threatening voice ringing out. Simple. I've come to settle the score from 20 years ago. Roxy couldn't fully grasp what Kyosuke was saying. A debt from 20 years ago. What on earth are you talking about? Kyosuke stepped closer leisurely. Looks like you still don't get it. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Ever since that SSS-ranked dungeon 20 years ago, you 5-star saints have been hailed as heroes. Hearing the past brought up, Roxy's expression grew tense. Kyosuke continued, let's just say someone's grand conspiracy was supposedly crushed that day. Roxy turned away with a nonchalant look. What kind of nonsense are you rambling about as a student? Are you planning to give me a history lesson? Ignoring her, Kyosuke pressed on with his story. Nowadays, the 5-star saints are the heads of every major field in the world, hailed as heroes who wiped out evil. Roxy interrupted. Just what are you? Kyosuke cut her off. Even so. The truth is completely different from that. Roxy frowned, her voice laced with annoyance. What did you say? Kyosuke explained further as his aura suddenly shifted. You used your very own comrades as sacrifices, just to reap the rewards and build up your fame. Even now, you're still trampling over the wills of those who stood beside you. Am I wrong? Hearing Kyosuke's interrogation, Roxy burst out laughing. She looked at Kyosuke with utter disdain. I was wondering what kind of nonsense you were spouting. Don't tell me you actually believe those ridiculous conspiracy theories. Unfazed by her attitude, Kyosuke stated firmly, it's not just a conspiracy theory. I know what you did. You were the one who pushed your comrades into that gate. Kyosuke's accusation left Roxy's face pale with a guilty conscience. She frowned in doubt. Why? Why would an ordinary student know about that? Seizing the contradiction in Roxy's thoughts, Kyosuke spoke up. Still don't get it, Lei. Just who do you think I really am? Changing his expression with a heavy emphasis, he declared, I am Misato Kawakairo. Hearing that name threw Roxy into a panic. No, that's impossible. Kyosuke firmly cut her off. It really happened. I used the exact same power that used to make you call me a monster. A level 100 person who can use time magic truly is a monster. Every word Kyosuke spoke deepened Roxy's terror. Shaken to her core by the unbelievable truth, she stammered, No way. Kawakairo, are you really here? Kyosuke asserted, I also know full well what your Lei Corporation has been doing behind the scenes. If I bring that to light, your reputation will be completely ruined. Enraged, Roxy swiped her hand and snapped, Don't toy with me. Kyosuke took slow steps closer. Toy with you, that's my line. Because of what happened 20 years ago, and because you trampled on the hopes of a girl who poured her heart out, I will never forgive you for that. Faced with the other's threat, Roxy suddenly smiled. Tossing her head back arrogantly, she sneered, Don't look down on me. You're not in Misato's body anymore. Gripping a weapon tightly, Roxy declared, Since you've dared to show your face before me, I'll make you regret it. She unleashed her magic, launching an attack straight at Kyosuke. The sheer force of it shook the room, cracking the walls all around. With his speed, Kyosuke easily dodged Roxy's strike. Holding the weapon in her hand, Roxy smugly introduced it. What do you think? This is the power of weapons developed by the Lei Corporation. Forged from dungeon materials, it's harder than any metal. Let me show you just how sharp it is. With that, she leaped into the air and aimed her strike at Kyosuke, dodging and evading every single one of her continuous onslaughts. A powerful blow aimed straight at his face missed entirely. Seeing this, Roxy sneered. Looks like dodging is the only thing you're good at. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Why aren't my attacks hitting? Kyosuke spoke in a flat tone, so that's how it is. While dodging her attack, he critiqued, "You've been playing corporate queen for too long. Your techniques have gotten sloppy. You're hardly any better than Owako now." Kyosuke suddenly appeared right behind her, leaving her frozen in shock. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she lunged straight at him. "Enough of your crap." At that moment, Rauxi's weapon pierced right through him. Smug, she thought, "I got him. I actually hit him." Before she could even celebrate, Kyosuke's voice echoed, "Too bad." Kyosuke had materialized right behind her, leaving her stunned. She instantly locked up in place. "Why, you?" Gritting her teeth, Rauxi realized, "Is that void magic? I've never heard of it having this kind of effect." If that's how it is, she prepared her weapon once more for the next strike. Channeling fire attribute magic into her weapon, her eyes blazed with fury. "I'll finish him off with this next hit. I'll shut that talkative mouth of yours for good. Take this." Unleashing a force that felt like it wanted to incinerate everything in its path, she charged forward. Rauxi rushed in frantically, wreathed in roaring flames. Her spear, coated in fire magic, thrust straight toward Kyosuke. Effortlessly, Kyosuke caught the tip of the spear between just 2 fingers. Rauxi gasped in sheer disbelief. "No way. Looks like that's the extent of your power." Glaring mockingly, Kyosuke scoffed, "You really are even worse than you were 20 years ago." Realizing the situation looked grim, Rauxi decided, "If that's the case, I have no choice but to use that." She braced herself to deploy a different kind of magic. Before Kyosuke could process it, he muttered, "You're planning to." A flash of shock crossed his eyes. At that moment, Rauxi grabbed a red syringe. She drove the needle straight into her own body. Instantly, a surge of purple magic erupted, engulfing the woman's entire body. Kyosuke's face immediately turned tense as he frowned. Rauxi's entire body began to transform. "You're really willing to go this far." Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she spat out terrifying words, "You monster." Soon enough, the layer of purple energy slowly faded away, revealing Rauxi's body completely mutated into a half-monster state. Once her transformation was complete, she let out a contemptuous laugh. "Haha, you can't beat me now." Unfazed by her words, the male lead calmly retorted, "On the contrary, you think you can beat me by using a stimulant. Do you really think it's that simple?" Answering his question, Rauxi maintained her arrogant attitude. "Don't look down on me. Do you have any idea how much time and money I poured into this drug? I gathered materials found only deep inside dungeons and spent years researching this medicine. Ever since I witnessed that overwhelming power 20 years ago, I've always looked for a way to reach that threshold. And now I've found a power that surpasses everything. I suppose I should thank you, Kaiwakairo." Shifting back to Kyosuke's perspective, he could no longer stand by and listen to this wicked woman babble any longer. Interrupting her coldly, he said, "Huh, how pathetic. You call surpassing everything true. You're actually boasting about relying on a drug." Kyosuke spoke with an icy face, his tone dripping with interrogation. This left Rauxi's face frozen in shock as she shot back. "What did you just say?" Before she could finish, our protagonist slipped into an offensive stance. "Sorry to cut your monologue short, but it's time for me to end this." With that, both of Kyosuke's hands became engulfed in blazing golden flame. On the opposite side, eager to send Kyosuke to the grave early, Rauxi assumed her combat stance as well. "Fine, let's settle this once and for all. Let's see who's actually stronger." The words barely left her mouth before her body shot forward like a rocket. Fast as a gale, she closed the distance straight to Kyosuke in an instant. Yet facing this attack, the male lead simply leaned to the side and dodged it effortlessly. Too bad for the wall behind him. Taking a direct hit from Rauxi, it shattered into countless flying debris and rubble. As for Rauxi, after executing her move, she turned back to throw a defiant remark at Kyosuke. "How's that? This is the fruit of my research. I'll send you to hell a second time." Screaming as she charged forward with terrifying speed, she gave Kyosuke a momentary internal jolt. Before he could even set up his defense, Rauxi's massive hand struck square against his chest. The sheer kinetic force launched the protagonist backward like a cannonball. Seeing that her hit had landed, Rauxi thought triumphantly to herself, "I win." Unfortunately, she didn't get to celebrate for long before a sharp pain shot up from beneath her feet, forcing her to look down. She realized that, at some point, her left foot had been impaled by a sharp spike of ice. The agony surged straight to her brain, nearly forcing her frail body to her knees. Meanwhile, Kyosuke calmly strolled up to her with his hands in his pockets and said, "I planted that right when you launched your attack." Kyosuke's airtight preparation sent Rauxi into a panic, sweat pouring down her face as she stammered, "How could you possibly?" Hearing this, Kyosuke leisurely explained, "All thanks to your lackeys using it earlier. I've already figured out how you use body reinforcement magic. Your drug is certainly impressive, but in the end, it just makes you whip up a gust of wind." With a tone of utter contempt, Kyosuke provoked Roxy into biting her lip as she snapped back. "How dare you mock the fruit of my research?" Cutting her off, Kyosuke shouted, "Don't make excuses. You trample over others and dare call that progress. You make me sick." The more he spoke, the angrier Kyosuke grew, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. This set off alarm bells, screaming inside Roxy's mind. Left with no choice, she frantically channeled power into her palms, charging at Kyosuke despite the injury in her left foot. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she roared, "Shut your mouth." Regrettably for her, against such a straightforward attack, Kyosuke simply reached out and grabbed her wrist, while his other hand delivered a devastating, mountain-crushing punch straight into the evil woman's stomach, making her vomit blood from the sheer agony. At that moment, Roxy felt nothing but shock and bitterness. My power didn't work. So this is the true power of the current Kaiwakairo. Just like that, before she could even show off, Roxy was flattened like a dead dog. Over on his side, having taken down his old enemy, Kyosuke walked away coldly. As he walked, he muttered, "Lei, it was never real power to begin with." Next, right as he stepped out of the building, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind the male Lei. Hearing it, Kyosuke turned his head to find that the person who spoke was none other than his classmate Asahi. "Oh, Asahi, are you okay?" Kyosuke replied with a smile, "Glad to see you're safe too." Around the same time, not far away, a crowd of reporters noticed the explosion at the building and buzzed excitedly. "Hey, just like the tip said, the Lei Corporation has been attacked." Their words made Asahi look over at the male student beside her with mild suspicion. "Did you do this?" Naturally, Kyosuke played dumb in response. "Who knows?" Shrugging his shoulders, he sank into deep thought internally. Now the truth about Lei's crimes has been exposed. The test subjects are safe, and Lei has lost everything. Returning to Asahi's perspective, noticing the protagonist's pensive look, she said with worry, "Hey, Kyosuke, I still don't understand what's going on. But if you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. So thank you so much." Asahi's words caught Kyosuke slightly off guard, but very quickly he wore a faint smile and reminded himself, "That's right. I almost forgot. Helping others used to be my entire reason for living." Time flew by quickly. By that evening, news of the attack on the Lei Corporation had spread everywhere. A female anchor's voice blared from inside the television. "We have just received word that illegal human experiments were being conducted in a secret underground laboratory owned by Lei Roxy, one of the five-star saints. The incident was uncovered after the facility was raided by an unknown assailant. Currently, she shows signs of memory loss, and the identity of the person responsible remains a mystery." Returning to Kyosuke, upon hearing the female anchor's voice, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. "I wonder how the others will react." Then, abruptly, the anchor's voice turned hurried as she spoke. We interrupt with a breaking news update. Pentastar Saint Nathaniel has just issued an official statement." Her words caused Kyosuke's expression to shift instantly, filling with murderous intent as he glared backward. On the television screen, the blonde man began to speak. "On behalf of the Pentastar Saints, I am standing here to convey an urgent message. I can only say that we are deeply heartbroken by the incident involving Lei. Roxy is our comrade. We feel profound remorse for failing to realize her fall from grace sooner." As he spoke, he feigned immense sorrow, but how could such an act possibly deceive Kyosuke's eyes? In fact, it only left the protagonist feeling more irritated, not realize it. So the Pentastar Saints are planning to pretend they knew nothing about it, just like what they did 20 years ago. They haven't changed a bit, lying without even batting an eye, perfectly willing to do anything to protect their noble status as heroes. People like me and Asahi aren't even worthy of being called expectations to them. We're nothing more than stepping stone. Nathaniel Cavell, judging by how he acted back then, he's most likely the mastermind behind pushing me into exile. And understandably so, he has always been calculating and cautious at every step. Yet right now, his whereabouts remain unknown. Calming down a fraction, Kyosuke pulled out his phone, as if wanting to contact someone. In a twist of events elsewhere, inside an unfamiliar church, a girl was kneeling before an altar in prayer. Behind her, another stranger approached and spoke. "He said so, Lady Claudia." Up ahead, Claudia didn't even bother turning her head as she replied coldly, "Is that so? I understand, Lee." Finishing her words, she clasped her hands again and resumed her prayer. "Lord, please guide us toward a future filled with light." Shifting to a training room, Ingolf received a reminder from his subordinate. "Lord Ingolf, the council meeting is about to begin." Hearing this, Ingolf casually dropped his barbell onto the floor and growled, "I know, I'll be right there." "Lay that bitch, what the hell is she thinking?" Ingolf's voice was full of anger. Before long, the secret meeting of the Pentastar Saints commenced, naturally presided over by this very Nathaniel. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he spoke up. All right, everyone. Let's begin the Pentastar Saints Council meeting. On the TV screen, Claudia maintained her prayer posture as she voiced her opinion. So the attacker exposed Lei's illegal experiments. How despicable. Elsewhere, the bulky Ingolf chimed in angrily. What the hell is that bitch Lei doing? She stained the honor of the Pentastar Saints. Hearing both of them, the blonde Saint Nathaniel slowly seated himself and shared his view. Indeed. However, these experiments were conducted entirely by Lei and initiated on her own accord. The rest of us Pentastar Saints had no knowledge of this. For someone like Nathaniel, how could he possibly not know? Yet he had decided to shift all the blame onto that bitch Lei. Turning to the traitorous Heidke, he instantly grasped Nathaniel's intention and admired it inwardly. As expected of Nathaniel, he's always so rational. In other words, they're just pinning all the blame on Lei and abandoning. I don't know about Claudia and Ingolf, but Nathaniel definitely knew about Lei's experiments. And yet he's cutting her loose so easily. The more he thought about it, the more Heidke broke out in a cold sweat at Nathaniel's ruthlessness and decisiveness. After a couple of seconds, calming down slightly, he cast an anxious glance at a letter nearby and reminded himself, no, what matters now is that I follow his instruction. Over here, the unpleasant-looking Claudia suddenly spoke up. I'm rather curious about the attacker. Explaining the situation, Heidke replied, as for that, a sealed letter was sent to the academy from the person who attacked Lei. He held up the letter for everyone to see as he spoke. That shocked the others immensely. A letter from the attacker. Iwako read the contents out loud. Urged on by the group, Heidke looked down at the letter in his hand. Naturally, I will read it now. The contents of the letter read, I have returned to the current world from inside that gate. I will deal with all of you, so just wait for it, Misato Kawakara. The moment they heard the writer's name, the expressions of the other three shifted drastically, especially Nathaniel. Her face was drenched in sweat from anxiety as her shaky voice rang out with a sliver of hope. Could someone be impersonating Kawakaro? Replying to her, the blonde man fell into brief contemplation before shaking his head. No, he couldn't possibly know what's inside that gate unless he was actually there. The sender is definitely Kawakaro. Hearing this, the female cleric stroked her chin in thought. Perhaps he used time magic. Before she could finish, the bulky Ingolf snapped irritably. Why should we worry? If Kawakaro really has returned, we'll just crush him down again. Ingolf barked with a voice full of murderous intent. And naturally, Nathaniel completely agreed. Ingolf makes sense. Think about it, there's no need for us to act hastily. Claudia seemed to harbor lingering worries and tried to speak, but Nathaniel cut her off immediately. Why don't we just observe what Kawakaro does next? And thus, the brief meeting concluded in haste. After turning off his computer screen, the bulky Ingolf walked over to the window, gazed outside and roared with fury. Kawakaro, you're the only one I will never forgive. In another development, following the meeting's conclusion, Principal Heidke Iwako hurriedly reported the situation to the protagonist over the phone. So, as you instructed, I've carried out your orders. Hearing this, Kyosuke replied calmly, I see. Finished speaking, he leaned back comfortably, pondering his next move in his head. So Nathaniel isn't making a move right away. He's very cautious. Well, whatever. Once they realize I'm back, they won't be able to sit still much longer. First, I'll strike at the ones whose whereabouts I already know. With that thought, he cheerfully ordered his hound. All right, Iwako, time to move. On the other end of the line, Iwako's anxious voice rang out. What should we do next? Sensing his hound was worried enough to wet his pants, Kyosuke quickly reassured him. It's not that difficult. You just need to arrange a transfer for me to an academy connected to Ingolf. Realizing Kyosuke's objective, Heidke asked back, so next you're targeting Ingolf. Kyosuke openly admitted, that's right. Using a short-term study abroad program should be easy enough, right? Turning back to Iwako, because he was now tied to Kyosuke's faction, he reluctantly offered a warning. Let me make one thing clear. Ingolf isn't like me or Lei. You won't find any shady rumors or dirty dealings attached to him. This warning left Kyosuke silent for a moment before he replied coolly. Even so, I at least need to look him in the eye. I'll leave the paperwork to you. With that, he hung up, casting an icy gaze at the scenery outside while whispering to himself. Even if there are no rumors about it, it doesn't change the fact that he betrayed me 20 years ago. Time flew by. Thanks to Iwako's arrangements, our protagonist quickly secured a spot for studying abroad overseas. Shifting to Kyosuke, he gazed at his surroundings and murmured, so this is Germany. They've verified the ties between this country's academy and Ingolf. I'll use the German academy to get close to him. But first, I need to get to the campus. With these thoughts in mind, the protagonist moved quickly, until a noisy commotion caught his attention. You bunch of clingy leeches. And naturally, Nathaniel completely agreed with this. In golf makes sense. Think about it, there's no need for us to act hastily. However, Kyosuke couldn't understand what they were saying due to the language barrier. Come to think of it, they spoke a completely different language here. Then I'll use Void to auto-translate, Kyosuke thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his magic outward in all directions. Soon enough, words began flowing into his ears. The guy in brown laughed and said, "Don't be like that. Come on, babe, what's wrong with hanging out with us for a bit?" Beside him, the guy in the black jacket chimed in, "Come with us, it won't be a waste of your time. Come on." Rejecting them, the black-haired girl maintained an annoyed expression. "This is exactly why I call you leeches. I'm not going anywhere with gutter trash like you." Her words seemed to infuriate the two thugs. "What did you say, bitch? You're being bad, we need to punish you." Saying that, the guy in black reached forward, grabbing the young girl tightly by the shoulder and darkening her expression. But right at that moment, an intervening voice rang out. "Hey, why don't you bastards get lost and leave her alone?" The sudden voice caught the attention of all three ahead. The brown-haired guy turned to challenge Kyosuke. "Huh, who the hell are you?" Snapping back, Kyosuke cursed outright. "I said get the fuck lost, you pieces of trash." The relentless insults instantly drove the two thugs wild. Without hesitation, both of them poured power into their fists, forming blazing golden flames as they rushed forward, determined to teach Kyosuke a lesson. "You little piece of shit, don't you dare look down on us," they roared, throwing their flaming fists toward Kyosuke. Too bad for these two. They had no idea how powerful the person in front of them truly was. With a single casual flick of his hand, Kyosuke easily blew them away, leaving them sprawled out like dead dogs. This left the black-haired girl startled. With just a single blow, he took them down. Just who on earth is this student? Luckily, Kyosuke hadn't gone too heavy on them. Within moments, the two thugs regained consciousness and fled in a panic. "We were deeply sorry." Watching their pathetic retreat, the black-haired girl turned to Kyosuke and offered her thanks. Thanks for helping me." Hearing this, Kyosuke shook his head slightly. "Think nothing of it." Then casting his gaze around at the gathering crowd of onlookers, some of whom were even pulling out their phones to take pictures, Kyosuke felt rather uncomfortable and said, "Looks like we've drawn a crowd. Let's get out of here." With that, the two of them quickly departed from the chaotic scene. Behind him, the black-haired girl fell into deep thought. The last time someone helped me like this was when I met that person. Time passed quickly. By now, Kyosuke and the mysterious girl had walked a fair distance. Seeing that no one else was gossiping around them anymore, the mysterious girl spoke up. Hey, I just wanted to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, things didn't escalate." To Kyosuke, dealing with those punks was just a casual afterthought, so he didn't care much. Like I said, don't worry about it. Inwardly, he pondered her attitude. She must just be a responsible sort of person. Come to think of it, I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Unlike Kyosuke, who harbored lingering questions, the black-haired girl turned to him and asked, "By the way, your uniform, are you a student from Japan?" Her question snapped Kyosuke back to reality, and he nodded. Yeah, that's right. I just arrived today on a short-term exchange program. I'm on my way to the training academy." He explained calmly, and perhaps finding some common ground, the black-haired girl smiled and offered, "In that case, let me walk you there to show my gratitude." Having someone volunteer to show him the way, our protagonist certainly wasn't foolish enough to refuse. He nodded, "Thanks a lot." And so the two continued walking together a bit further. Along the way, they made small talk. Kyosuke asked, "Are you backpacking around the world?" In response, the mysterious girl shrugged and admitted, "Yeah, well, I've got my own circumstances." Her casual yet vague reply piqued Kyosuke's curiosity. "Is she around my age? It's rare to see a girl traveling alone like this." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Kyosuke asked, "Aren't you afraid of danger traveling alone? Didn't you almost get dragged into a situation just like that?" Hearing him, the mysterious girl waved her hands dismissively with a smile. "Oh, I'll be fine. Looks can be deceiving, but I know a spell or two." Her words didn't comfort Kyosuke at all. Instead, they made him even more worried. The protagonist thought to himself, "Didn't you just get grabbed moments ago?" Shrugging that aside, the short-haired girl stroked her chin and asked, "Anyway, are you studying at the training academy?" Kyosuke answered, "Got a problem with that." The black-haired girl glanced at him. "Well, grades. A lot of students there think the exact same way. They have a strict in-class ranking system, almost like a social hierarchy. They even use a performance-based point system." Hearing this, Kyosuke simply nodded. "I see." Inwardly, he quickly grasped the implication. Sounds like they take meritocracy even more seriously than Japan. According to Iwako, Ingolf usually organizes periodic training sessions for top-tier students. That means if I want to get close to Ingolf, I have to make a mark in that merit-based environment. This is right up my alley, just the kind of challenge I like. Thinking about it, Kyosuke couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Turning back to the mysterious girl, she pointed ahead and reminded him, "Look, we've arrived." That is the Lansing Training Academy. Before the two of them stood a massive academy campus. Realizing he had reached his destination, Kyosuke waved goodbye to the mysterious girl. "I'm good from here, thanks." Behind him, the black-haired girl waved back. "No problem at all." "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Shirato Seiyuki." As she spoke, she extended her hand forward. Seeing this, Kyosuke reached out to shake it while introducing himself. "Got it. I'm Asai Kyosuke." The moment she heard the protagonist's name, Shirato's expression shifted drastically, turning emotional as if she couldn't believe her ears. Noticing this, Kyosuke asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Quickly regaining her composure, Shirato shook her head. "Oh, nothing. It's just that your name is the same as someone I used to know." "Well then, goodbye. Good luck at the academy." With that, the black-haired girl turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Kyosuke fell into contemplation. Shirato. There's something about her that keeps lingering in my mind. Oh well, time to move. With that, he quickened his pace into the campus grounds. However, before he could walk far, trouble found the protagonist when he heard an arrogant voice. "Hey, you there. Are you the one?" The voice belonged to an arrogant red-haired guy. Fearing no such attitude, Kyosuke kept his cool and replied, "And who the hell are you, punk?" His response pissed the red-haired guy off instantly. He yelled, "Who are you calling a punk? It's not every day an exchange student from Japan transfers here. I figured you wouldn't be anything special. But to make sure you don't misunderstand this place, I'll give you a little welcome gift." He stepped right into Kyosuke's face to exert pressure as he spoke. For Kyosuke, a single glance was enough to tell what the red-haired guy was after, prompting an inner sigh from the protagonist. Good grief, I barely got here, and I already ran into a weirdo. Just like she said, he probably wants to test his strength through a mat. Thinking thus, Kyosuke casually tossed his bag aside and said, "Fine, I'll fight you." Seeing this, the red-haired guy locked it in, looking rather pleased. "Glad to see you're reasonable. Let's do this." With that, he began channeling his power, causing loose rubble to float around him, before firing them forward like rapid-fire bullets. However, this was still nowhere near enough to trouble our protagonist. With a single effortless wave of his hand, Kyosuke easily batted away the entire attack, leaving the red-haired guy with a dumbfounded expression. But before he could stay surprised for more than a second, Kyosuke's icy voice rang out. "You've got numbers, but your power is way too weak. If you're going to use earth magic, at least do it like this." Along with his words, a massive boulder materialized in his hand. Without a second thought, Kyosuke hurled it forward with tremendous force. The red-haired guy narrowly escaped, but the boulder slammed directly into the wall behind him, blasting a massive hole through it. Just looking at the sheer destructive force was enough to make the punk tremble all over. Finally, it dawned on him that a genuine monster stood before him, leading him to wonder inwardly, who the hell is this monster? In another scene, switching to female Iwako, she walked while talking on the phone with someone. Yes, that's right. Speaking coldly, she held a stack of printed documents containing all kinds of information about the protagonist. Saturday routine. I've met Asai Kyosuke. I will continue staying in Germany to monitor the target. Returning to the protagonist, he had just picked up his student ID card from an administrator and quickly stepped out of the administrative office. Walking along, Kyosuke glanced at the card in his hand and thought, all the paperwork is done. Finally, I can enter the local dungeon. Unlike back in Japan, the auto-translation kicked in for the school, so it feels a bit different. According to Kyosuke's gaze, his student ID displayed basic information. Lansing Training Academy, Asai Kyosuke, Void Attribute, Level 41, 0 points. Glancing at the 0 points line, our protagonist quickly deduced, this must be the point system Shirato mentioned. Looks like it tracks dungeon exploration and performance. Brushing it off, Kyosuke slipped the card into his pocket and reassured himself. Whatever, I don't have classes today. Time to check out what dungeons look like in Germany. And with that, Kyosuke hurried off, completely unaware that. Meanwhile, standing right behind him, the red-haired guy who had just gotten his ass handed to him by Kyosuke was quietly watching from a distance, wearing a deeply pensive expression, as if he were turning something over in his mind. Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to the entrance of an unspecified dungeon, where Kyosuke paused to remind himself once more before stepping inside. If I want to get close to Ingolf, I need to make it to the special rank first. Guess I'll start stacking up some points in this high-level dungeon. With that, without a single shred of hesitation, our protagonist strode straight inside. Before long, the inner scenery of the dungeon revealed itself to Kyosuke as a massive, sprawling hallway, and off in the distance, a few stray skeleton soldiers began wandering toward him. This sparked a glimmer of genuine interest deep within the black-haired young man's chest. Let's see what kind of trash is crawling out. Undead this early? Are some of these actually strong? I didn't run into this type back in Japan, though I sure as hell learned all their weaknesses back when I was Kaiwakairo Misato. No sooner thought than done, Kyosuke channeled his magic, wrapping his palm in a blazing yellow flame. Over on the opposite side, catching the scent of a living human, the skeleton soldiers charged forward like a pack of rabid dogs, one of them gripping a heavy axe tightly and hacking fiercely ahead. Luckily, Kyosuke was fast enough to sidestep out of the way. Otherwise, given the sheer force behind that swing, he probably would have been cleaved right down the middle. Standing his ground, Kyosuke prepared to counterattack, thinking to himself, undead fold pretty easily under heavy impact and fire. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he unleashed a flaming punch, slamming his full power straight into the skeleton soldier's gut, which snapped its spine completely in half and sent its upper torso flying violently back. Seeing their companion taken down in a single blow, the remaining two undead froze dead in their tracks, entirely paralyzed by shock and too terrified to make a move. Noticing this, Kyosuke casually reached out a hand and taunted, "Come on, bring it on, let's see what you've got." Time passed in a flash, and soon the surrounding area was littered with the shattered, pulverized bones of the undead, while Kyosuke strolled casually forward with both hands stuffed in his pockets, muttering to himself, "This must be the final room. The boss is probably waiting right." With that thought, Kyosuke quickened his pace, and it wasn't long before he came face to face with the dungeon's final boss. A quick glance at its appearance suggested it was a lick, and the heavy, suffocating aura radiating from it forced even Kyosuke to inwardly acknowledge, "Is this the boss? The pressure off this thing is insane. Let's test the waters with fire first. I'll open up with some fire magic." Deciding on a plan, Kyosuke quickly hurled a fireball forward. However, the lick reacted with terrifying speed, flicking its staff to the side, while releasing a burst of purple energy that clashed head-on with the incoming fireball, causing both attacks to completely nullify each other midair. Seeing that, Kyosuke didn't look particularly surprised. "Oh, it canceled my fireball. Fair enough, it's a boss after all." Across the room, the lick took the initiative, channeling a dense concentration of mana into its scepter, and releasing a pool of ominous, highly dangerous purple liquid. Though he didn't know exactly what kind of attack it was, Kyosuke agilely leaped backward to dodge out of the way. Sure enough, the sight that followed made his expression stiffen entirely. Because the solid stone floor where the liquid had landed was already corroded into a massive, smoking hole, making Kyosuke's skin crawl, that orb melts literally everything it touches. That's high-tier magic. Still, I can totally use this to my advantage. A sly grin instantly spread across his face at the thought. Whether the lick felt mocked or simply impatient, the next second it rapidly fired 3 more magic orbs straight ahead. But our main character already had a plan locked in, thinking to himself, "I'll channel wind magic into the soles of my feet and crank up my propulsion." Fueled by that magic, Kyosuke's speed skyrocketed, his body turning into a streak of vibrant green light as he easily dodged every single incoming attack, right up until he closed the distance and appeared directly in front of the lick, leaving the creature completely dumbfounded. Not stopping there, Kyosuke mocked it openly. "Let's see if you can handle your own medicine." Cupped right in Kyosuke's palm was a ball of the exact same purple corrosive energy the lick had used. Before the creature could even react, the protagonist slammed it squarely into its face, causing its skull to corrode at a visible, terrifying pace. Screams of agonizing pain echoed through the chamber, accompanied by thick green smoke. Finally, its body dissolved helplessly into nothingness. Returning to Kyosuke, even he had to admit the spell's effectiveness, pretty decent, but since it's high-level magic, I can't replicate it perfectly just yet. I really need to level up my void magic. More importantly, we still have an audience. With that thought, Kyosuke spoke up gently, calling out into the empty space, "I know you're there, come on out." Sure enough, not far away, the red-haired guy stepped out from the shadows, having been hiding there who knows how long. Realizing he'd been caught, he could only offer an awkward, dry chuckle before stepping forward. "Haha, talk about sharp. I didn't think you'd spot. I was just watching you fight, hope you don't mind." Receiving his words with a chillingly cold stare, the protagonist fired back, "What's this? You here for round 2? As he spoke, Kyosuke mentally evaluated the red-haired guy. Looks like this idiot still hasn't learned his lesson. Still, that aura of his, he's definitely hiding something. Opposite him, the red-haired guy slowly closed the distance and dropped a cryptic remark. Well, I guess it's time to clear the air. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out, a movement that instantly put Kyosuke on high alert. He immediately dropped into a fighting stance, his brain working at overdrive to figure out what the guy was planning. Damn it, he's actually up to something. Is he packing another body enhancement trick like Brusen or some kind of hidden weapon? Completely contrary to what Kyosuke was expecting, the red-haired guy suddenly dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and pleaded, "Please take me as your disciple." The guy's completely unexpected action left Kyosuke utterly dumbfounded, his mind spinning into absolute chaos. What on earth is he trying to pull? And what's with that cup? Kyosuke wondered internally. And almost immediately, as if reading Kyosuke's confusion, the red-haired guy held up the cup and eagerly explained, "This is the Japanese doja style, right? I also heard you're supposed to offer wine to show absolute respect. I couldn't help myself, I'm completely hooked by your strength. Please teach me your magic, I'm begging you." Seeing the guy pleading like a lunatic, Kyosuke felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. "Are you out of your freaking mind?" Kyosuke muttered. However, the relentless red-haired guy pressed on. "That fight just now was unbelievable. I feel like such an absolute moron for ever picking a fight with you." Shifting to Kyosuke's perspective, he could only let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Great, just what I needed. Things just had to get complicated. Right as he thought that, Kyosuke suddenly noticed something off, prompting him to quickly turn and pat the red-haired youth on the shoulder. The red-haired guy actually thought Kyosuke was about to accept him as a disciple. But the very next second, a massive explosion erupted not far from where they stood, sending dirt and rubble flying in all directions. The source of the blast was the gigantic skeletal hand of a bone dragon slamming down hard onto the ground. Turns out that lick from earlier hadn't been the real boss after all. Looking at the sheer scale of the monster, the red-haired youth's face drained entirely of color, while Kyosuke's brow furrowed deep. So that lick wasn't the final boss. Looks like the real deal is finally showing its face. Beside him, after laying eyes on the true boss's form, the red-haired guy's brain scrambled as a memory surfaced, and he blurted out, "If I remember correct, I read about this thing in a book before. That's a bone dragon, a monster that wiped out an entire village ages ago. Word is that Lord Ingolf barely had enough power to take it down, so what the hell is it doing here?" He ranted in a panic, while Kyosuke, after hearing those words, turned his head and replied with icy indifference, "I see." His cold attitude startled the red-haired youth behind him, who frantically tried to talk him down. "Wait, don't tell me you're actually planning to fight that thing. That is way too reckless." No matter how strong you are, before the guy could even finish his sentence, Kyosuke turned back and cut him off. "Relax, and based on your little piece of trivia, Ingolf sure as hell wasn't the one who killed it." With that thought, he began turning the gears in his mind. "I get it now. For the 5-star saints, admitting that Kawakiro Misato was the one who actually slaughtered the monster would be a massive pain in the ass. So they just went ahead and twisted the narrative for future generations. Typical cowardly cowards. Well, whatever, I'll just kill it a second time. Now let's dance." Kyosuke spoke in a voice dripping with chill, and as if responding to his provocation, the bone dragon didn't hesitate for a second. It slammed its massive, skeletal hand straight down into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave rippling across the entire area. Witnessing that, the red-haired youth turned pale with terror. Before he could even react, the shockwave slammed directly into him, tossing his small frame violently backward, leaving only Kyosuke standing firmly planted in place. Even so, the sheer impact of the monster's attack caused Kyosuke's expression to darken slightly as he thought, "Damn it, it's gotten stronger than it was 20 years ago. Still, that doesn't change a thing." Finishing his thought, Kyosuke poured strength into the soles of his feet, shooting toward the bone dragon like a bolt of lightning. He leaped high into the air, closing in on its skull with his palm engulfed in a blazing golden flame, and whispered softly, "Eat this," before unleashing a devastating 1,000-pound punch straight into its massive face, which shattered its giant skull into a million tiny pieces in the blink of an eye. Not far away, the red-haired youth watched the scene unfold and practically turned to stone from sheer excitement. "Holy crap, did you guys see that? My master just blew that monster to pieces." Hearing him run his mouth, Kyosuke complained, "You flip-flop way too fast. Weren't you just crying a second ago about how fighting it was suicide?" "I don't have time to hold your hand, but this isn't over yet," Kyosuke muttered, turning his gaze forward again, which instantly froze the cheerful look right off the red-haired guy's face. Sure enough, the very next moment, the bone dragon's shattered head reassembled itself as if nothing had happened at all. Is it regenerating?" the red-haired guy screamed in absolute horror. While Kyosuke took the opportunity to school him, a bone dragon's stamina is way higher than other undead. If you hit it half-heartedly, it'll just stitch itself back together. The red-haired youth wondered briefly how Kyosuke knew something like that. But the protagonist had no intention of answering, currently busy plotting his next move internally. It's tougher than I thought. If that's the case, my next move has to be. Meanwhile, seeing Kyosuke lost in deep thought, the red-haired youth drifted off into his own train of thought, speculating, is Kyosuke trying a different approach? But how the hell is he supposed to deal with a monster like that? Across the way, the bone dragon was losing its patience, opening its jaws wide to emit a deafening, ear-piercing roar, before spinning its massive body around and lashing out with its giant tail straight at the two of them, forcing both to duck in a frantic panic to dodge the blow. However, the bone dragon's assault didn't stop there. It immediately whipped its tail around again, targeting the most dangerous individual in the room, Kyosuke. But the clumsy monster's speed still wasn't enough to give the protagonist any real trouble, and with a light, graceful dodge, he easily sidestepped the tail sweep. Over on the sidelines, the red-haired guy was getting worried since Kyosuke had been purely on the defensive. Little did he know that Kyosuke was simply biding his time, staring intently at the monster with razor-sharp eyes as he thought, not yet, the clearer the image. That's the true essence of void magic, built entirely on imagination. The clearer the mental picture, the more powerful the output. He thought to himself while quietly accumulating a strange type of magic in the palm of his hand. Too bad the bone dragon had no clue, aggressively lunging forward with its jaws wide open. The second it closed in on Kyosuke, it spewed a torrent of searing heat waves with devastating destructive power. Watching Kyosuke take a direct hit like that, the red-haired youth nearly peed his pants and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Master." But the very next second, the young man's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, because as the blinding light faded, the sight revealed before him was Kyosuke, gripping the bone dragon's razor-sharp fangs with his bare hands, completely ignoring how violently it thrashed around. Kyosuke clenched his fist tightly, while simultaneously unleashing his magic, forming a raging, spiral torrent of water that completely wrapped around the bone dragon's massive body. And finally, he flash froze its entire frame solid, rendering the giant skeletal beast completely and utterly immobile. Witnessing the end of the battle, the red-haired youth's jaw dropped so wide his eyes nearly popped out of his head. No way in hell, you are way too overpowered. Time flew by quickly, and shortly after, the two of them exited the dungeon, with the red-haired guy naturally whining right behind the protagonist. "Master, wait up." Hearing that, Kyosuke let out a fed-up sigh. "Why do you have to sound so damn cheesy?" In response, the red-haired youth flashed a bright grin. "Hey, it's all about showing proper respect." With that, noticing Kyosuke staring intently at his student ID card, he asked out of curiosity, "Are you stressing over something on your ID?" Kyosuke nodded and explained, "I was just calculating how many points a single dungeon raid actually nets me." "You're Mateo, right? How much do these points actually affect classroom rankings anyway?" Kyosuke asked, prompting Mateo to stroke his chin and ponder for a moment before explaining, "This is just a general guideline, but every 10,000 points gets you bumped up a class. So to make it into the special class, Kyosuke, you'll need around 30,000 points. Unfortunately, dungeon points are fixed rate, and that bone dragon you just wiped out doesn't give you any extra bonus points at all." Hearing that, our protagonist quickly ran the numbers in his head. "I already got 500 points from that last dungeon, which means I'd have to grind dungeons 600 times just to meet the requirement. Looks like getting into the special class is gonna take a decent chunk of time," the protagonist said calmly, while Mateo cried out in mild shock, "So you really are aiming for the special class?" At that moment, as if suddenly remembering something, Mateo brightly offered a suggestion. "Oh yeah, there's actually a shortcut to rack up points way faster." Before he could even finish his sentence, Kyosuke shoved his terrifying, deadpan face right up close to him and demanded, "Spill it." Mateo shrieked in fright. "Whoa, way too close. The Celestial Festival is coming up in a month. It's an event where students compete directly against each other in a signed trial, and the winner walks away with a massive 20,000 points." Hearing about that reward, Kyosuke's eyes grew sharper than ever. "Sweet. If I take first place, I can close the gap on Ingolf in no time." With that thought, Kyosuke clenched his fist tightly and made a bold declaration. "I'm taking first place at this celestial festival." Just like that, time flew by, and 1 month later, on the day of the Academy's Celestial Festival event, every single student planning to enter the competition to score some extra points had gathered at the venue, as the announcer's voice echoed across the grounds. "All right, let the Celestial Festival officially begin." In a corner of the plaza, Kyosuke, who desperately wanted to fast-track his way into the special class, naturally couldn't afford to miss out, and right beside him was that same red-haired youth Mateo, who cheerfully chirped, "The festival's finally starting, master," to which Kyosuke simply offered a cold, silent nod in response. Deep inside his own mind, He was already calculating how to secure first place in the tournament. If I rack up enough points and take the top spot here, I'll get promoted straight to the special class. If I do that, I'll be one step closer to that bastard who betrayed me 20 years ago. Ignoring him up on the high platform, an academy professor's voice continued to explain the rules. Your mission is simple. Capture the gemstone resting at the very top of the highest tower. Methods don't matter. You can fight each other or just climb straight up. The choice is entirely yours. Show us the power you've been training. The stern, rigid tone caused a bead of nervous sweat to roll down Mateo's brow. Meanwhile, Kyosuke broke into an amused smirk, thinking to himself, sounds like something an achievement-obsessed school would do. Right up my alley. A moment later, as if snapping back to his senses, Mateo started shadowboxing the air and ran his mouth enthusiastically. Master, we're taking first place no matter what. Hearing that, Kyosuke could only sigh wearily. When I heard that the Heavenly Festival only accepted pairs, I didn't know what to do. Luckily, I already had someone in mind. Before he could think about it any further, a familiar voice rang out from ahead. Hey there, Kyosuke. The newcomer was none other than Shirato. Her appearance caught Kyosuke by surprise, prompting him to ask, "You came here too, Shirato?" Shirato smiled and replied, "Yeah, I came to watch you shine." Standing nearby, Mateo spotted the pretty girl and eagerly chimed in, "Who's this gorgeous lady, boss? Is this your girlfriend?" His words were instantly answered by a straight chop to the head from the main character. Stop messing around. Before their conversation could go any further, the students suddenly started buzzing and shouting to each other. Hey, look over there. Right before their eyes was a giant screen, and what shocked everyone the most was the figure appearing inside that screen. None other than the traitor in golf. His appearance filled the protagonist's face with a murderous aura, making him look as if he wanted to rush up and start a fight right then and there. Shifting the scene to the viewing stand, a black-haired professor smiled and said, "Lord Ingolf, it's an honor to have you join our festival." Ingolf responded with a gentle shake of his head, "Never mind that, I was just curious about this festival. Let's see if there are any hidden gems among these young mages." Returning to Kyosuke, his face was still brimming with hostility. Seeing his expression, Shirato seemed to be deep in thought. Not long after, an announcement rang out. Students, head inside the tower. Following the command, everyone quickly stepped into the tower. Very quickly, the interior revealed itself before them. It was a spiral architecture, with multiple staircases leading straight up. Over here, seeing everyone rushing off, Mateo said, "All right, let's go, boss." Kyosuke nodded in agreement. However, things were never going to be that easy. Before the group could even set foot on the stairs leading to the upper floor, a massive explosion suddenly went off. The cause of the blast was a giant wolf. Its appearance made Mateo's eyes roll back like a dying man as he groaned. "Oh God," right from the start. Kyosuke shrugged and replied, "As expected, they already announced the creature rankings beforehand." Hearing this, Mateo hurriedly turned back to ask, "What should we do now, boss?" Before he could finish his questions, he noticed that the protagonist's figure had somehow vanished completely. Mateo quickly darted his eyes around, only to witness Kyosuke rushing forward and delivering a punch straight to the giant wolf's face, sending it crashing sideways like a dead dog. After taking down the monster guarding the staircase, the male lead calmly turned back to remind him, "What are you hesitating for? Let's move." Mateo nodded in confusion. "Ah, yeah, okay, coming." Just like that, the two of them quickly headed up to the second floor. At the same time, outside, their entire battle was being broadcasted for everyone to watch. And sure enough, that traitor in golf started paying attention to him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, Japanese, huh?" Unlike his reaction, the rest of the students gasped in awed admiration. No way. Did that student finish off the monster in one hit? Even Shirato broke into a cold sweat at the power Kyosuke displayed, whispering to herself, "I knew he wasn't ordinary." Shifting to Mateo's position, right after he landed a blow to take down a monster, Kyosuke called out, "You all right?" Answering the question, Mateo gave him a thumbs up and asserted, "I've still got plenty of energy left, boss." Seeing his lackey was doing fine, Kyosuke pressed on. "Great, then don't dawdle, let's keep going." Mateo trailed behind him with a sluggish expression. Just like that, the two of them continued up the stair, until Kyosuke noticed something. He shouted, "Stop!" Sure enough, right at that moment, a massive explosion suddenly erupted right in front of him. But this blast wasn't caused by a monster, it was man-made. The culprit was a blonde student using magic to block their path. His weird laughter echoed, "Hee hee, you guys aren't getting past us." Seeing this, Mateo grew furious, clenched his fists, thrust them forward, and cursed, "These bastards play so dirty." Hearing that, the two students felt no shame whatsoever and even mocked them back. "What did he say? Too far, I can't hear you." "Well then, see you later, losers. You guys can just sit back and watch." With that, the pair rushed forward, driving the red-haired youth mad. Hey, get back here. He let out a yell before turning to his master for advice. Boss, what do we do now? Kyosuke answered him blankly. Do what? It's easy, just fly right over. Hearing this, Mateo didn't quite understand at first. But immediately after, Kyosuke grabbed him firmly by the shoulder and leaped straight forward, dragging the young man along with him through the air. Shifting to the blonde guy's location, right in front of the two of them was a giant door resembling a boss room. Seeing this, he happily said, Awesome, this is the final room. And it's way easier than I thought. Nearby, the blue-haired guy chimed in with excitement. Exactly, no way we're losing to some Japanese guy. That was what they thought. However, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind their backs. How can that be? The voice startled the dirty tricksters into a panic as they spun around and roared. What the hell? How did you get here? Answering their question, Kyosuke replied with a look of utter contempt. I hate to break it to you too, but the obstacle you put up barely slowed me down at all. Behind him, Mateo looked practically exhausted, yet still forced himself to chime in and back up his master. That's right, we're nowhere near losing to clowns like you. You guys are dead. He pointed forward with a trembling hand. While the two students, realizing Kyosuke wasn't someone to mess with, proactively cast their magic first. Don't look down on us. We're gonna crush you, the pair shouted loudly. Yet their magic casting speed looked agonizingly slow in Kyosuke's eyes. Before their magic could even form, he had already rushed forward and delivered a chop to the back of both their necks, making their eyes roll back into their heads before they passed out on the spot. Seeing that, Mateo was shocked at first, but instantly burst into joy. Wow, I didn't even see him move. Shrugging off this minor skirmish, the two of them opened the door and stepped into the final room. Inside the room sat a crystal orb placed on a stone pedestal. Kyosuke guessed that the crystal was the treasure they needed to retrieve for the mission, and Mateo excitedly exclaimed, That's right, we're the first ones here. However, nothing ever came easy. Kyosuke quickly noticed, it's not over yet. Right after his words, several knights suddenly materialized around the crystal orb, as if summoned out of nowhere, leaving the two completely baffled as to where they appeared. This situation even startled and confused the professors watching from outside. What is this? What are those armored knights? That wasn't part of the program. Only the traitor Ingolf found it amusing, because he was the one who had set this up. He thought to himself, Awesome, let's see if they can overcome this challenge. Besides, Ingolf's face broke into a sly smile as he said, What fun would it be if it ended too quickly, right? Sitting beside him, the black-haired professor could only offer a forced laugh. Haha, you're really ruthless, sir. Responding to that, the big guy maintained his firm stance. If they want to become great mages, what's a little something like this? With that, he quietly calculated in his mind. Of course, no student can pierce through that many enemies. How could they possibly break through and get the treasure? Let's see what they've got, he said with keen interest, fixing his gaze intently on the TV screen ahead. Shifting to my man Mateo, after witnessing a horde of monsters summoned, he completely freaked out. Boss, what do we do? He panicked. As for Kyosuke, he had only one single answer for this scenario. If we don't beat them, we won't get the treasure. We have no other choice. Hearing that, the red-haired youth hurriedly turned to ask for details. Beat them. But there are so many, and they look tough too. Kyosuke replied with a dead serious expression. Even so, I have to do it. If I want to achieve my goal, I must. Looking at his unwavering expression, although Mateo still harbored some inner anxiety, he could only force himself to say, All right, then I'll back you up, even if it's just a little, he said while cracking his knuckles to warm up, completely unaware that while he was flapping his gums, a dummy behind his back whipped out a sword and attacked him at lightning speed. Luckily, Mateo reacted in time to duck and dodge. Otherwise, he would have gone to meet the Grim Reaper. On the other side, Kyosuke was also facing an attack from a dummy. However, its assault wasn't worth the protagonist's worry at all. Instantly, he used body-strengthening magic, wrapping his entire body in a pale golden aura, then casually used 2 fingers to clamp down on the tip of its sword. Next, Kyosuke channeled energy into his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched straight forward, sending the entire dummy flying high into the air. This sight made the students watching outside drop their jaws in sheer astonishment, gasping out loud. He fought back barehanded, returning to Kyosuke's position. Right then, he rushed forward again, delivering another flame fist. That sent the dummy flying backward, knocking down a whole group of dummies in a pile on the ground. Just like that, with a single blow, not a single dummy around the protagonist was left standing. Witnessing this, Mateo couldn't help but inwardly admire. The boss is seriously amazing. Not just him, even the bulky Ingolf watching from afar had to silently concede. That Japanese kid has some pretty useful magic. Don't tell me he plans to take down all of them by himself. But still, it won't be that easy. he thought, slamming his hand down hard against the table. Sure enough, just as he thought, inside the tower, less than 3 seconds after the dummies were defeated, another wave was summoned outside. This made Mateo's eyes bulge out in terror. They're spawning clones again. What on earth is the Academy thinking, sending these after us? At the same time, Sayuki had the exact same thought. With this many, he can't win, but I still want to see if he can break through. So Asai Kyosuke, what are you going to do now? She silently mewed. Returning to the protagonist, right at that moment, a dummy wielding a giant axe rushed forward, hacking straight at his position. Luckily, Kyosuke was agile enough to leap backward in time and dodge. He glanced over briefly and calculated the number of enemies in his mind. There are about 30 of them, quite a lot. But compared to back then, this is nothing. Unaware of Kyosuke's inner thoughts, the dummies ahead resumed their assault, giving him no time to rest. At this point, two dummies violently hurled the spears in their hands forward like lightning-fast arrows. Answering the attack, Kyosuke used his earth magic to raise a dirt wall to block the onslaught. However, these dummies coordinated extremely well. While there was a frontal assault, several other dummies circled around behind his back for a sneak attack. Yet Kyosuke detected this early on. He waved his hand and used wind magic, slashing out a blade of wind that blew the entire group of dummies behind him far away. But very quickly, other dummies stepped up to take their places, closing in on Kyosuke. This made his eyes narrow in annoyance as he muttered to himself, "Taking them down one by one is useless. I want to wipe them out with a powerful spell. But in a situation like this, I don't have the luxury to build up a new persona. That means my best option is a magic trick I've seen before. That way, I won't waste time recasting. Oh well, I'll just use whatever." Kyosuke let out a sigh, beginning to recall the magic that Headmaster Iwako had once used. Next, he began activating his void magic, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to suddenly fly high up into the air, as if controlled by an invisible force. Witnessing this, the bulky Engulf was so shocked he leaped out of his seat, seemingly recognizing what magic this was. Returning to Kyosuke, he began waving his arms to both sides, combining earth magic and wind magic, blasting the entire surrounding area so that not a single dummy could withstand the attack. Its power was so massive that even the group of students outside could feel the resulting shockwave. Before long, the magic slowly faded away, leaving behind the ruins of scattered dummies all over the room. Right now, Kyosuke walked up to the front of the crystal orb. He reached out, grabbed it tightly in his palm, and whispered, "Done." Elsewhere, Mateo, who had been hiding somewhere, saw that Kyosuke had completed the mission and happily ran out to celebrate. He did it. No, he actually did it, boss. Just like that, the group cheered and celebrated the protagonist's success. On another side, Sayuki also widened her eyes in astonishment at the male lead's capability. Fusion magic. He can use that too. His depth of power is terrifyingly profound. Shifting to Engulf's location, he burst into a delighted laugh. Haha. So even as a student, he can use the magic that Iwako took 20 years to develop. Asai Kyosuke, interesting. If he gets into the special class, I guarantee I'll train him well, he said, wearing a foxy expression. In the auditorium hall, someone stood on the podium, announcing that it was time to reveal the students promoted to the special class for this semester. Calling Asai Kyosuke to the stage, with a calm expression, Kyosuke pulled back his chair, stood up politely, and didn't answer. Down in the audience, a group sitting on the edge whispered amongst themselves, "He's so good, only transferred here a month ago and already achieved this. Did you see him at the festival?" One guy sitting with his arms crossed spoke up enviously, "This is nuts, can a human really do that?" Sitting beside him, Mateo stroked his chin and replied with a smug smile, "He's my master, doing stuff like that is no big deal." The man standing on the podium spoke up once more, "Next is the armband presentation ceremony. We have a special guest." Suddenly, Kyosuke's pupils shifted as he furrowed his brow in doubt, thinking, "A guest? Don't tell me," he rasped out, continuing, "Please give a warm welcome." A man in formal wear parted the curtains and slowly stepped out. With a smile, he revealed the person. "Lord Engulf, this stage is yours." Hearing such an imposing name, the audience gasped in a commotion, muttering, "What, seriously?" Dietz casually picked up the armband. Over here, Kyosuke cast a blank, assessing glare at him. Thinking Engulf, he came to the academy in person. What is he plotting? Dietz walked up close to him, observed his expression, and chuckled as he spoke. "You gave me quite an entertaining show at the Heavenly Festival." Kyosuke's expression changed as he politely lowered his gaze and hesitantly replied, "It's an honor." He slowly handed the armband to Kyosuke, who gently took it. Suddenly, Dietz leaned right up to Kyosuke's ear and coldly called his name. "Asai Kyosuke, come to my territory tonight." Down in the audience, Mateo and the others shared their confusion, asking, What's going on? What did he say to him? On stage, Diets waved to greet them, while the crowd below cheered endlessly. The noise hadn't stopped as he swept his cloak and walked out of the room. Kyosuke gripped the armband tightly, staring coldly at his retreating figure with deep thought. In golf, what on earth are you plotting? The night sky was pitch black above a grand, luxurious castle. Inside the grand hall, the butler placed his hand beneath his chest and respectfully replied, "Asai Kyosuke, right, we've been waiting for you." Kyosuke kept his hands in his pockets with a calm expression, walking behind the butler while pondering, "What does Ingolf want to tell me? Wait, does he already know I'm Misato Kawakiro? Damn it, I wanted to prepare more. If he already knows, I have no other choice." The butler stopped in front of a room, and Kyosuke paused to observe. Seeing the door slowly open, Kyosuke steadied himself, thinking, right here, right now, this could turn into a battle. He looked at the room, and then at the lavish spread of food Diets was already seated in front of. Diets gave a faint smile, holding a knife and fork to cut his steak as he looked at him and said, "You're here, sit down. We'll talk after we eat." Kyosuke stepped closer to the table and politely replied, "Excuse me." His gaze was filled with cold indifference as he suspiciously thought, "So, what's this about?" Once the food was cleared away, Diets looked straight into Kyosuke's face and calmly stated, "Once again, I want to say your performance at the Heavenly Festival was very impressive, especially the fight on the top floor. You really caught my attention. Now then, there's something I want to say." He lowered his head, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, and coldly asked, "Just what are you hiding?" That gaze sent a chill down Kyosuke's spine as he uneasily thought, damn it, does he know? Under the table, he clenched his fists and weighed his options. No, no way. If he really knew I was Kawakiro, he would have just said it straight. He's definitely probing for something else. At that moment, Diets leisurely touched his coffee cup and brought it up. "That fusion spell you used on the top floor, that's Iwako's life's work. He spent 20 years creating it. How could you possibly use it?" Hearing him say that, Kyosuke involuntarily smiled, regaining his composure as he guessed. "Just as I thought. He's only curious about my magic." Looking him straight in the face, he offered an explanation. "Back in Japan, Master Iwako gave me special training." Lifting a steaming cup of coffee, Diets rasped out, "Is that when you learned fusion magic?" Kyosuke politely responded, "Yes." Kyosuke cheerfully forced a smile, boasting proudly that he was a great teacher and that he owed him a lot. Hearing this, Diets let out a dry, indifferent chuckle, pondering for a moment before saying that sounds like something he would do, adding that the kid handled it very proficient. However, he warned him not to abuse that power. Otherwise, he would end up just like Kawakiro Misato, the guy who nearly tore the world apart. When Diets mentioned his former name, Kyosuke's expression didn't show even a hint of panic. Turning his back to Kyosuke, Diets brought up an old topic, nodding that he must have heard about the SSS rank Calamity dungeon from 20 years ago. He became completely consumed by his own power, and in the end, he hatched a twisted scheme. Diets's face contorted with anger and deep-seated jealousy as he bitterly stated that he lured the monsters out of the dungeon. His plot was to wipe out the rest of us, his own allies. Kyosuke's expression shifted, freezing in place as he thought with lingering suspicion, what the hell? Over on his end, with bitter envy etched deep in his eyes, Diets scowled and continued. Also, he could remain the only hero standing, and with that mindset, Kawakiro carried out his plan that very day. Fortunately, they managed to stop him before things completely fell apart. Right now, Kyosuke's fingers clenched into tight fists, trembling beneath the table as his mind raced and struggled with disbelief. What kind of messed up nonsense is this? Those bastards, I can't let this slide. Suddenly, Diets turned back around and warned him in a deep voice, "Which is why I'm warning you not to let power consume you." To which Kyosuke interrupted with a serious reply, "It's fine, sir. Power is just meant to fight evil, right?" His face filled with unwavering confidence and determination as he spoke up. "And I'll do whatever it takes to become stronger than anyone else." Diets's pupils reflected the boy's image, deep within which lingered the silhouette of Kawakiro. A wicked, amused grin spread across his face as he rasped out, "Just like back at the festival, you really are beyond fascinating. Fine then, I'll reward that spirit of yours." Right then, Diet stepped closer to Kyosuke, who looked up at him suspiciously and asked, "A reward?" While the older man lowered his gaze to reply, "That's right. For your next training session, I'll personally act as your sparring partner." Casting an evaluating glance down at him, he offered a cold smirk, "Of course, assuming you agree." Kyosuke stood up, politely pulling back his chair as he replied, "I understand. I'd be honored to receive your guidance," the two of them locking gazes dead in the eye. Night fell, stars illuminated the night sky, and people went about their usual business walking down the streets. Wearing a freezing cold expression, Kyosuke walked along while deeply lost in thought engulf. That's the best reward I could have ever asked. Just wait for it. I'm going to crush you with everything I've got and settle the grudge I've carried for the past 20 years. The day of the special classes scheduled training arrived. Inside the academy's training hallway, a group of soldiers chatted casually among themselves. Hey, today's the scheduled training day for the special class, right? One of them casually carried a book over his shoulder and muttered enviously, I'm so jealous. They get to meet Lord in golf. I wish he'd train me too. Before he even finished speaking, the guy felt a sudden chill run down his spine and nervously glanced over his shoulder. Radiating pure, murderous intent was Kyosuke, glaring at the guy who had just been running his mouth while sitting on a bench. The two of them turned pale, the other guy shaking in panic as he whispered, hey, let's get out of here, and the first guy frantically stammered in agreement. The pair scrambled away in a hurried panic, leaving only Kyosuke staring coldly ahead and murmuring, in golf. Finally, I can settle this score. He promised to spar with me during today's training session. He probably just wants to teach some nosy kid a lesson, but for me, it's a whole different story. I'm going to completely crush him and make him regret betraying me 20 years ago. Right at that moment, on the academy's training grounds, a raspy voice rang out, all right, the scheduled training session will begin right now. If you please, Lord in golf, and as soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly stepped into everyone's view. Dietz walked forward, observing the soldiers' reactions before responding. Instantly, Kyosuke's gaze narrowed as he calmly thought to himself, there he is. Stepping forward a few paces, Dietz began to lecture. I have high hopes for you all, the finest elites of the academy, and while you hone your skills every day as usual, observation is a form of training too. So today, I've decided to heat things up with a sparring match. No need to look so nervous, I've already chosen my opponent, Dietz said, locking eyes with Kyosuke and offering a faint, chilling smile as he called out. Asai Kyosuke stepped forward. In a flash, Mateo materialized up in the stands, his eyes popping out of his head as he blurted out, holy crap. Skipping class was totally worth it. The master is actually fighting Lord in golf. Unintentionally, his eyes drifted toward someone down below, thinking with sudden suspicion, wait, that girl from the Celestial Festival is here too. Rubbing the tip of his nose with a reddish tint, Mateo speculated, I get it now. Things between the master and her are really coming along, huh? Down below, Sayuki felt a sudden shiver run down her spine, crossing her arms as she contemplatively muttered, I can feel some weird gaze locked onto me. Whatever, forget it. A 5-star saint hailed as a hero of the world. Let's see what this guy can actually do. Facing an opponent like this on the training stage, the hem of Dietz's long robe fluttered gently as he lowered his voice. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Kyosuke's eyes remained calm as he rationally calculated, composing himself to judge the situation. Ingolf is one of the trickiest bastards among the 5-star saints. He's in a completely different leg than Iwako or Lei. But you're the one who's going to be nailing today. Seeing that the boy had fully prepared himself, Dietz clenched his fingers, released a surge of power, and announced, I'll take the first move. Channeling power down into his hand, he swung his arm forward in a rapid motion. Striking straight at his targeted mark, a deafening boom echoed through the air. That punch closed in on Kyosuke in an instant, forcing him to hastily raise his arms to dodge. The surrounding soldiers scrambled out of the way in a flurry, shouting in stunned shock, what the hell, wind magic? Even Sayuki hurriedly threw up a hand as she inwardly deduced, no, just the shockwave from that punch alone tore the air apart. Right then, crouching low to the ground, Kyosuke unleashed his full power and smirked disdainfully. Is he using body enhancement? I'll counter with earth magic. The ground across the arena suddenly ruptured, thrusting upward to crash directly into Dietz's magic. Maintaining an utterly calm expression, Dietz continued channeling power through his hand. Looking down at Kyosuke with an appreciative smirk, he praised, you actually blocked it. Standing up smoothly and dusting the sand off his clothes, Kyosuke offered a dry chuckle, so that's body enhancement. No wonder it hit like a truck. Glancing down at the broken chunks of stone, Kyosuke thought thoughtfully, it took everything I had just to block that with reinforced earth. The raw power behind that blow is insane. Suddenly, Dietz let out a grim, mocking laugh. You've got it all wrong. I haven't even used body enhancement yet, he said, pulling back the lapel of his robe. Kyosuke's expression furrowed slightly as he locked his eyes straight onto him. A glowing golden orb of magical energy materialized in Dietz's palm as he coldly declared, I'm using it now. Finishing his sentence, he hurled the orb straight at his opponent. Kyosuke's expression shifted drastically as he cried out in surprise and quickly leaped out of the way of the oncoming fireball. Diets rapidly unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs straight at the boy. The crushing magical assault put Kyosuke on the defensive, forcing him to scramble and dodge for his life. Up in the stands, Mateo furrowed his brow in anxious worry. No way, is the master getting pushed back? What kind of insane attack is that? Down below, Diets' face lit up with exhilaration as he shifted into a stance and rasped out, trying to escape with wind magic. You've got sharp instincts, kid, but this fight isn't over yet. With that, he funneled his absolute strongest magical output into a blast aimed right at Kyosuke. Before the attack could reach him, Kyosuke frantically scrambled to evade it. Clenching his fingers tight and grinding his teeth as he glared at the older man, he thought, with that kind of destructive output, this isn't the time to hold back, causing him to quickly spring back to his feet. Diets' expression darkened as he thought with mild suspicion. He stopped. Could he be planning to counterattack? Sayuki's expression turned dead serious as she muttered to herself, that's the exact same thing he used during the Celestial Festival. Fusion magic. Kyosuke's eyes lit up, burning with intense, murderous intent. He manipulated his magic to launch a flurry of floating boulders straight at his target. Diet swiftly moved to intercept the incoming attack, his face twisting into a fierce grimace, whites showing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth to withstand the impact. Out of nowhere, a deafening explosion blasted right before Kyosuke's eyes. As the thick, blinding black smoke began to clear, Diets was left kneeling on one knee, frozen in place. Kyosuke frowned irritably, thinking the shockwave cushioned the impact, that bastard engulfed. He's gotten way stronger over the past 20 years, Diets muttered with a low chuckle, lowering his head. With lethal intent burning deep in his eyes, he sneered, good, very good. Guess I shouldn't hold my cards back either. A blinding aura of power flared up behind Diets, forcing Kyosuke to raise an arm to block the blinding light. Hiding behind his hand, he muttered a calm acknowledgement. As dawn approached, he stared straight ahead in puzzled realization. What is that? That magic. Diets looked down at Kyosuke with a provocative grin, speaking in a chilly voice, come on, let's keep this fight going. A terrifying wave of magical pressure erupted from Diets, causing Kyosuke to catch his breath, a spell even I don't recognize. Watching him gesture with a mocking finger, he thought, so he actually managed to learn a trick like that over the past 20 years, huh? Keeping a cool head, he dropped into a fighting stance, whatever. Let's see what he's really made of. Kyosuke's eyes flashed sharply. Thrusting his palm forward, the ground began to fracture, starting with this move. Diets frowned and dodged, earth magic. Kyosuke's eyes narrowed like blades. This is an area of effect attack. He can't dodge this, and the ground right where the older man landed shattered beneath him, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opening right in front of him, Kyosuke spread his arms to trigger his next move. Once his footing is broken, I'll unleash fusion magic to finish him off. A powerful strike surged forward at his command, fusion magic. Watching from the sidelines, Mateo cheered enthusiastically. Hell yeah, the master's unleashing fusion magic. Sayuki, standing beside him, was completely drawn into the match. He's losing his balance midair. This is the perfect opening. Just as she predicted, the blow was about to land. But unbeknownst to anyone, the corners of Diets' mouth crept upward in a secret smile. He braced his body and let out a loud roar. The move caught Kyosuke off guard for a split second. What the hell, what is he doing? He actually blocked those massive boulders with his bare hands. Bit by bit, Diets steadily overpowered the oncoming vortex of earth and stone. He literally tore the technique right in half. The debris scattered wildly in opposite directions. Diets stood there with chilling composure. Kyosuke couldn't believe his own eyes. He just cut right through. My fusion magic. Sayuki broke out in a cold sweat at the sheer, terrifying display of power. No way. He completely neutralized magic on that scale. Diets spoke to him in a low, rumbling voice. That was an excellent attack. Diets' entire body remained completely unharmed under a shroud of magic, but it's not going to pierce my mana armor. It finally clicked for Kyosuke. Mana armor, I get it. That golden light is his armor. His fingers tightened slightly, but to block fusion magic without taking a single scratch, that kind of durability is straight up absurd. Offering a smirk, Diets noted, this armor isn't just here to protect me. Taking a step forward, he added, it turns my body into a weapon, fusing offense and defense into one. That is the true essence of my mana armor. With a sudden dash, he lunged forward with a smug grin. Here I come. Launching his entire body into midair, he clenched his fist tightly. Kyosuke hastily leaped back a few paces. With a single blow, he completely obliterated the spot where Kyosuke had been standing just a second ago. Mateo gasped in shock. What the hell? The flying chunks of debris rained down, relentlessly battering Kyosuke. It took a long while for the dust and sand to finally settle. Wiping a streak of blood off his cheek, Kyosuke muttered, "Damn you, Ingolf. He's way stronger than he was 20 years ago." Diet still stood tall and immovable, and his mana armor is a massive pain in the ass. Narrowing his eyes, his mind losing its initial composure, I've got a way to counter it, but that magic still isn't complete. I don't even know if I can pull it off. Flexing his wrists, Diet spoke up, "Not going to make a move. Suit yourself." Right after, Diets darted forward like lightning. "I'm ending this right here." Kyosuke scowled in frustration. "Damn it. I don't have a choice anymore." Grabbing one wrist with his other hand, he gritted his teeth and funneled a surge of power straight into his palm. Seeing this, Diets chuckled inwardly, trying to cook up some kind of trick. "You really think that's going to stop me?" Suddenly, the space all around him plunged into darkness. Diet stood there in total confusion. Watching the boy strain himself to keep casting the technique, he narrowed his eyes with a sinister glint. Diet swung his right arm up, striking Kyosuke and sending him flying. Unable to dodge in time, he took the blow head-on. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clicked his tongue in regret. "Figures, I still haven't mastered it yet." It took him a moment to steady himself and face the older man at this rate. Suddenly, Diets relaxed his fist. To Kyosuke's astonishment, he spoke up, "Enough." Diets said indifferently, "This is more than enough for a spar. Let's call it a day here." However, this only made Kyosuke's expression darken severely, his hands clenching so hard they trembled. He casually announced to the students, "The regular training session comes to an end here. Dismissed." The young students hurried after him in praise. "Lord Ingolf, that performance just now was truly amazing. It's so inspiring to the student." Someone chuckled, "That Asai put up a pretty good fight, but in the end, Lord Ingolf kept him cornered the whole match." Another nodded. "A 5-star saint is truly on another level." Only Mateo came over to comfort Kyosuke. "Boss, you did great, but going up against Ingolf, nobody's going to blame you." He said nothing, only telling himself, "I underestimated him. I can't beat Ingolf right now." Clenching his hands with determination, he thought, "I need to push void magic further and get even stronger." Around them, the chatter of the students went on as lively as ever. Tsuyuki quietly watched Kyosuke's retreating back, thinking, "Nobody here realizes what kind of potential Asai Kyosuke is hiding." Diet slowly strode away from the crowd. He recalled the feeling from the match just now. What was that moment? Bloodlust? No, it was something else. A delighted smile appeared on Diet's face. "Still, it's been a long time since I've experienced such an intense fight." Afterwards, he turned away with a firm back. "No matter." Asai Kyosuke. Diets chuckled to himself once more. He's not the type of person who will end here. Holding a glass of fine red wine, Diets calmly leaned back into his armchair. Gently swirling the wine in his glass, he pondered, "It's been so long since a battle genuinely excited me." His hand carefully controlled the force to keep the wine from spilling, thinking, "But that Asai Kyosuke, I didn't expect him to be this strong." He recalled the fleeting shock during the match. "Especially in that moment, I actually felt scared." Diet's deep eyes reflected off the surface of the wine glass, thinking back. Come to think of it, a distant memory suddenly washed over him. "I've experienced that feeling once before." A shout from the past echoed back. That person stood before a younger Diets and gently said, "All right, looks like I win." Kneeling on the ground, he looked up and asked Kaiwakiro, "What was that just now? You've been hiding that magic from me this whole time, haven't you?" He burst out laughing, putting his hands on his hips. "You almost took me down right over there just now anyway. Besides, I've got to keep my trump card hidden until the very end, right?" A younger Diets muttered to himself, "You never change. You're always outside my expectations." Standing back up, he sighed, "That's why you're my lifelong rival." Straightening his posture, Diets challenged again. "Let's go another round, Kaiwakiro." Clicking his tongue, the present-day Diets mused, "Damn it, the alcohol is making me too nostalgic." Suddenly, his expression darkened gloomily. "But the past is tainted. It can't be washed clean anymore." Another sigh escaped him. "Still, I miss that thrill of fighting someone on equal footing." Diet's eyes lit up as if anticipating something. "So come on," Asai Kyosuke. Perhaps looking toward the teenager's uncertain future, he thought, "Show me what you've got." Kyosuke looked up at the deep cave before him, whispering, "It's just like 20 years ago. Looks like I can make use of it." Clenching both fists tightly, he resolved, "I don't have what it takes to fight Ingolf right now. I need to retrain from scratch." The entrance exuded an ultimate gloom, but fortunately, this dungeon was the perfect place for it. Step by step, he walked inside. The pressure here made every step of his heavy. It had a gravity field much stronger than the outside. Kyosuke realized, no wonder Ingolf could hit so hard. If I took a direct blow from him, I'd be done for. Lifting his arm up and down, he determined, So first, I have to make this body stronger. Just thinking about it made him want to smile. Once I can go toe-to-toe with him, the magic I've developed will deliver the final blow. Ahead was a den of dragons and tigers with thousands of monsters, yet he had only one goal. Just you wait, Ingolf. Time flew by, and 3 days had already passed. Sayuki watched the passing crowd and thought, strange, Asai Kyosuke hasn't returned to the dorm since that day. The black-haired girl wondered, where could he have gone? Suddenly, she saw a slouching figure dragging his feet after class. Sayuki recognized it was Mateo, looking as withered as a rotten flower, muttering, without the boss, life is so boring. Her voice snapped Mateo back to reality slightly. Hey. Mateo's eyes widened. The boss's fangirl. Hearing this, Sayuki inwardly cursed, fangirl my foot. Suddenly, realizing the advantage of that misunderstanding, she said, ah, right, if people think that, it's even more convenient for me. Do you know where Kyosuke is? Mateo scratched his head in confusion. I don't know the exact location, but I heard he went to the Eastern Forest to train or something. Sayuki narrowed her eyes in thought. The Eastern Forest, could it be? A moment later, the black-haired girl turned and ran off. Got it, thanks. Left behind, Mateo stupidly waved. You're welcome. The red-haired guy continued to think naively. Man, she's so enthusiastic. Before long, Sayuki tracked her way to the forest where the dungeon was located. A dungeon hidden deep in the forest. Right, that's the perfect place to train. She bit her lip in self-doubt, but how did he find out about it? He didn't know anything about this place. A suspicion popped into Sayuki's head. Could it be? Bit by bit, as if pulling back a curtain hiding a shocking secret, she thought, it's possible. Sayuki's eyes flashed, cold sweat rolling down her cheek. Asai Kyosuke is Misato Kawakiro. The black-haired girl recalled about a month ago. Her superior had called Sayuki in then, and she was given a secret order. She remembered leafing through the assigned documents page by page. Investigate anyone who could be Misato Kawakiro in disguise, and his image flashed vividly in her mind. Asai Kyosuke was on that list. The hand over Sayuki's chest tightened. If he really is Misato Kawakiro, then I. Her footsteps grew heavier and heavier. The pressure here made Sayuki pant. I've been here once for another mission, and it's just as brutal as I remember. The dark tunnel ahead seemed endlessly long. Asai Kyosuke, has he been training here? Fortunately, she found the person she was looking for. Kyosuke stood squarely amidst piles of neatly sliced monster corpses. There he is. But there was something completely different about his surroundings, to the point that Sayuki hurriedly hid, not daring to show herself. His aura, it's completely different. Looking around the cave, she panicked. And all these monsters, did he take them down all by himself? Sayuki narrowed her eyes. An overwhelming presence, radiating from Kyosuke's entire body, made her swallow hard. Is beyond my imagination. Leaving the dungeon, Sayuki hurriedly made a call. Yes, that's right. The black-haired girl said timidly, at this rate, he might actually surpass Lord Ingolf. The other end of the line let out an interested gasp. Then what about the possibility of him being Kawakiro? Sayuki was silent for a moment before answering, very high. The person on the other end chuckled softly. She happily chimed in, just as I thought. Beneath her feet, dozens of people were kneeling. Things are about to get very interesting. Burjo spread his arms and said loudly, everything. Her brilliant blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Is unfolding exactly according to divine arrangement. In the gloomy cave, crystals emitted a faint purple glow, illuminating the space. Kyosuke stood beside a dragon's corpse and muttered, done. Rubbing his wrists with a joyful tone, he concluded, this time it'll reach Ingolf. In the modern room, a man was about to leave when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He turned back to look at the device, wondering to himself, who could it be? This person was none other than the 5-star Saint Iwako Heideki. Without hesitation, Heideki picked up the phone and answered, hello. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man calmly spoke, it's me. Hearing that voice, Heideki recognized it instantly, Ingolf. He timidly probed, what's wrong? Only to hear Dietz coldly make a request, there's something I want to ask you. He continued, about a student named Asai Kyosuke. Hearing that, Heideki widened his eyes in terror. After a while, he recounted all the information. Dietz responded calmly upon hearing it. I understand. That's all I wanted to know. Heideki replied with a trembling voice, right. Ending the call, he placed the receiver back on the cradle. Heideki was terrified out of his mind, thinking anxiously. Ingolf asked me about Asai Kyosuke's past, but I can't say he's actually Kawakiro. He clutched his head, shouting with mortal dread, if I say it, I'll die. On Dietz's end, he stared at the phone in deep thought. His mood grew heavy as he pondered. Iwako is hiding something, but I can't find clear proof. Dietz turned to leave while considering. If so, next is. Suddenly, he noticed something on the floor. It was an envelope. Dietz looked at it in puzzled thought. Did someone slip a letter under the door? He picked up the letter and opened it, curiously guessing. Who sent this, I wonder? The moment he saw the contents inside, Dietz widened his eyes in horror. This is. Then he clenched the letter tightly, hatred welling up in his chest. I see. Dietz gritted his teeth in anger. I knew it. An old memory flashed through his mind. A short-haired person sat with him on a high cliff, looking troubled as they apologized. Sorry about today, Kawakiro. The person sitting beside him didn't seem to mind much and replied, It's fine. Kawakiro leaned toward Dietz and expressed, Your hometown was destroyed. Of course I have to help. He turned to look at him with some hesitation and advised, Are you sure about this? Conquering the dungeon requested by the nation would probably benefit you more. Tilting his head up at the sky, he spoke with a mocking, sarcastic tone. They're just higher-ups wanting to flaunt their power. Kawakiro calmly explained, I'd rather help people who actually need it. Hearing that, Dietz laughed and remarked, Man, you're kind to the bone. Looking back at the scenery before them, he spoke cheerfully. Besides, Kawakiro sincerely praised, This place is really beautiful. Hearing that, Dietz proudly recounted, It's called Keld Hill, the best spot around here to watch the sunset. Sensing his joy, he followed up with an assessment. I see, I can tell you really cherish this place. Suddenly, Dietz called out his name, Kawakiro. Kawakiro glanced at him suspiciously, waiting for the rest, only to see his expression turn solemn as he declared, I want to get stronger. Dietz's tone was utterly resolute as he confided, not just for my hometown, but because so many other places are threatened by dungeons. Hearing this, Kawakiro laughed happily and said, Why not? I'll team up with you. Following that, he jumped up and passionately declared, All right, I've decided to toughen myself up while in this country. Dietz couldn't help but smile. Let's do it. He responded happily. It's a deal. Returning to reality, he stood by the window, letting himself sink into his thoughts. After that, we usually agreed to meet up on that hill to push past our limits whenever we had free time. Remembering a certain point in time, Dietz suddenly furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze turning icy. But, unable to hold back his resentment, he thought, At that moment, a sea of fire completely consumed my mind. In the past, a young Dietz was running frantically through a sea of blazing fire. Reaching a certain spot, he abruptly stopped, his eyes filled with shock mixed with disbelief. What made him like that was the figure of Kawakiro standing ahead, laughing out loud. Remembering this, Dietz angrily clenched his fists and made up his mind. I won't drag Nathaniel, Claudia, or the other five-star saints into this. He vengefully declared, I will finish off Kawakiro with my own hands. At the academy, Kyosuke was walking down the hallway. He walked while deep in thought. The next regular training session is in a week. That's when I'll rematch in golf. Kyosuke swore coldly, This time I will definitely. Suddenly, someone called out, interrupting the thoughts in his head, Boss. From behind, Mateo rushed over and shouted happily, Boss, you're back. Seeing this, Kyosuke asked questioningly, Why are you in such a rush? Mateo answered honestly, The headmaster told me to give you this letter. He repeated in confusion, A letter, the guy affirmed and held it out, right here. Kyosuke calmly opened the letter to inspect it. After reading it, he widened his eyes in slight shock. Mateo leaned in curiously to look. What does the letter say? But Kyosuke quickly folded it up and turned away. Nothing. The guy stood in place, whispering in confusion, Boss. Behind him, Sayuki was hiding behind a pillar, seriously monitoring everything. A while later, a figure was standing and waiting atop the lush green hill. Noticing the movement, Dietz greeted him. You're here. Looking at the back ahead of him, Kyosuke calmly asked, Keld Hill, what is the reason you called me here? He indifferently pointed out, That's right, I know who you are. Dietz turned to stare straight at him, exposing him with a cold tone. Aside Kyosuke, no, Misato Kawakiro. Kyosuke didn't confirm anything either, maintaining his composure as he asked back, You called me here for that reason. He turned around and clarified, Isn't it obvious? Dietz burst out his power from within his body and said, I called you here. He declared with utmost rage, to erase your existence from this world. Hearing that, Kyosuke also replied coldly, Is that so? We feel the same way. Channeling his power to surround his body, he uttered, I'll send you off myself. Standing tall and imposing, Kyosuke spoke with a commanding voice. I have one question to ask. Posing with a dangerous demeanor, he continued, You claim you're certain I'm Kawakiro Misato. Just how on earth can you be so sure? Visibly tense, Dietz brushed the question off. You don't need to know that, but I will tell you this much. Frowning deeply, he declared, This has nothing to do with the five-star saints. This is strictly a personal matter between us. Kyosuke pressed on, So that's why you chose this place. to which Dietz bluntly replied, "That's right." Suddenly growing larger in stature, Dietz warned him, "Don't make the mistake of crossing paths with me." Gritting his teeth with burning fury, he snarled, "I will never forgive you." Unfazed and completely devoid of fear, Kyosuke let out a cold smirk. What a coincidence, I was thinking the exact same thing. The boundary between the two of them instantly grew sharp and defined, both radiating pure, murderous intent. Burning with explosive momentum, Dietz raised his superpowered fist high, shouting, "Just like you saw in the sparring match, my mana armor blocks every single attack." Immediately after, a golden armor materialized across his body, physical or magical, it doesn't matter, which means. Pissed off and charging forward at full speed, Dietz roared, "Kawakairo, you have zero chance of beating me." The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed a fierce, heavy punch straight toward where Kyosuke stood. Dietz kept up a relentless, punishing barrage of brutal attacks, giving his opponent no breathing room to counter. Kyosuke dropped into a steady stance, bracing himself to take Dietz's onslaught head-on. Staring at him with unblinking eyes, Dietz challenged, "Let's see what you'll do this time." Remembering the moment Kyosuke had collapsed in pain during their previous sparring session, Dietz thought, "Last time all you did was dodge. If you try that again." Racked with anxious haste as he plotted to finish the fight, he thought, "I'll slam you with another shockwave." Suddenly, a pair of agile feet sprang upward into the air. Enveloped in a vibrant green aura of light, Kyosuke wore a grim, serious expression as he lunged straight forward. Seeing Kyosuke move with such blinding agility, Dietz froze in sheer disbelief. What? Watching the boy hurtle right toward him, he thought, is he actually taking this head-on? Without missing a beat, Kyosuke threw a punch designed to intercept Dietz's attack. Instantly, his strike manifested multiple glowing green rings that wrapped around Dietz's technique. In a flash, Kyosuke appeared directly above him, his entire body blazing with intense flames. Locking his eyes onto Dietz with a gaze burning with hatred, he planted his stance to unleash his next move. And right after that, their hands collided with terrifying force. A blinding vortex instantly erupted right between them, blasting both figures back. Kyosuke dug his heels hard into the ground, sliding back a bit before managing to steady himself and avoid being blown away. In that brief moment, it finally clicked. I get it now. His armor is as hard as solid rock. Observing Dietz's every move, Kyosuke thought thoughtfully. He can punch right through shockwaves, and on top of that, his attacks hit way harder than before. Staring hard at Kyosuke, Dietz thought that physical conditioning. I see, you've been training like hell. Beneath those scheming, calculating eyes, he muttered, but surely that's not all you've got. Noticing Kyosuke's body undergoing a subtle transformation, realization struck him. Don't tell me. Are you copying my mana armor? Realizing the truth, Dietz gritted his teeth in bitter rage and cursed under his breath. How pathetic. Clenching his fists tightly, he yelled out, "Kawakairo, I finally figured out the trick behind your stupid magic." Pointing a finger straight at Kyosuke's face, he declared, "Your void magic lets you copy other people's abilities, doesn't it?" With a sarcastic sneer, Dietz mocked, "But imitation is just imitation at the end of the day. Cheap parlor tricks like that mean nothing against." Standing there with a deeply annoyed expression as he listened to the man run his mouth, Kyosuke thought, "Your time magic really turned you into an arrogant bastard." Suddenly placing a hand over his chest and bowing his head, Dietz added, "Even I used to look up to you." Instantly snapping his sharp gaze back up at the boy, he spat, "But you're a shadow of what you used to be. You've gotten completely pathetic." Flaring up in size once more, Dietz roared, "And you will never, ever pierce through my mana armor." Radiating a blinding, brilliant glow from his entire body, Dietz gritted his teeth and emphasized, "Never." On the receiving end, Kyosuke calmly retorted, "Copying, close but not quite." Clenching his fist tight, he added, "Void magic goes way deeper than that." Turning slightly away and raising a hand to conjure a flash of blue light, Kyosuke stated, "It took me a while to fully visualize it, but I can finally show it to you." Hearing those words, Dietz instantly remembered. That must have been the trick he was trying to pull off during our sparring match, his ultimate technique. But that realization didn't shake his confidence in the slightest, thinking, even so, it won't matter. Charging forward like a madman, Dietz yelled, "No magic in existence can pierce my armor." Raising his fist high with absolute conviction, he aimed straight at Kyosuke to finish him off. With cold, completely emotionless eyes, Kyosuke whispered, "Activate void magic." Dietz sprinted forward at full tilt and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Eat this." Yet Kyosuke just stood his ground, unnervingly calm. The next second, a spray of fresh blood splattered across the air right in front of Dietz. Losing his balance, he stumbled backward repeatedly. Clutching his wounded arm with a grimace of agony, Dietz muttered in disbelief, "He actually actually wounded my arm. Staring down at his bleeding limb, completely unable to accept reality, he panicked. No way in hell did he just shatter my armor. That's impossible. Refusing to let go of his denial, Dietz muttered, "Nobody can." Kyosuke coolly replied, "I told you already, void magic isn't just about copying." Looking thoroughly startled, Dietz gasped out, "That is." Catching sight of the weapon gripped in Kyosuke's hand, he went pale with shock, a flame sword. Completely losing his composure, Dietz shrieked, "What the hell, what is this?" While Kyosuke continued, "Forged entirely from imagination, that is the true essence of void magic." Pointing the blade directly at Dietz's chest, he added, "Now then, why don't you?" Locking his sharp, piercing gaze onto the man, Kyosuke declared, "Experience its power firsthand." Dietz let out a cold snort, his mind gripped by a mix of fear and sheer disbelief as he thought, how is this even possible? How could that blade possibly slice through my mana armor? His mind drifted back in a daze to the exact moment from their earlier clash. His thoughts were abruptly cut short by Kyosuke's mocking voice, "You look awfully confused." Resting his divine flame sword casually across his shoulder, Kyosuke stared at him with chilling mockery. "You sat there bragging that your magic could block every single attack, but reality begs to differ." Still clinging stubbornly to his pride, Dietz shot back, "What are you talking about? My mana armor is invincible. My magic has 0 blind spots." Before he could even finish his rant, Kyosuke cut him off, "Wrong. It definitely has one. Because your magic attribute converts mana into metal, the metal attribute." Hearing his weakness called out so accurately, Dietz stiffened completely, freezing in place. Regaining his voice, he barked, "How the hell do you know that?" To which Kyosuke replied nonchalantly, "Don't be ridiculous, I already used it against you, remember." Only then did Dietz recall that specific attack from earlier, finally putting the pieces together with a jolt of shock. So that's what he was doing back then. Kyosuke casually continued, "If I can recreate it, that means I've already completely analyzed it." Turning serious, he broke it down for Dietz. "No matter how hard a metal is, it's never truly invincible, which is why I came up with something. A sword heated to extreme temperatures capable of melting metal straight down." With that final remark, he leveled his blazing sword directly at Dietz. Staring directly at the roaring flames wrapping around the blade, Dietz grew increasingly terrified, thinking, "My mana armor has withstood countless spells without a single scratch. Even fire attacks never phased it, yet." Just how much thermal energy did he channel into that blade? While Dietz panicked, Kyosuke aggressively pointed the tip of his sword forward in open challenge. Delivering a cold, brutal reality check straight to the man's face, Kyosuke stated, "Face it, Ingolf, you can't block my attacks anymore." Driven to the point of gnashing his teeth in pure rage, Dietz snapped, "Stop looking down on me." Still refusing to admit defeat, he shouted, "Just because you pulled off one little parlor trick doesn't mean you win." As a towering wave of white-hot anger erupted from his body, sending rubble flying in all directions, Dietz charged furiously toward Kyosuke. Raising his fist high, he roared aggressively, "I'm going to smash that arrogant look right off your face." As his punch came hurtling forward, Kyosuke blocked it cleanly with the flat of his blade. A fierce, vicious glint flashed across the boy's eyes as he swung his sword in a wide arc. The strike sent Dietz flying backward through the air. Crashing hard from the blow, the wound on his leg stained his clothes bright red with fresh blood. He slumped over in agony before slowly forcing himself back up to his feet. Glaring at the boy with a mix of shock and disbelief, Dietz thought, "No way." Standing tall and unyielding, Kyosuke looked down at him and sneered, "When you let your emotions take over, your movements turn sloppy, clumsy, and completely predictable. You still haven't changed a bit, have you?" His current aura felt light years away from the inexperienced kid he used to be. The words sent a complex wave of emotions swirling through Dietz, who shook his head to snap out of it and yelled, "Shut your trap." "Shut the hell up!" Roaring in fury, Dietz threw a punch that manipulated the ground, sending a jagged trail of earth tearing toward Kyosuke. Kyosuke clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, asking with transparent disdain, "You still want to go?" As the onslaught of earth and rock surged toward him, he simply sidestepped with effortless grace to dodge it. By then, Dietz had already closed the distance, winding up for a sucker punch, while Kyosuke was supposedly distracted. Shouting at the top of his lungs with a wild expression, he screamed, "Stop acting high and mighty with me about the past," forcing Kyosuke to throw up a quick, surprised evade. Throwing another ferocious punch his way, Dietz ground his teeth and shrieked, You burned my hometown down to ashes." Hearing those words, Kyosuke froze for a split second, looking genuinely bewildered. Regaining his composure, he calmly tried to clarify, "Hold on a second, Ingolf, what are you?" But caught up in a blind frenzy of rage, Dietz refused to listen, screaming at the top of his lungs to drown out the boy's voice. Realizing talking sense into him was a lost cause, Kyosuke sighed. Fine then. He dropped into a battle stance and began channeling his mana. A dense, heavy wave of magical energy surged outward from his body. It unleashed a direct assault straight toward Diet. Amidst a thick cloud of billowing smoke, Dietz grunted in irritation, shielding his face as he choked out smoke. Flaring up with even greater fury, he cursed, "Damn you." Suddenly, the glowing tip of Kyosuke's flame sword pressed right against his throat, shocking him into immediate silence. The surrounding atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense as the two of them locked into position, neither making a move. Kyosuke glared straight into his eyes with a harsh, unyielding scowl. Diet stood completely rigid, too terrified to even breathe. Closing his eyes tightly with a look of bitter resentment, he choked out, "Why?" Pouring his raw heart out, he began to vent. "I genuinely thought of you as a worthy rival, someone I could finally go all out against in a real fight." Unable to hold back the tears welling up in his voice, he accused the boy. "So why didn't you let me believe in that?" After a brief pause, Kyosuke opened his mouth to reply, "Engulf you." But right at that exact instant, an arrow came flying out of nowhere, piercing straight into the back of Dietz' neck. Eyes wide with shock, Dietz gasped softly before collapsing forward. Looking just as stunned, Kyosuke blurted out instinctively, "What?" Whirling around to face the direction the arrow had come from, he heard the sharp, steady click of high heels approaching the edge of the high cliff above. Offering a mocking, twisted smile, Burjo called down, "I wasn't about to let you two wrap things up quite like that." Furrowing his brows in deep anger, Kyosuke snarled, "You." Catching a clear look at her face, he gasped in shock, "Claudia." Offering a mocking greeting, Burjo smirked, "Long time no see, Kawakiro." Hit with a wave of confusion, Kyosuke thought, "She already knows my true identity." Channeling her magic with a sinister grin plastered across her face, Burjo said, "I'd love to sit down and catch up properly, but that's going to have to wait. After all, the real fun is only just beginning." As a dark, swirling aura of malevolent demonic energy suddenly enveloped Dietz's entire body. Overwhelmed by sudden, agonizing pain, Dietz let out an involuntary gasp. "Gah." The sinister aura forcefully hoisted his limp body off the ground. Watching the scene unfold, Kyosuke couldn't help cursing internally, "Damn it, it's Claudia's magic." Having achieved her exact goal, Burjo chuckled maliciously. "Now then, why don't you two slaughter each other to your heart's content?" Infused with fresh demonic power from Claudia's spell, Dietz not only recovered his fighting strength, but grew even more monstrously powerful, planting his feet firmly as he locked his empty, vacant stare onto Kyosuke with a low, feral growl. Standing high up on the cliffside, Burjo watched the two figures down below as a passing breeze gently fluttered the hem of her skirt. Suddenly, another figure stepped up beside her and called out, "Lady Claudia, it's time." Standing below with his sword in hand, Kyosuke looked up in shock as a familiar silhouette caught his eye. "That's." As the person stepped fully into view, Kyosuke dropped the name in utter disbelief, "Shirato Seiyuki." Narrowing his eyes with an accusatory glare, Kyosuke demanded, "Why the hell are you reporting to Claudia?" Ignoring his question entirely, Burjo simply tossed out a parting remark, "Now go fight with everything you've got, Kawakiro," before turning around and walking away alongside Seiyuki. Infuriated, Kyosuke lunged forward a step as if to chase after them, shouting, "Wait, Claudia." But before he could take another step, a towering figure radiating an overwhelming, oppressive aura stepped directly into his path. Terrifying shockwaves of blinding magical power flared wildly from the man's body. Enshrouded in translucent layers of armor once more, Dietz clenched both fists tightly and let out a prolonged, deafening roar. Grip tightening around his sword, Kyosuke assessed the situation mentally. Engulf. He's clearly out of his mind. Remembering the sight of Dietz collapsing earlier, he realized Claudia must have cast her supreme hypnosis magic on him. A grim truth hit him. Even the flawless hypnosis spell I once used on that guy Yoichi was actually just a cheap imitation of Claudia's original mind control magic. Staring at the raging, volatile presence standing before him, Kyosuke let out a heavy internal sigh. If she's using that on Engulf, this is going to be a massive pain in the ass. Flicking his flaming sword forward, Kyosuke locked in his resolve. Either way, I don't have any other choice. I'm just going to have to power through. At that moment, Dietz suddenly threw his head back and let out a loud roar. Right after the roar, he launched an attack on Kyosuke, who immediately got into a ready stance, sticking to the original plan. Kyosuke observed every move Dietz made with a sharp, calm gaze, reading his opponent's intent. Every step Dietz slammed onto the ground kicked up dirt and gravel, showing just how much force he was putting into it. He rushed forward with a fierce momentum, moving so fast that afterimages even trailed behind. In the blink of an eye, Diets appeared right in front of Kyosuke, bringing a powerful punch along with him. Seeing such terrifying speed, Kyosuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out, "What?" Luckily, Kyosuke reacted in time, raising his sword to block Diets' punch, but he was still pushed back a long distance by the sheer force of the blow. Kyosuke felt his hand go numb from the shock, letting out a painful groan as he mentally cried out, "What kind of strength is this?" Kyosuke drove his sword into the ground to keep himself from being pushed back any further. Sweating and gritting his teeth, he stared ahead with a cautious look. Right now, after that punch, Diets' hand was also injured quite a bit. He clenched his fist, letting out a growl as his muscles strained to their absolute limit. Observing from the opposite side while maintaining his defensive posture, Kyosuke thought, "His muscles are bulging violently. What is this?" Looking at Diets, who had lost his sanity, he guessed the cause. "I've heard humans unconsciously suppress their own power. Did she use hypnosis to remove that limit?" Just thinking about this possibility made Kyosuke curse in anger. "Damn it, Claudia." He pulled his sword out of the ground. "She truly lives up to the title of the mind manipulation queen." Raising his sword high into an offensive stance, Kyosuke reassessed his opponent's combat capability. His speed is on a completely different level too. I have to deal with that first. By now, Diets was already within the attack range of his blazing sword. In an instant, the aura around Kyosuke shifted, his eyes now brimming with murderous intent. Target. Diets rushed forward to attack again, fast as an arrow. Gale force winds whipped up around both of them as Kyosuke locked onto his target area, his legs. In a flash, both of Diets' legs were injured so badly they sprayed like syrup. Seeing him hit in a vital spot that restricted his movement, Kyosuke cheered. "Awesome," he thought to himself, with this blow, but before Kyosuke could even think, Diets acted as if nothing was wrong at all. He lunged forward and threw a direct punch right at Kyosuke. Not just once, he punched continuously without a break. Under Diets' fierce assault, Kyosuke could only defend passively and retreat step by step. Kyosuke's current situation was a bit ragged, fighting back while cursing under his breath. Damn it. Watching the man who had lost his mind and could only attack, he thought, even after taking that hit. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Diets' movements jerked to a sudden halt, and Kyosuke noticed the change immediately. That abnormality caused his punch to graze right past Kyosuke's body. Kyosuke quickly backed away and assumed a defensive stand. Watching Diets suddenly stop and stand still not far away, he wondered to himself, what's going on? Diets' current state was looking a bit unstable as he clutched his head and let out an agonized groan. Observing the purple wisps of energy fatting around his body, Kyosuke asked doubtfully, is the dark miasma around him fatting away? Kyosuke speculated, has the hypnotic spell worn off? No, Claudia isn't the type to be that sloppy. With a serious and contemplative expression, he thought, if she intended to use engulf, she definitely calculated every single detail to perfection. Closing his eyes to think it over, Kyosuke muttered, something's missing, but I'll think about that later. His magical armor is breaking apart. Realizing the opportunity had arrived, he seized the moment. If so, Kyosuke's hand began channeling magic. He struck an offensive pose and said, let's end this, engulf. With that, Kyosuke shot forward like an arrow, piercing the wind. Sensing danger approaching, Diets whipped around sharply. Out of pure reflex, he immediately threw a punch. Their attacks collided, releasing a tremendous shockwave. Both his sword and fist were knocked backward. But Kyosuke didn't stop there. He had a follow-up. Take this. He began channeling power for his ultimate move, firing a shockwave straight at him. Being at point-blank range, Diets couldn't dodge in time as the shockwave slammed directly into his chest, finally erupting with a thunderous blast. At this moment, across the vast grassland, rolling mountains loomed far in the distance. Diets was beaten limp, with Kyosuke supporting his body. Diets trembled as he forced out broken words. I lost. Kyosuke replied calmly as if nothing had happened. Yeah, I win again. Hearing that, Diets smiled with an unreadable look. Ha ha ha, you're still as full of boasts as ever. He confessed, fighting you always gets my blood boiling, but crossing swords with you confirmed one thing. As sunlight washed over everything, Diets used his remaining strength to say, you aren't the one who burned down my hometown. Hearing this, Kyosuke frowned in confusion and asked, burned down your hometown? What the hell are you talking about? At night, when the moon climbed high, its gentle light washed over the grassland. Diets lay on the ground, slowly fluttering his eyes open. Kyosuke, sitting by the campfire, spoke up abruptly, startling Diets into jolting upright. You're awake. Staring in astonishment at the indifferent figure sitting there, Diets stammered out, Kaiwakairo. Looking at the bandage wrapped around his arm with disbelief in his eyes, he asked, "You bandaged me up?" Kyosuke answered, "It's just basic first aid. If you thrash around, it'll affect the wounds." Dietz asked back in confusion, "Why?" He repeated with a guarded tone, "Aren't we enemies? Why'd you help me?" Hearing that, Kyosuke gave an ambiguous reply, "I'm thinking about something." Then Kyosuke shot him a piercing glance and asked, "Just now, before you passed out, you said I wasn't the one who burned down your hometown. What do you mean by that?" With the campfire crackling in the deep night, his voice continued, "I heard that 20 years ago, someone turned this entire village into ashes. Have they still not found the culprit?" Dietz narrowed his eyes to appraise the person before him. That attitude, just as I thought. He closed his eyes in a gesture of compromise. "Fine, I'll tell you." Dietz began recounting. 20 years ago, exactly 1 week before the SSS-rank dungeon disaster occurred. A sorrowful look tinged his eyes as he recalled the past. "I was so sure of what I saw of you, or at least a figure of you, dyeing my hometown in a sea of fire." Kyosuke asked back as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Dietz opened up. "At first, I couldn't believe it. I never thought you were the type of person who would do such a thing." He remembered the memory of his hometown engulfed in flames, but amidst the blazing town and the villagers trying to run away, the silhouette of someone laughing that I saw was none other than you, Misato Kaiwakairo. Kyosuke looked at him with a perplexed gaze. "What is this all about?" He rested his chin on his hand and thought, "Of course, I would never do something like that, but who did engulf sea?" Dietz continued, "Right after that incident." He looked ahead with vacant eyes. "We found something in your room, a plot mapped out to assassinate all of us." Hearing this, Kyosuke's pupils contracted in sheer disbelief. "Huh." Thinking back to the enemy's malicious smirk, Dietz went on, "Misato Kaiwakairo is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That was the conclusion the five-star saints reached." He stated briefly, "And as for the result, you already know it." Kyosuke guessed mentally, "I don't think Ingolf is lying, which means someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes for this whole thing." He hit upon the most likely possibility, and the person Ingolf saw, the one disguised as me, was likely just a fake projection prepared in advance by that very person. Kyosuke's expression grew grave, manipulating someone else's senses and implanting false memories. Only one person can pull off a trick like that. He thought of a certain woman, Claudia. Kyosuke began analyzing aloud. "I copied her hypnotic magic in the past, so I understand how it works. It acts directly on the target's brain and forces their behavior." Glancing at the man beside him, he spoke. "Ingolf, could it be?" With a calm expression, before Kyosuke could finish, Dietz understood his meaning. "Yeah, I think so too." Dietz continued. "The magic Claudia cast on me just now wasn't meant to support me." Considering a worse possibility, if she could implant an order like "fight until either you or your opponent dies," then making it hard for me to verify the facts probably wouldn't be difficult either. He turned to look at Kyosuke with deep seriousness and said, "Meaning?" Dietz's voice echoed in the quiet night. "She might have made me misunderstand that you were the one who burned down my hometown." Kyosuke half closed his eyes and smiled. "Right, everything is clear now." Dietz pushed himself up on his knees. "Anyway, I owe you an apology." Pressing a fist to his chest solemnly, he said, "Kaiwakairo, I misunderstood you." Hearing that, Kyosuke looked up, in gall. He stated a truth, "I didn't trust you either." Dietz reached into his pocket as if searching for something, saying, "I have to accept the consequences." He turned the hilt of a knife toward him and offered it. Kaiwakairo. With a resolute expression, Dietz proposed, "Kill me." He wore a bitter smile. "Bury my body right here. I deserve this." Kyosuke looked at him and remained silent in deep thought for a long time. Suddenly he called out Dietz's name. "Hey, Ingol." A cool night breeze fluttered his hair as Kyosuke gave a slight smile, looking out at the scenery from the hill. "Does looking at the view from this hill bring back memories of the days we trained together?" Hearing that, Dietz called out with a bitter pang, "Kaiwakairo." His voice echoed once more through the night. "We used to be sworn brothers. That bond doesn't just shatter on its own." Suddenly, Kyosuke turned serious. "Then who broke it? Are we really just going to let them off the hook after this?" He began to stand up. "We share a common enemy now, so." Kyosuke extended a hand in a proposal. "Team up with me, Ingol." Hearing this sudden proposition, Dietz dropped his jaw in speechlessness. Kyosuke added, "Just taking a loss lying down isn't your style anyway." Finally, Dietz smiled, a smile that tacitly swept away all past grudge. He agreed to journey alongside him. "You said it." The two grasped hands just like they used to in the old days, looks like. Their firm handshake symbolized the rekindled bond between them. "I still have work to do." Late at night, the campfire had burned out, leaving only the soft illumination of the moonlight. Dietz turned to ask, "Are we heading to the Mediterranean?" Kyosuke answered. Yeah. He stated the reason for going there. Claudia is about to build a city for her followers there. She might use it as a base. Hearing this, Dietz volunteered. Then I'll go with you, but was immediately turned down by Kyosuke. No. He told Dietz, Claudia cast magic forcing us to fight to the death, so she must think one of us is already dead. Hearing that, Dietz caught on. Ah, so we'll use that to our advantage. Kyosuke replied, exactly. With a cold smirk, he said, she thinks taking out one of us is enough. It's time to show her how wrong that calculation is. Kyosuke began mapping out a plan. If she thinks I'm dead, it'll be easier for me to operate. In golf, you keep operating as a 5-star saint like before. He recalled a smarmy face and remarked, Nathaniel's movements are also quite suspicious. Kyosuke spoke with a trusting tone. I'm counting on you. Accepting his new assignment, Dietz responded seriously. Got it. Both of them stood on a winding path, Kyosuke with his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the sky. Looking at the bright moon hanging high above, he thought to himself, a lot has happened, but now the next step is clear. Kyosuke clenched his fist, vowing internally, I'll make you regret tricking in golf and framing me. His gaze turned sharp and filled with killing intent as he chanted that name in his heart, Claudia. One fine morning, birds fluttered and chirped, painting a peaceful picture over the sea. Facing such scenery, Kyosuke didn't linger on it. He fell deep into thought. A lot happened in Germany. Suddenly, a shout from the mainland shattered the tranquility. Boss, Kyosuke muttered to himself. Mateo hasn't changed at all in the end. Alongside that, he thought, the whole business with Ingolf was truly an unexpected plot twist. Reflecting on the past, I never thought I'd end up on good terms with someone I once thought betrayed me. At the same time, he warned himself, but I can't sit here drowning in emotions forever. What matters in reality is that I'm currently on my way to an island in the middle of the Mediterranean. The place Kyosuke was heading to was none other than where Claudia gathered her followers and built her city. He chuckled inwardly. How absurd, but she's there right now. Kyosuke calculated quietly. If it's a city of believers, I can just sneak in by posing as one. That'll help me find a key to approach Claudia. He also understood that to pull this off, he needed to use this void magic first. It was known as a perception-blocking magic. Though still imperfect, it would help him conceal his presence whenever he wanted. Right at that moment, Kyosuke noticed a bearded man who greeted him sociably. Are you also on your way to worship the Burgo faith? Hearing that name filled him with suspicion. The Burgo faith, that must be the name of the new religion Claudia created. Kyosuke nodded vaguely, something like that. Receiving his answer, the man mocked. I see. So devoted, especially for someone as young as you, though devotion alone won't get you very far. Without hiding his ambition, he continued, I hope to have an audience with Lord Claudia, which is why I brought a grand offering. Kyosuke sighed. Is that so? The man gave a know-it-all air. Only high-ranking believers get to meet. This revelation left Kyosuke deep in thought. He pondered quietly. Come to think of it, the Burgo faith divides its followers into ranks, huh? Right on cue, a loudspeaker announcement blared. We are about to dock. Please prepare to disembark. He turned to greet him. Well, hope you. But the space right in front of him was completely empty. Looking around in utter bewilderment, he muttered, That's strange, I was just talking to someone. Try as he might, he couldn't remember a single thing. Smirking with satisfaction, Kyosuke thought, Awesome, the cognitive blocking magic worked like a charm. Next up, it's time to settle the score from 20 years ago, and settle the score in Germany too, Claudia. After a while, he made his way into a bustling neighborhood district. Laying eyes on the scene before him, Kyosuke's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Standing frozen in the middle of the street, he gasped, What the? Towering directly before Kyosuke was a colossal, unimaginably towering structure. Unable to contain his awe, he thought, Damn, that's massive. Kyosuke wasn't the only one stunned. The surrounding crowd was equally mind-blown as someone confirmed, Is this the Burgo Tower? Adding, That's right, there's an entire city for believers packed inside. They whispered in deep reverence. That is insane. Lady Claudia actually bought out an entire island. Hearing about that kind of absurd wealth left him even more dizzy. After all, back in the past 20 years ago, Claudia only operated a tiny, modest chapel around. Never in a million years did Kyosuke expect her to have built something like this. He mentally evaluated the situation. A tower this huge means the number of followers must be endless. It's the perfect place to sneak in unnoticed. Even if security around this tower looks airtight, that doesn't matter. Kyosuke felt entirely confident because, as he reminded himself, I've got void magic. True to his plan, he walked right through the gates as the security guard announced, Check complete, nothing unusual. Following standard procedure, the guard instructed, You've been approved as a level 1 believer of Burgo. Here is your certification token. inside the tower, your rank determines which floors you're allowed to enter. They also made it clear, since you're level 1, you're only permitted on the first floor. With a cold, indifferent tone, the guard explained, to rank up, you have to clear the trials set by the Burgo Faith, and once you reach level 7, the highest rank, you'll be granted an audience with Lady Claudia. They swung the doors open and told him, all right, head on in. In a flash, Kyosuke had officially stepped inside the massive tower. Letting out an internal sigh of relief, he thought, the fake identity worked like a charm. The cognitive blocking magic made sure the guards don't remember a thing. Suddenly, Kyosuke's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Taking in the jaw-dropping architecture before him, he murmured in sheer admiration, so this is the city of Believer. Countless followers bustled back and forth across the sprawling suspension bridges. Statues of guarding soldiers lined the streets, giving off an overwhelming sense of absolute security. Observing his surroundings, he thought with genuine surprise, the first floor. It's hard to believe this is all happening inside a tower. Kyosuke then wandered through various streets to get a better lay of the land. Out of nowhere, something caught his attention. Near the gateway area, Kyosuke spotted a familiar face. It was. The bearded man pleaded frantically, I'm telling you, I'm ready to pay whatever it takes, just name your price. The security guard stood firm. No, level 1s aren't allowed up to the higher floors. Pushing past them anyway, the man snapped, I don't care. Determined to force his way through, he yelled, I'm going to see Lady Claudia, causing the security guard to bark, hey, wait a second. But the moment he tried to touch the staircase, a fierce surge of electricity instantly discharged. It lashed out and struck him square in the body. Instantly, the man was blasted with enough voltage to make his hair stand straight up as he collapsed flat on his face. Seeing that brutal display, the two security guards could only shake their heads in defeat. Witnessing the scene, Kyosuke came to a realization. I see, brute force won't get you past the rules. Makes sense though. Even Kyosuke had to admit, Claudia sits at the very top, which means I'll have to climb the ranks first. That's the next objective. Clear every single trial this faith throws my way. Having set his sights on the path ahead, he resolved within himself. Fine then, I'll climb right up from the very bottom. Meanwhile, deep inside one of the uppermost floors of the tower, a servant approached respectfully and reported, Father Samoa, here is the list of newly initiated believers. Please select today's trial. With a disdainful sneer, the priest replied, Ah, a fresh batch of pathetic lambs walking right into the slaughterhouse today. Excellent. Deciding to take charge, he declared, I'll personally oversee their screening this time. Sitting by himself out on the street, Kyosuke rubbed his chin in thought. All right, I've successfully snuck into the tower. Staring off into the distance with a pensive look, he added, Next step is clearing the trials they've set up for rookies so I can rank up. Suddenly, a small carrier pigeon fluttered down and landed neatly on Kyosuke's arm. Gently taking hold of the bird, he blinked. A letter. Untying the small note from its leg, he read the contents aloud in his mind. To the newly initiated believer, make your way to the northern manor on the first floor. Make your way to the northern manor on the first floor. Holding the note with a smug grin, Kyosuke chuckled. So that's how it is. Walking away with a calm, casual smile, he thought, time to pull back the curtain on this trial. Whatever it is, I'm going to crush it. Standing among a group of other recruits, he listened closely as a voice rang out. I assume you are all new believers. A pleasure to meet you all here. A gentle-looking man smiled warmly and introduced himself. I am Samoa, the priest assigned to oversee the level 1 believer. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he asked, Now then, why did each of you come to this tower? Samoa abruptly pointed at a young woman in a white dress and demanded, You first, causing her to jolt in nervous panic as she stammered, Why yes. Stepping forward timidly, the girl explained, I came here because I want to meet Lady Claudia. I want to reach the top floor. With a heavy, sorrowful expression, she shared her story. Recently, a mysterious, unnamed disease swept through my village, and even my grandmother is bedridden. Kyosuke watched and listened quietly as she continued. So, I'm hoping Lady Claudia might lend me her power. Looking at her with a hint of admiration, Kyosuke thought, traveling all the way here alone for her family and village, that's pretty commendable. A man dressed in brown scoffed with open contempt. Look at those rags she's wearing, even someone like her gets to be a believer. He nudged the person next to him with a mocking grin, and she actually expects to climb all the way to the top, prompting a blonde man beside him to chime in. Well, dreaming's free, I suppose. Suddenly, Samoa's expression twisted into a fierce scowl as he barked. Is something funny? Glaring daggers at the two men, he snapped, Don't you all desire an audience with Lady Claudia yourselves? Forcing the blonde man to bow his head, while the brown-clad man quickly apologized. Sorry, my apologies. But the moment the priest turned away, the pair cursed under their breath in bitter rage. Damn it, We got dragged down because of some useless bin. Turning back around with a cold look, Samoa stated, like I said, climbing this tower is no walk in the park. Raising a single finger, he asked, 1 year and 90%. Do you have any idea what those numbers mean? Calmly breaking it down, Samoa explained, 1 year is the average time it takes a level 1 to reach level 2, and 90% is the attrition rate of those who get filtered out before they even make it past the first floor. Conjuring an image of desperate people crawling miserably up a flight of stairs through his words, he added, countless fools come here full of hope, only to get utterly crushed in the end. Shifting into a reassuring smile, Samoa added, still, aiming high is a good trait. I fully support your ambition. Straightening his posture with a stern look, he announced, now then, onto the first trial. The gathered recruits focused intently on his every word as he continued, I will give you a total of 3 trials, and the first is. Raising a hand with a sinister expression, Samoa commanded, head to the dungeon on the northeastern side of this island and slaughter 500 monsters. The man in brown panicked and screamed, 500. Pulling out several glowing purple magic stones, Samoa explained further, monsters drop mana stones like these when defeated. Collect them as proof of your skill. Turning away with a nonchalant smile, he added his final warning, there is no time limit, so take your sweet time. Dropping his tone flat, Samoa concluded, dismissed. May you all achieve good results. Kyosuke remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at the girl's retreating figure. The girl in white stood frozen for a moment, staring blankly ahead. Wearing a mysterious, knowing smirk, Kyosuke turned his head to watch. Shortly after, she took a hesitant step forward. A voice suddenly called out, startling the girl and making her lift her head in surprise. I really didn't expect that. Recognizing him, she stammered, you're the guy from earlier. As they walked side by side, she asked curiously, what didn't you expect? To which Kyosuke replied candidly, everyone else looked terrified when they heard about the trial, but you didn't even blink. Lowering her gaze with a gentle, bittersweet smile, she answered, of course I'm scared. Pressing a hand over her chest, the girl in white whispered, but for my village, I don't have a choice. Locking her shimmering eyes onto Kyosuke, she asked, you're aiming for the top of the tower too, right? Let's both do our best. Receiving a cold, flat nod, yeah. Glancing away in deep thought, Kyosuke muttered internally, there's something off about this girl, but digging into it right now is a waste of time. Night fell over the grand, luxurious estate outside. A man wearing a cap clutched a pendant tightly in his hands and stammered profusely, thank you so much, father, thank you. Grasping the item with sheer joy, he thought, now I can finally climb higher. Samoa rested his chin on his hand with a smooth smile, think nothing of it, consider it divine providence. Scooping up a suitcase packed with cash, the capped man scurried off in high spirits. Samoa held out his glass as a subordinate poured him more wine, murmuring, another success. The subordinate immediately buttered him up. You set up trials so absurdly difficult that nobody can possibly clear them, ensuring nobody ever actually advances. Then you quietly approach the most desperate ones and bleed them dry, truly brilliant. Samoa nonchalantly replied, the northeastern dungeon has the strongest monsters around, so for the weak, even spending a whole year won't mean a thing. They'll never make it through. Eyeballing the suitcase full of money, he sneered. As for those who can't even scrape together a bribe, they can just cling to their hopeless illusions until they shatter. With that, he let out a dark, twisted laugh. High up above, Kyosuke stood overlooking the scene unfolding below. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, he thought, what a textbook villain, squeezing people dry while completely turning a blind eye to anyone else. Glaring with cold fury, Kyosuke clenched his fist. There are believers here with genuine faith who just want an audience with Claudia out of pure devotion, yet this trash is trampling all over it, emphasizing his disgust, utterly sickening. The next day, inside Samoa's lavish office, hearing someone approach, the priest put on a stern face and demanded, who's there? Kyosuke stepped inside and offered a polite bow, pardon the intrusion, prompting Samoa to instantly recognize him. You're that new believer from yesterday. Slowly raising his head with a faint smile, Kyosuke stated, I've completed the trial, I brought the proof. With a heavy thud, Kyosuke dropped a large canvas bag straight onto the floor. Spilling out of the bag were hundreds of glowing purple mana stones, making Samoa gasp in shock. This is. Turning pale as he stared at the mountain of stones, he stammered, no way. It's only been a single day. Forcing an awkward, strained smile, Samoa choked out, that's incredible, you actually. Cutting him off with a dry chuckle, Kyosuke called out, Father Samoa. Speaking in a chillingly casual tone, he advised, if you don't want people overhearing your filthy little secrets, you really should close your window. Hearing those words made Samoa freeze up, turning so terrified he couldn't even form a coherent sentence. The massive office plunged into a dead silence, leaving Samoa to panic internally. He heard what I said yesterday. Gripping the arms of his chair with trembling hands, he seethed, "You little bastard." As the mana stones scattered across the floor rolled to a stop, Samoa snapped, "This is my territory. I won't have some rookie running wild in my domain." Completely losing his mind like a raving lunatic, he hissed, "I'm going to turn this tower into your grave." Night descended once again, blanketing the entire tower and its surrounding districts in darkness. Samoa sat at his desk with a twisted, enraged scowl, thinking, did he really show up just to drop that little warning? Blasphemous. Packing over to stare out the large glass window, Samoa muttered, "Clearly he wanted to intimidate me, but nothing is more pathetic than cheap, self-righteous justice." Yet the corners of his mouth suddenly crept upward into an ominous, scheming grin. Narrowing his eyes with a cunning look of calculated malice, Samoa whispered, "I'll give that little believer a special second-stage trial." Meanwhile, inside a private dormitory room reserved for Burgo believers, Kyosuke looked out the window at the morning light. Slowly pulling on his outer coat, he calmly assessed the situation. That guy Samoa still hasn't made a move. Lifting his gaze to look outside, he figured, he's not stupid enough to pull anything shady right inside the tower itself. Right on cue, a white-winged carrier pigeon carrying a small letter tied to its leg landed neatly on his windowsill. It sat there patiently as Kyosuke picked up the note, reading, "Details regarding your second-stage trial are as follows. Proceed to the dungeon listed below." Breaking into a sharp, knowing smirk as he stared at the parchment, Kyosuke thought, "So that's the game plan. He wants to get rid of me under the guise of an official trial." Catching on to the obvious setup, he crumpled the letter tightly in his fist, fulfilling the tower's requirements while kicking me out at the same time. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Making his way to a secluded area, Kyosuke stood before a massive gateway, muttering, "According to the letter, this trial is about taking down a dungeon boss." Walking up the stone steps with total ease and composure, he thought, "This is screaming trap, but that doesn't change a thing." Stepping closer and closer to the heavy doors, he resolved, "I'll face it head on." The next moment, Kyosuke materialized in a scorching cavern filled with bubbling lava and thick, sulfurous smoke, the southern Burgo Island's magma cave dungeon. Raising an arm to shield himself from the blistering heat, Kyosuke observed his surroundings. A magma cave. The ambient temperature here is no joke. The more he thought about it, the more Samoa's fake, slimy smile crossed his mind. "Samoa wants me dead because I found out about his dirty little conspiracy." His expression turning deadly serious, he deduced, "That's why the difficulty of this dungeon is cranked up this high. He's expecting the boss in here to finish me off." His gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. If he's got a backup plan. As small wisps of blue magical energy began swirling around his palm, "Then I've got one too." Suddenly, a loud, echoing crash made Kyosuke snap his head around in surprise. A brilliant, blinding burst of light shattered against the rock walls, sending sharp pebbles scattering everywhere. Emerging from the dust right in front of him was a massive creature that slammed its heavy foot down hard onto the stone floor. A monstrous beast with razor-sharp fangs exhaling streams of blazing fire, and Kyosuke instantly recognized a fire drake, a high-level fire attribute monster that always hunted in packs. Kyosuke looked at it with a smirk, as if highly amused. "This dungeon is tough, but..." Blue energy sources continuously absorbed back into the palm of his hand. Kyosuke decisively thrust the ice darts he had created toward them. Void magic, activate. The sharp ice darts rapidly sped toward their bodies and locked onto their targets. Those ice darts quickly batted away all the dinosaurs attempting to lunge forward. Kyosuke stood completely still, controlling the display by folding his palms together with a triumphant smile. All that training for the fight with Ingolf is finally coming in handy. Before him lay a pile of battered dinosaur carcasses scattered around, and fragments of shattered ice darts. Let's keep this speed up. Suddenly, a pair of glowing boots appeared amidst the situation. A man with a cloak concealing half his face abruptly showed up. A voice echoed out from within a room. "Lord Samoa, are you sure about that follower?" A middle-aged man looking humble and petty was flipping through papers. "He passed the first trial in just a day, and he can even defeat the dungeon boss." Samoa raised his face and flatly asserted, "No way. Has any first-class follower ever beaten that boss?" Suddenly, his expression distorted into a cunning look with a sinister smile. "And just to be safe, I've already sent an assassin." The middle-aged man looked slightly apprehensive. An assassin. Right then, a cloaked assassin was intensely observing from the shadows to make his move. A professional assassin. He won't survive. His eyes strained to spot the target from the dark. "I see." Kyosuke fell into the assassin's field of vision, just as he finished freezing a large demonic beast. He took down the boss instantly. Lord Samoa warned me he was strong, but this is just insane. The assassin quietly drew a sharp sword from its sheath, yet he still hasn't noticed me. No matter how strong someone is, they can't react to a flawless ambush. He glared and suddenly lunged forward at high speed. The assassin raised his sword high, intending to strike from above while the target was off guard. Your head is mine. But suddenly the sword slipped from his grip, and his entire face slammed hard against the ground. The assassin was stripped of his cloak, blinking half asleep as he peered out. Beneath the assassin's feet, his legs were tightly frozen to the ground. Did he do this? The assassin fumbled with his legs and panicked inwardly. How on earth did he know where I was? Kyosuke casually materialized right in front of him and said in a chilling tone, "Hunters are always careless about getting hunted in return." Before the assassin's eyes, mystical butterflies fluttered close. What is this? A tiny butterfly gently landed on his flesh, amidst the energy poolsing in a palm. Void tracking magic. The assassin, clad entirely in dark robes, failed to notice those tiny butterflies. Kyosuke smiled as he watched the little butterflies fluttering around him. Good thing I took precautions. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the assassin by the collar, and hoisted him up. Looking straight into his face, Kyosuke mocked, "Too bad, your plan blew up in your face." Meanwhile, Samoa was sitting in his office, reviewing paperwork. Suddenly, a severed arm with sharp claws was delivered to him. Seeing this bizarre object, Samoa turned pale. What? Kyosuke appeared before him, casually stuffing his hands into his pockets. No way did he survive and come back. At that moment, Kyosuke spoke leisurely as if nothing had happened. "Man, that was tough. I didn't expect the boss to be that strong." On the surface, he forced an awkward smile before him. "Plus, some guy in a black cloak suddenly attacked me. Sounds like someone ordered him to do it." Samoa was practically choking, unable to utter a single word upon hearing those muttered hints. Who on earth would do something like that? He could only rage internally. This bastard. Dropping his final words, Kyosuke walked out of the room and slammed the door shut. "I'm really looking forward to your third trial, sir." Left alone in the room with a twisted, displeased expression, Samoa thought. He didn't report it. Why? He tried to think deeply to figure it out. I see. Outside, Kyosuke strolled leisurely down the hallway, hands in pockets, thinking. He still lacks concrete proof, or maybe he figures reporting it would just get buried anyway. Samoa slumped forward, casting a shadow over his desk, and resolved, "If so, I'll execute him myself." Samoa actively unlocked a small secret door. "Even if he's stronger than I thought, it doesn't matter." He pulled out a special ring and slipped it right onto his middle finger. "With this ring granted to me by Lord Claudia." He raised his hand high to admire it with a cunning look. "I'll definitely wipe him out." A few people returned home as night fell, and the lights flickered on. A blond young man casually pulled his hands from his pockets and said as he walked, "Didn't hit the quota today again." The guy beside him walked with his arms resting behind his head, complaining, "Ever since Samoa became the priest, things have gotten way harder." The blond youth looked rather dejected and depressed. "I finally ran away from my hometown and everything else." The blond youth kept rambling even as he brushed past Kyosuke. "But at this rate, will I even be able to climb to the second floor?" Kyosuke cast a sharp glance back at the two of them. Guarding the gate, one soldier leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. "It's really quiet today." Another soldier crouching nearby replied, "Not many people pass through this place anyway." Kyosuke abruptly stepped up from behind and waved. "Excuse me." The soldier looked back with a strange expression. "Huh." He smiled warmly and put on a friendly face. "I want to ask you two something." A short while later, having gotten what he wanted, Kyosuke turned to leave. "I see, thanks." "Yeah." One soldier broke into a cold sweat, completely bewildered by what had just happened. What was that all about? The other soldier could only shrug helplessly. Talk about a weirdo. Kyosuke strolled away nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, ignoring the murmurs behind him as he had just been asking about the date of the superior priest's inspection visit. Time passed again, and a white dove delivered a letter to his window a few days later. Kyosuke slowly pulled out the letter to inspect it while deep in thought. "They've announced the details for the final first-floor trial. Is it already the final one?" Looking very confident, he even threw in a sarcastic jab. "Samoa scheduling it for today is just bad luck. Guess he lacks devotion." The palm of his hand opened up again to channel blue magical energy, void magic. He increased the pressure, sending the flock of white doves scattering wildly. Activate. A middle-aged looking man jumped in shock upon seeing the spectacle in the sky. "What the?" A blue-haired youth also jumped, holding a bird with one hand while clutching a small slip of paper with the other. "Huh." Another girl letting a bird go looked surprised. What's this? Another girl received a letter by her window. This is. A figure draped in a cloak with white hair appeared on the street. The man smiled as he held the small letter. Oh. Kyosuke rested his chin on the window in silence, looking outside. Now then, everything is finally falling into place. He lowered his brow slightly and curved the corner of his mouth in eager anticipation. It's time you pay the price for treating believers like dirt. At a venue where a gathering was taking place, a voice rang out first. You're here. Samoa shifted his gaze as if noticing something. Now we'll proceed with the final trial. Are you ready? Kyosuke wore a confident yet dark smile. Naturally, I'm deeply honored to have Reverend Samoa personally oversee this final trial. Samoa wasn't an idiot. He saw right through that expression and cursed inwardly. This bastard, he's playing innocent. The corners of his eyes tightened into a sharp glare fixed on him. He knows I sent an assassin to shut him up after he found out about my corrupt deal. A building with a magnificent exterior stood tall. The first floor is my paradise. Samoa extended his palm with a cunning expression, as if everything was prearranged. I'll wipe you out right here. Kyosuke suddenly shifted his expression and smiled. Say, Reverend Samoa, looks like we've got quite an audience today. That remark made Samoa whip his head back in near panic. What? From the outer doors came the noisy chatter of a crowd. Hey, looks like it's starting. A woman with orange hair stepped forward. He's the believer who reached the final trial at record speed, right? A guy in a blue leather jacket with red hair smiled expectantly. Samoa is fighting him personally. A girl in a microskirt added curiously, just like the letter said. Instantly, before the arena even pitted the two against each other, spectators surrounded the area. Overwhelmed, Samoa frantically glanced around and stammered, "This is." Realizing what was happening, he looked toward Kyosuke and gritted his teeth bitterly. He gathered them here himself. What is he plotting? As the realization hit him, his eyes went wide in panic with cold sweat rolling down. Don't tell me. Just as he thought, Kyosuke raised his voice to announce to the large gathering, "Hear me, first-floor believers. I have uncovered Reverend Samoa's corruption." Refusing to stop, his resolute gaze and steel-toned voice continued to ring out. He forces people through impossible trials, only letting certain ones pass in exchange for bribes. When I uncovered the truth, he sent an assassin to silence me. Samoa was so bitter and furious he clenched his fists tightly, standing frozen. What, you? Ajito stood quietly in the shadows, observing and curving his lips into a slight smile. Samoa broke out in a cold sweat, forcing himself to maintain composure as he slapped on an awkward smile and tried to speak. Ridiculous, what he's saying is complete fabrication. Glancing back at Kyosuke, he ground his teeth in rage. This is bad, if he actually has evidence. Consumed by uncontrollable fury, Samoa unleashed his magical aura and roared, "Enough of this, begin the trial, charge." In his mind, he fixated on one thing, "I'll kill you. Dead men tell no tales." Instantly, a massive swarm of demonic beasts surged forth, summoned by the purple magic he generated. The spectators watching from the stands dropped their jaws in astonishment. Isn't that demonic beast summoning magic? That's a high-level spell using magic power as a medium to summon monsters. Samoa lost his grip on reason, wearing a fiercely competitive look. If you can survive my magic, you'll officially become a second-class believer, but you're stopping right here. Without showing any mercy, he ordered the pack of beasts to charge. Get him. Kyosuke quickly shifted into combat mode, gathering energy in the palm of his hand. Void magic. Long, independent ice spikes surged upward at his command. Activate. Standing alone and controlling the spell, he froze the demonic beasts right in midair. Samoa turned deathly pale in disbelief. What? Kyosuke wore a nonchalant, overwhelming smile. Sorry. Nobody said I wasn't allowed to beat them. The scattered chunks of ice of all sizes littering the ground left the audience thrilled. He wiped them out in an instant. Who is this guy? The girl in the microskirt in the stands couldn't believe it either. No way. What overbearing power. Facing this situation, Samoa felt an unbearable, maddening frustration. Don't get full of yourself. He fumbled through his cloak for something. No way I'm letting trash like you ruin my peaceful life. He slowly slipped a red ring onto his middle finger. It's fine. Samoa clenched his fist tightly and smiled as if regaining his footing. As long as I have this ring granted by Lord Claudia. Kyosuke noticed the object right away. A ring, huh? Samoa arrogantly raised his arm and confidently declared, "Bring it on, I'll show you my true power." Fierce lightning crackled wildly from his ring. Yet the entire arena remained completely still and quiet. The spectators watched the situation unfold with serious expression. Then murmurs broke out from the crowd while cold sweat drenched Samoa's face as incomprehension set in. Nothing happened. Is that? her lordship's true power. Samoa stared in panic at his trembling palm, questioning, why, this ring is supposed to grant me immense power. He jumped as a third voice echoed across the arena. That ring has no effect on those with impure hearts. A handsome face framed by white hair covering his eyes appeared. Looks like what he said wasn't completely fabricated after all. Kyosuke raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze locking onto the newcomer. He's here. Samoa looked toward the person and shrank back in bewilderment. You are. Ajido stepped forward abruptly and seriously. Lord Ajido, 5th floor Reverend Ajido Norman. Ajido's face turned icy, fixing a sharp glare on him as he spoke. Now then, Samoa, a reverend who can't use that ring. Looks like there's a hidden story here. Samoa's expression collapsed into a pale, sweaty mess. Why didn't you tell me everything? Looking at Ajido, Norman stood right in front of him with a fierce, glaring expression. Samoa turned pale with fright, stuttering as he softly called out, Lord Ajido. Standing nearby, Kyosuke silently observed and evaluated Ajido, thinking to himself that he never expected a high-ranking 5th-floor priest to show up like this. Yet this worked even more to his advantage, and at that thought, a faint, subtle smile touched the corners of his lips as his gaze turned deep and inscrutable. Ajido lowered his voice before finally speaking. When I first came to the 1st floor, I received a strange message. Hearing this, Samoa turned even paler, hesitating and trembling as he asked back, a message. Ajido coldly recounted the words written in the letter verbatim. I will expose the corruption of the 1st-floor priest, Samoa. If you wish to confirm the truth, come to the arena. That was the message. Drained of all color, Samoa instinctively blurted out, what? With a voice as cold as ice, Ajido pressed him further. Arrogant scum will be punished according to the doctrine. You know that very well, Priest Samoa. Tense and too terrified to reply, Samoa suddenly glanced back at Kyosuke with lingering suspicion, thinking, don't tell me. Has he been staying silent all this time just to expose me right now? Having no time to dwell on that thought, he frantically racked his brain for a way out, realizing that he had no concrete proof. And if he just stayed silent, maybe he could turn the tables. After thinking it over with no better options in sight, he tried to steel himself internally, telling himself, all right. Acting on impulse, Samoa instantly flipped the switch to professional actor mode and loudly protested his innocence. Lord Ajido, these accusations that I committed corruption must be some vile misunderstanding. I have devoted both my body and soul to Lady Claudia, and I swear on my life that I have done nothing shameful. With that, he even placed a hand over his chest to swear an oath, putting on a thoroughly righteous act. Unfazed, Ajido fixed his gaze straight onto the ring on Samoa's finger and slowly countered. If you're truly swearing on your life, then why isn't the ring react? Making sure his explanation was crystal clear, Ajido went on to break it down. That ring taps into the wearer's latent abilities based on their faith, but it also has another function. If anyone with impure intentions tries to use it, a signal is sent straight to a high-ranking priest. Hearing this, Samoa's face drained of color in absolute panic as he stared down at the ring on his finger and cried out, what? The watchers in the stands, having just learned about this novel piece of information, were equally stunned and began buzzing with whispers. Kyosuke watched the drama unfold from the side, amusedly remarking to himself, so that's how it is. A device used to weed out traitors. They really are thorough. Suddenly shifting his demeanor, Ajido broke into a smile, reached out toward Samoa, and asked in a warm, affectionate tone, well then, aren't you going to tell the truth now? The moment Ajido's hand slapped down onto his shoulder, Samoa jumped out of his skin in fright, yet still stubbornly defended himself. Please believe me, Lord Ajido, I. Before he could finish, a heavy sigh from Ajido cut his words short. Staring at Samoa with bloodshot eyes and losing his last shred of patience, Ajido gave a sharp command. Don't make me repeat myself, Priest Samoa. Tell me the truth. Terrified by the crushing aura radiating from him, Samoa collapsed backward onto the ground. Without stopping there, Ajido continued to interrogate him. Just now, you interrupted him and forced the trial to start, didn't you? Doesn't that alone prove that you're hiding something? Samoa stammered with his mouth agape, utterly speechless as he mindlessly repeated two words over and over. That is. Frowning with a murderous aura, Ajido gave a half-assertion, half-threat. We've come this far, and you still want to play dumb with me. Don't you dare insult the faith of Burgo any further. Paralyzed with fear and as pale as a ghost, Samoa choked on the words he wanted to say. Ajido suddenly dropped to one knee right beside, channeling his magical power while intimidating Samoa. He warned, I can force you to confess, but wouldn't you rather say it yourself? Samoa froze up completely, his eyes welling up with tears. After a few seconds, he finally stammered out, I. Confessing honestly, he blurted out, I imposed unreasonable trials on the Tier 1 believers and extorted. Hearing of his savage deeds, The audience in the stands gasped in shock and horror. Kyosuke simply stood silently to the side, watching and assessing the situation. Standing up without another word, Ajito gave a brief, concise order to the guards, "Take him away." The two guards immediately nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, sir." The two guards then dragged a dazed and utterly despairing Samoa out of the plaza. Slipping back into his dignified persona, Ajito announced loudly, "Now then, it's time to clean up the mess." Standing in the center of the plaza, he called out, "Hear me, Tier 1 believers. You've all heard the situation clearly." With that, he gave a slight bow to apologize on Samoa's behalf. "Priest Samoa's involvement in corruption is deeply regrettable, and I offer my most sincere apology." Before anyone could voice their discontent, he swiftly delivered his verdict. "However, we must prevent this incident from tarnishing the reputation of the Church of Burgo, and therefore, I hereby declare, all believers present here will be promoted to the second tier." The moment Ajito's words finished, cheers instantly erupted. Everyone in the stands jumped to their feet in excitement and cheers, with some even asking in sheer disbelief, "Did we really become Tier 2 believers?" At that moment, Ajito unexpectedly waved toward Kyosuke, smiled, and continued, "If you want to thank someone, thank him. He was the one who uncovered Priest Samoa's malpractice." Hearing that, the cheers directed at Kyosuke grew even louder. Only then did Ajito speak to him sincerely in private. "For exposing the rot within the Church of Burgo, you have earned my gratitude as well. As for reward, I will notify you later." With that, he turned and left right away. Watching Ajito's retreating figure, Kyosuke tightened his expression slightly and muttered his assessment, "Priest Ajito. He's a lot sharper than Samoa." The cheers and murmurs of the crowd showed no signs of dying down. A girl sitting amidst the sea of people smiled faintly, whispering softly to herself, "I'll definitely have to properly thank him later." Inside a private, secluded room, Ajito spoke with a serious expression, "My report ends here." He then went on to report further. "As I mentioned earlier, the recent incident has been resolved, largely thanks to the actions of a believer. If it had been discovered any later, the reputation of the Church of Burgo might have suffered. It's truly a blessing in disguise." As he said this, Ajito's voice unconsciously lowered. The other members in the room reacted in different ways. Some expressed pity, saying, "The situation with Priest Samoa is truly unfortunate." Others were harsh, remarking that believers' actions are truly an exemplary model, while others pondered deeply, adding, "He should be held up as a role model for the rest of the believers." Ajito slowly opened his mouth to offer his thoughts, and with that in mind, "I have a proposal." As he spoke, a faint, subtle smile always lingered on his lip. Back at the plaza, the space had grown quiet once more, leaving only two guards on duty at the front gate. Kyosuke walked up the steps step by step. As he neared the exit, the streaming sunlight caught and polished the collar around his neck. He strode forward toward the magnificent mansion before him. As he walked, he casually mused, "I never expected to get promoted straight to the 5th floor. This must be to set an example for the other believers. Still, ranking up this fast is even better than I thought." Thinking this, Kyosuke felt his spirits lift as he smiled faintly. He ventured deeper inside. Opening the door to the room, Kyosuke politely announced his presence. "Excuse me." Hearing his voice, Ajito turned away from the scenery outside the window, smiling as he said, "You're here." Kyosuke walked up to Ajito and said sincerely, "Thank you for helping me get promoted to the 5th floor." Ajito gestured with a wave of his hand for him to take a seat. Sitting down at his own desk, Ajito replied courteously, "No need to thank me. If a believer can prove themselves, promotion is only natural." Sitting down in the chair opposite him, Kyosuke remained heavily guarded as he appraised the man before him, thinking, "I still can't completely read him, but he clearly has a totally different vibe from Samoa." Ajito bluntly informed him, "There is some news I wanted to tell you today. I think you'll find it quite interesting." Hearing that, Kyosuke asked back, "News?" Without beating around the bush, Ajito went straight to the point. "Regarding the recent incident, it has been decided that you will be granted an audience with Lady Claudia." Hearing this shocking news, Kyosuke was slightly startled, thinking with a mixture of joy and apprehension, "An audience with Claudia? I never thought this would happen so quickly." Pulling himself together, he clenched his fists slightly to psych himself up. Then he said to Ajito with deep gratitude, "I am deeply honored." With a surge of determination, he affirmed, "I gladly accept." Heidki blurted out in shock, "Really?" One of them confirmed, "Yes." Dietz added further, "The resurrected Kawakairo has been successfully defeated." Claudia smiled. "Ingolf sitting right here is clear proof of that." Frowning with a tone of reproach, Dietz said, "Still, Claudia, I didn't expect you to go that far." Maintaining that annoying smile on her face, she replied, I'm sorry, but wasn't the outcome deeply satisfying? Dietz nodded in reluctant agreement. You're right. Thanks to you, we got rid of a troublesome enemy. Inwardly, however, he cursed under his breath. Don't play games with me, you crafty bitch. Dietz realized to himself, now I know you're the one who burned down my hometown. In front of the screen, Cavell was still watching the argument intently. He quietly observed each person's attitude. Meanwhile, Heidke muttered to himself, it seems a lot of things happened, but the fact that Kaiwakairo is dead, that truth made him mentally collapse. Inside, Heidke screamed, means all my problems are finally solved. F you Kaiwakairo. Claudia quietly spoke up. The obstacle has been cleared, Nathaniel. She also brought up, soon, we will need to discuss the ritual of bestowing divine power. Hearing that mention made him deeply contemplative. Dietz repeated in his mind, the ritual of bestowing divine power. Right on cue, Cavell spoke up. That's enough for today. He instructed everyone, since this matter is of great importance, we will discuss the details again. He remained lost in thought until Cavell announced, until the next meeting. Elsewhere, Kyosuke received a call. Hearing, the current situation is like this, he nodded and said, got it. Dietz asked with a hint of worry, by the way, is it really fine for you to sneak in like that? What if Claudia notices that perception-blocking magic? Kyosuke chuckled softly in response, what's this? Are you worried about me? He reassured him, don't worry, I've been constantly hunting it ever since I went to Germany. Comforting himself by saying, I'm sure it'll be fine, Dietz repeatedly warned, you need to be careful. It sounds like Claudia and Nathaniel are plotting something when they talk about this so-called ritual of bestowing divine power. Hearing the mention of this ritual caused Kyosuke's expression to turn serious. Finding an excuse to end the call, he said, I know, I'll call you back later. After hanging up, Kyosuke thought to himself, that ritual of bestowing divine power, it looks like Claudia is plotting something. At another time, inside the 7th floor Believer Tower, he thought to himself, I've finally set foot in the holy sanctuary on the top floor of the Believer Tower. Kyosuke recalled what Ajito had told him earlier. He had 3 days before meeting Claudia. He resolved inwardly, I need to stay on the 7th floor and confirm one thing before that time comes. Then Kyosuke suddenly spoke out, you saved me the trouble of having to look for you. He called out the name of the person hiding in the shadows, Shirato Seiyuki. She gave a cold reminder, this place is easily exposed. Follow me. A short while later, the two confirmed, all right, there's no one here. He took the initiative, let me be blunt, I want to ask you something. Kyosuke asked straight to the point, do you have anything to do with the hypnotic spell Claudia cast on Ingol? A silence answered him. Nevertheless, Kyosuke pressed on, that magic was incomplete, and Claudia isn't the type to make a mistake like that. He asserted further, the only one who could have done it back then was you. Even so, he remained puzzled. Still, I don't get it. Aren't you on Claudia's side? Because of that, Kyosuke patiently asked, so why? Seiyuki cut him off, because. A faint sorrow washed over her face. I didn't want you to die again, Kaiwakairo. Tears welled up in Seiyuki's eyes, threatening to fall. Utterly astonished, he asked, what do you mean? Suddenly, she grabbed her own wrist tightly. Kyosuke stared in shock at the spot. On Seiyuki's arm was a glowing mark. He thought in a start, Vaguely remembering the sign, Kyosuke muttered to himself, that's. Recalling the past from 20 years ago, a young girl had been attacked by a monster. Right at that moment, her power suddenly awakened. An incident occurred then. However, the young girl couldn't control the power and went berserk. At that time, he had thought, perhaps our meeting was fate. She uses the same power as me, the time attribute. At that exact moment, using that power with zero experience, inflicted massive damage on the young girl's body. Sharing the same attribute, rather than letting the power spiral out of control and harm her further. I decided to seal it. Fortunately, I succeeded. The young girl gradually regained her senses. Kyosuke still remembered saving her life back then and leaving a red mark on her arm. Returning to reality, he looked stunned. So you were that little girl back then. She nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. When I finally came to, unfortunately, by then, you had already been branded a traitor to your comrades. Criticisms were everywhere. They called you the mastermind behind the SSS-grade disaster and the abnormal appearance of dungeons, claiming you wanted to rule the world. Even so, I knew my savior wouldn't do such a thing. Because of that reason, I approached Claudia. My main purpose was to uncover the truth about the incident 20 years ago. I always acted obediently and devoted myself to her. After a long journey, I finally won Claudia's trust, and she told me the truth. It took me a full 10 years. Following that, after the Rei Ryuoxi incident, I was ordered to find Misato Kaiwakairo. When I received the order, I was initially very skeptical. I didn't believe you were actually alive. Because of that, when you went to train in Germany, I contacted Asahi Karen. Based on our conversations, when she told me what kind of person Asai Kyosuke was, my mind was made up. Sayuki was lost in emotion. She affirmed, is exactly the same as the Kaiwakairo I knew. She expressed with deep emotion, the only reason I'm still alive right now is because of you. She said sincerely, I truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Kyosuke smiled and replied, is that all? Never could he have imagined that this little girl had trusted Misato Kaiwakairo for 20 whole years. Sayuki even revealed, you are my ideal hero figure, Kaiwakairo. She was being evasive on top of that, so I'll tell you the truth. Sayuki's expression turned serious. I had seen the worst possible future. Most importantly, and the only one who can change that future, is you. That's why she suddenly pleaded, please, lend me your strength, and made a proposal so that we can save the world from Claudia's divine blessing ritual. Facing those words, Kyosuke couldn't help but be struck dumb with astonishment. She had seen the future. A hard-to-hide look of shock flickered across his face. Shirato Sayuki, could it be that you? Sayuki just calmly explained, a gentle stream of magical energy surrounding her body. I used time magic and returned from the future. The scene from back then slowly replayed in her mind, and within that timeline. Hearing those words, Kyosuke grew even more astonished. Claudia had ruled the world. Sayuki reached out decisively, her gaze turning intensely solemn. If things keep going like this, what awaits us is a world full of despair. To change that outcome, I need your strength, Kaiwakairo. He calmly repeated those words. Claudia ruling the world, huh? Her face suddenly dropped, her composure fading away. In that future, even you lose your life, and I am completely shattered. Sayuki slowly recounted what she had witnessed with her own eyes, but in that moment of life or death, suddenly a strange stream of magical energy enveloped her entire body. You used void magic to release the regression right. Sayuki went on to recount, you told me to use it to change that hopeless future. Returning to reality, she clenched her fists with determination. I feel the same way. I won't let that future happen again. Kyosuke finally spoke up after those words. So the cause of everything is the divine blessing ritual Claudia is planning to hold. Exactly what happened in that future. Sayuki turned her head slightly, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. At the hands of the monster Claudia summoned, the calamity beast, hundreds of millions of people lost their lives. Yet he raised his voice. A calamity beast, you say? Kyosuke couldn't believe it, recalling inwardly. 20 years ago, there was a monster we couldn't find a way to defeat, even when using future foresight. He was certain that in the end, all they could do was seal away that dungeon, that monster. The eyes of that beast were forever etched in his mind. It was a calamity beast. Sayuki lowered her voice, frowning slightly. With the calamity beast in her hands, Claudia rebuilt the order of the world. She calmly continued speaking about what happened just then. Those who opposed her were executed, leaving behind only obedient followers. She turned it into a world that was convenient for her in every way. That seemed to go beyond all of Kyosuke's expectations, so that was Claudia's ambition. A moment later, he suddenly asked a few puzzled questions. But she's supposed to be the hero of this world. Is she throwing away that mask just to do this? She really would. At that exact moment, something suddenly rushed toward them. A figure slowly landed on the ground, with extremely decisive movement. The girl casually took off her hooded cloak. Faced with this situation, Kyosuke couldn't help feeling surprised. But Sayuki calmly explained everything. Isha and I have known each other for a very long time. I put her in charge of intelligence both inside and outside the tower. Isha cheerfully chimed in, we meet again, nice to meet. A look of scrutiny flickered in his eyes as he quietly observed, I thought you said you wanted to save your hometown and family. The girl replied calmly, her voice completely steady, oh right, I lied. Isha casually dropped words that made the listener shudder. After all, Claudia already killed my family and everyone in the village. Every word she spoke made him freeze, unable to retort. The tower she built, you say, this used to be my village. The girl slowly recounted the moment that had taken place back then. Claudia turned this place into a city just to gather her followers. Isha hopelessly gripped her mother's hand, her eyes filled with despair. And because of that, I lost the people I loved. Tears silently streamed down, impossible to hold back. I will never forgive her, never. Sayuki quietly spoke up then. If we leave Claudia to run amok, tragedy will happen again, and I cannot accept that. She herself couldn't help feeling a sense of helplessness. You understand, right? Even if people die, she doesn't care at all. Isha expressed loudly, I want you to lend us your strength. After hearing everything, Kyosuke just let out a soft sigh. Finally, he gave in to the proposal. I understand. We have to stop Claudia's plot. Kyosuke added, but more importantly, I completely sympathize with what Isha just said. A look of suppressed anger flashed in his eyes. I will never, ever forgive Claudia. The two of them fell silent, fixing their eyes intently on Kyosuke without looking away. However, he suddenly brought up a condition of his own. But I want to ask one thing. If we kill Claudia, will the divine blessing ritual stop? Sayuki hesitated slightly before answering. Unfortunately, no. She slowly explained everything she knew. Claudia plans to summon the monster by using the drained life force of her elite followers as fuel. If that power is unleashed, it will happen whether through the ritual or through Claudia's death. Kyosuke thought to himself, trying to find a solution. I see. If it were that simple, then my future self that she saw would have already succeeded. Then he calmly started to say, so how can we? Before he could finish, Sayuki suddenly interrupted. There is a way. She calmly analyzed everything carefully. Claudia's power is amplified by a device. If we destroy it, we can stop the ritual. Sayuki added solemnly, out of 4 failed timelines, this is the only definitive clue I've finally managed to grasp. The key device is located right at the very top of the Grand Cathedral. She went on to recount what she had sensed, but it's protected by an extremely powerful barrier. Even I can't get inside. Then Sayuki smiled softly, her gaze turning gentle. However, our advantage now is that you've already made it to the 7th floor. Furthermore, you've already been scheduled a meeting with her. Kyosuke couldn't hide the interest in his eyes. You mean if we suppress her during the meeting, while Claudia is weakened, you and Isha can destroy the device, right? However, his eyes suddenly narrowed. But deep down, Kyosuke couldn't feel at ease either. There will still be other priests and soldiers present in the audience room. We'll have to fight our way past all of them and suppress Claudia's power. Sayuki suddenly spoke up, cutting through the worry in his heart. There is one more important thing I need to tell you. My regression ability is reaching its limit, and the window of time I can go back to is getting shorter and shorter. She didn't stop, getting straight to the point. This time, I only barely made it back to the moment right before I met you, which means. Sayuki's next words left the other two completely stunned. This is our last chance. Kyosuke slowly closed his eyes. I understand. Inwardly, he silently resolved. If we fail, the world will fall into Claudia's hands, but that doesn't matter. Kyosuke cast a cold glance to the side. I will stop her at all costs. He resolutely made up his mind. 20 years ago, and now once again, I won't let you have your way twice. Kyosuke thought to himself, his gaze growing calmer. This is our last chance. He slowly recalled the scene that had happened before. If we mess this up, then what awaits all of us is only the worst possible future. Afterward, he silently made a resolve in his heart. I must stop Claudia at any cost. In a gloomy, deserted city, everywhere was shrouded in a cold, white mist. At this moment, in an extremely desolate and quiet place, Sayuki calmly walked ahead of the two of them. Right here. Right before their eyes appeared a room littered with papers. This is my hideout. Kyosuke couldn't help being astonished by what had just appeared. I see. So this is everything Shirato Sayuki has built up through her regression. At that moment, Sayuki calmly began to explain. First, I will tell you what I witnessed across the 4 timelines, how we failed, and what we learned. She continued, her tone still calm. In the first world, I learned Claudia's true purpose. He immediately understood the meaning behind those words. She intends to use the divine blessing ritual to summon the calamity beast and wipe out everyone who isn't her follower. Sayuki spoke gently, her voice very soft. And in that timeline, you gave me the power to turn back time. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze turning somber. From the second time onward, she tried to stop Claudia's ambition, but things weren't that simple. Sayuki suddenly recalled what happened last time. On the second run, I caught her off guard and assassinated her. Yet she couldn't help but be surprised. But Burjo suddenly erupted with a strange power back then, sending Sayuki flying instantly. At that, she lowered her head in silence. Her magical energy went berserk, and the calamity beast was still summoned. Isha, standing nearby, couldn't help speaking up. Things aren't as simple as we thought. Sayuki added, even if you kill her, the ritual is still carried out by some mechanism, presumably. She slowly analyzed what had happened previously. On the third run, I couldn't find Claudia's magic amplification device. As if nothing were wrong, Sayuki spoke up again. On the fourth run, I found its location, but I didn't know how to destroy it. She suddenly remembered that strange gate. I wanted to change the outcome, but I couldn't do it, so I just kept seeing that hopeless future over and over. Then she raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze extremely gentle. She continued, but even in those successive failures, there were major successes, like meeting Isha, for instance. Sayuki's words made Isha feel a sense of pride. Actually, the reason the meeting with Claudia was scheduled for right now is thanks to her. Kyosuke stood at the front, looking bewildered and not understanding. What do you mean? She calmly recounted the whole situation. The illicit plot of Priest Samoa on the first floor was exposed. The one who did that was none other than Isha. She was the one who created that opening. Every image from back then surfaced according to Sayuki's narration. She ensured the news reached his ears, and she even pulled strings to have a high-ranking priest inspect the first floor at that exact moment. Then he calmly raised his head to look forward. That's right, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here now. So that was the story behind it. Kyosuke stared intently at the thoroughly analyzed piles of documents. It's not just these materials. Shirato Sayuki definitely used every possible means to create the current situation. He felt a silent admiration for that meticulousness. She must have gone through far more despair and suffering than what she just told us. Kyosuke suddenly remembered his own words from his past life. In the first world, I entrusted these words to her, change that hopeless future, and she carried that burden, walking all the way here alone. At that moment, Isha spoke up to break the silence. Now, we are forced to stop Claudia's ritual. Sayuki immediately responded, especially destroying her magic amplification device. That is an absolute must. She frowned slightly and slowly laid out her plan. We need you to neutralize her during the meeting. If we can do that, the barrier protecting the device will collapse. The blueprints and plans were carefully recorded by Sayuki. I've gathered all the information on the interior of the Grand Cathedral. Isha and I will handle destroying the device. Kyosuke glanced over everything before speaking slowly, but it won't be easy to subdue Claudia with so many priests around. She raised her eyes, looking straight ahead with composure. Therefore, I need you to create a magic spell. A magic spell that can change the future. Sayuki's answer left Kyosuke momentarily stunned, no matter how dark the future may be, and that magic spell is. Right over there, a giant engine wrapped in magical energy was gradually coming into view. She observed the object in front of her intently. Soon, the magical energy needed to summon the Calamity Beast will be fully charged. At that time, we will immediately proceed with the ritual. Burjo's face flashed a triumphant look. And before that, it also serves as entertainment. I'm really looking forward to it. Over on this side at that moment, thick, dense mist covered every pathway. Sayuki quickly asked, is it tomorrow? She couldn't help feeling worried. Kawakairo, have you prepared? Instantly, Kyosuke reassured her. No need to worry. While talking, he simultaneously channeled his magical energy. I've spent a lot of time hunting that image in my head. I've mastered that spell. Sayuki offered a word of praise, her tone quite amused. As expected of you, I finally see a glimmer of hope. Afterward, she suddenly expressed, thank you so much, Kawakairo. No, I'm the one who should thank you. Kyosuke immediately countered bluntly. You kept resetting the world even after seeing that hopeless future. That left Sayuki stunned, and he continued. My ability might have been different, but I understand how lonely it must have been for you to fight while seeing that future. Kyosuke glanced out towards the exterior. I trusted you with everything in the first timeline, and you carried out that will, bringing us to this day. His eyes narrowed as he looked forward. So, I am very grateful to you, and I want to live up to that trust. Kyosuke suddenly expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Shirato Sayuki. Hearing those words, Sayuki's eye sockets grew warm. Kawakairo. She pressed her lips together tightly, trying to stay calm. Afterwards, Sayuki suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Kyosuke utterly bewildered. What is it? She turned her head away shyly, her cheeks gradually turning red. Nothing, it just feels a little strange being called by my full name. Seeing that, he immediately spoke up, I'm sorry. Then Sayuki suddenly reached her hand forward. She opened up to express her wish. Sayuki, you can just call me by my first name. Hearing that, Kyosuke broke into a warm, bright smile. I understand. He suddenly took Sayuki's hand, his gaze full of determination. Let's change the future together, Sayuki. A flash of undisguised joy appeared on her face. At that exact moment, Isha suddenly appeared. Sorry to interrupt your romantic moment. Seeing someone appear, Sayuki retorted, What romance is there? The playful girl replied, Yeah. Isha continued, her tone still calm. Anyway, I've memorized the layout of the Grand Cathedral, along with the patrol routes. She also stated, we're all set. Kyosuke on the side solemnly laid out every detail. All right, I'll subdue Claudia. Sayuki, Isha, you two destroy the device when you see an opening. Then the three of them fist bumped as a promise. We have to win at all costs. Just like that, a few days later arrived, the day of the meeting with Claudia. The guards bowed respectfully in unison. You're here for the meeting, right? Go on in. Kyosuke calmly walked inside. Sayuki, Isha, how are your situations? We're fine. He calculated inwardly, seemingly having a plan. At this rate, we can reach the top floor without any issues. All the information Sayuki gathered is truly paying off. Even Kyosuke couldn't help being surprised. I didn't expect Isha to be able to use long-distance communication magic like this. How convenient. Thus, he slowly walked forward step by step. We're almost at the meeting room. I'm counting on you too. Got it. Facing the sight before him, Kyosuke clenched his fists. This is Unexpectedly, Norman was already standing there waiting. "I've been waiting for you." He cordially extended a hand with a friendly smile. "Come on in." Kyosuke gazed fixedly ahead, his eyes full of determination. The scene in front of him quickly appeared before his eyes. "I've arrived." Flanking both sides were entirely Burjo's subordinates. A malicious smile appeared on her face. "Claudia." Kyosuke's eyes showed clear resolve. "I won't waste the opportunity Sayuki created by overcoming 4 rounds of despair." He stood before Burjo's figure, continuing to think in his head. "Never." Burjo smiled faintly, a brilliant radiance glowing all over her body. Suddenly, she widened her eyes as if she had seen something. A guard standing nearby quickly called out, "Lady Claudia." Burjo acted calmly, saying, "It's nothing." Hearing that, Kyosuke only gave a smirk. Watching the space lose its signal, he silently mused to himself, "Just as I thought, the perception jamming magic I'm using right now will probably make me look like a completely different person compared to Asai Kyosuke." Directing his gaze straight at Burjo, Kyosuke had already deduced, even though Claudia will eventually see through it, this can buy us some time. Recalling the moment Burjo used her ability to counter his attack, Kyosuke realized, in the future Sayuki saw, I used this magic on Claudia twice, and both times it took her about 5 minutes to completely dispel it. With that thought, Kyosuke took a step forward, thinking, and the activation condition for the magic I'm using on her. Suddenly dropping to one knee and bowing his head before Burjo while keeping his thoughts going, is a set amount of time passing after locking onto the target with my line of sight. Seeing Burjo's smug expression, Kyosuke calculated mentally, I just need to activate the new core magic before Claudia realizes who I am. Meanwhile, Sayuki was standing out in the hallway. She sneaked a glance inside and thought, sure enough, the guards on the top floor haven't decreased at all. Looking at the 2 guards standing strict watch, Sayuki speculated inwardly, even though we can't get past that spot without taking down the guards, that means. Suddenly, the 2 guards began to move away, and Sayuki quickly ducked behind the wall. One of the old guards said to the newly arrived replacement, "It's time for shift change." The other replied with a cold, "Yeah." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a violent explosion sent him flying. Afterward, his entire body was impaled through the shattered rubble, lying completely motionless. The remaining guards turned pale with panic at the sight. Having already assumed an offensive stance, Sayuki thought, past 1 in the afternoon, will strike while the soldiers' attention is focused on the shift change report. The very next second, she accelerated forward at full speed. Ignoring the loud shout of "Who are you?" Sayuki swung her arm back to prepare her ultimate move. In the blink of an eye, another thunderous explosion rang out. Sayuki's entire body was enveloped in rings of light amidst a thick cloud of dust. One panicked guard barked an order, "Hey, call Lady Claudia right now." But they had no idea they were already caught in her sights from above. Her arm gathered momentum to launch a counterattack. The brown-haired girl immediately unleashed 2 punches simultaneously, catching the 2 guards before they could dodge. Landing gracefully in a defensive posture, she declared, "Not a chance." The scenery viewed from above was an absolute mess. Seeing the 2 guards lying motionless on the floor, the brown-haired girl praised, "Sayuki's information is really useful." Sayuki replied happily, "Everything is going smooth." Frowning tightly, she continued, "Now we just need Kaiwakiro to stall Claudia." Casting her gaze toward the barrier where bolts of lightning constantly crackled, Sayuki waited in anticipation, and the barrier will come down. On this side, Kyosuke had his eyes closed as Sayuki's telepathic voice called out, "Kaiwakiro." While one of the priests was performing the ritual, Sayuki took the opportunity to report, "We've reached the barrier in front of the equipment room." Kyosuke mentally replied, "I know." He cast a brief glance upward. Imagining himself in a game of chess, Kyosuke calculated, "The first condition has been met, now it's my turn." Carefully monitoring the priest's actions, he analyzed step by step. According to Sayuki, the meeting always starts with a ritual chant by the 6th floor priest, but that's just a decoy. Amidst the frighteningly silent atmosphere, Kyosuke quickly realized, Claudia's real objective on this floor is something else. As the image of a majestic priest surfaced in his mind, Kyosuke grew certain, Sinise Lester, the 7th floor priest. He's measuring my magical power. With the ritual still underway across the vast space, Kyosuke carefully analyzed, the meeting isn't just a greeting. Claudia's goal is to harvest magical power from believers who possess extraordinary potential. At that moment, a blue energy began swirling around Kyosuke's body, and he thought, therefore, if I don't meet their standards, they'll cut the process short immediately. Witnessing this, the priest widened his eyes in astonishment. Staring at the surging torrent of energy, the priest couldn't help muttering inwardly, unbelievable. What kind of terrifying magical power is this? I've never seen a believer like. Shifting his gaze to Burjo, the priest urged, Lady Claudia, we absolutely must keep him. Kyosuke broke into a triumphant smirk. Placing his chess piece priest down, he thought with satisfaction, good, the second condition is fulfilled. All that's left is to satisfy the activation condition of that magic. Suddenly, the corners of Burjo's lips curved upward. Abruptly, she burst out laughing in excitement. The female priest called out in confusion, Lady Claudia. Burjo sauntered forward, speaking with an enigmatic tone. I finally understand what that sense of unease was. Slowly approaching Kyosuke, she softened her voice. So you're still alive, Kawakiro. The moment those words dropped, everyone around gasped in shock and cried out, Kawakiro. No way, Misato Kawakiro. With half his face still concealed under the jamming magic, Kyosuke clenched his teeth and thought, I can't stall her as long as planned. Suddenly, Burjo grabbed him firmly by the chin. You. The next second, she closed the distance to press her face right against Kyosuke's and snarled with a terrifying expression. I see right through it all. Widening her blue eyes, Burjo warned, with that monstrous amount of magical power, I can tell exactly what kind of magic you're using, Kawakiro. A moment later, she released his chin and stated, to be honest, I'm quite impressed. I thought you would have perished from the hypnotic spell I used on Ingolf. With that, Burjo turned her back and walked away, adding, actually, there's a lot more going on here, but we can save that for later. The priests immediately stepped in to form a protective barrier in front of. Pointing straight at Kyosuke with arrogant defiance, Burjo declared, if I just kill you right here, everything will be over. Outside, Tsuyuki panicked and called out telepathically, Kawakiro. The chess pieces had been arranged into a defensive formation as Tsuyuki acknowledged. That's right. Being the cautious person he is, he would send the priests ahead and make them do whatever he's about to command. Burjo gave a fierce order. You heard him. Obliterate him. Spotting the syringes filled with red liquid in the priest's hands, Tsuyuki made a silent decision. I know what I have to do. The very next second, the priests simultaneously jammed the syringes into their own necks as Burjo's voice echoed. Make sure he is wiped out permanently. A cruel expression surfaced on her face. Rei Ryuoxi's enhancement drug. Watching the torrent of energy wrap around Kyosuke's body, Tsuyuki speculated internally. With this many enhanced soldiers, even Kawakiro won't be able to fight them off. In the blink of an eye, Kyosuke swept his arm outward, unleashing a surging wave of blue energy. The priests could only stand their ground, completely unable to react in time. Faced with this spectacle, Burjo dropped her jaw in shock, thinking, those enhanced ones. Recognizing the power building up in Kyosuke's hands, Tsuyuki thought triumphantly, everything is going according to plan. Observing Kyosuke's overwhelming aura, Tsuyuki calmed herself with satisfaction, and now, finally, we are ready. Kyosuke spoke slowly in a steady voice. This place is a space completely cut off from the outside world. You cannot interfere with anything out there, nor can you draw power from the outside. That means right now, you're just a bird trapped in a cage. Burjo asked with a confused expression, her eyes filled with hesitation, completely cut off from the outside world. What is your purpose in creating something like this? Calmly responding to the barrage of questions, he answered, I will destroy the magical amplification device you've always relied on and prevent the beast of calamity from appearing. Frowning slightly, Kyosuke continued slowly, if I seal you right here, the barrier protecting the device will disappear too, won't it? A whirlwind of emotions stirred within Burjo's heart. He knows about the magical amplification device, and he even knows about the beast of calamity. Could it be that he used void magic to spy on me? Afterward, she voiced her inner concerns. No, more importantly, what is Kawakiro's true intention? Even so, aren't you trapped here as well? Burjo's gaze brimmed with scrutiny. How do you plan to destroy the device? Frowning slightly, she guessed to herself, I see. Kyosuke replied slowly with an uncommonly calm tone. Looks like you finally figured it out. Clenching her fists in anger with rage flashing in her eyes, Burjo snapped. So that's how it is. You have accomplices helping you, don't you? She interrogated him further with a growingly harsh tone. If so, no wonder you knew about the device. You assigned the task of destroying it to your accomplices. Unfazed, Kyosuke frankly admitted, that's right, we will stop the beast of calamity from appearing. I have no need to hide my purpose anymore. Pointing straight at Burjo with unwavering eyes, he stated, you will stay right here until the device is successfully destroyed. A flurry of thoughts crossed Kyosuke's mind. Come to think of it, she was in a position to always keep an eye on me under the guise of an assistant. He gradually recalled past events. I haven't seen her around these past few days. Furthermore, I set up the board so that either Ingolf or Kawakiro had to die. There was never any way both of them could survive. Kyosuke continued pondering. Ever since, back then in that place, someone interfered and ruined my hypnotic spell. Sayuki's figure flashed vividly in his mind. Sayuki, you're Kaiwakiro's accomplice, aren't you? However, Burjo suddenly spoke up. How disappointing, and I expected so much from you. Her face twisted into a cold, vicious expression. If your time power had fully awakened, you could have become an extremely useful puppet. Burjo casually dropped a fatal blow, but now you're just useless. Honestly, it feels like someone stole the product right before I could harvest it. A moment later, she simply stood there with her hands on her hips, watching. Out of nowhere, Burjo pulled out a gleaming sword, saying, I just need to kill you and escape from here. Gripping the sword tightly with cold eyes, she finished, with this sword. From below, Kyosuke watched the sword intently, recognizing, that's the thing Sayuki mentioned. He slowly recalled past events. By using that, Claudia collected magical power from the talented believers who came to see her. Kyosuke's frown grew colder, his gaze sharpening. So that's it. You intend to drain my magical power and shatter this barrier. Drawing a firm conclusion after careful thought, Claudia wants to kill me to make her escape. Burjo smiled faintly with complete confidence. All right, here I come. Her steps rushed toward him decisively and without hesitation, but his objective was to stall her. Burjo coldly raised the sword in her hand high. However, with extraordinary agility, Kyosuke easily dodged it. Recalling what Sayuki had told him, according to Sayuki, even if we kill Claudia, the Beast of Calamity will still be summoned. Kyosuke swiftly teleported right behind Burjo, thinking, therefore right now. She reflexively reacted, turning her head to look at him. I cannot let her die. Burjo suddenly lashed out with a kick. My mission is to successfully block her attacks until Sayuki and the others destroy the device. That is my role. Kyosuke calmly evaded the attack. He taunted with a provocative tone, you're so naive. Dodging attacks from someone like you is a breeze. Those words only drove Burjo into an explosive rage. Is that so? Then how about this? No sooner had she spoken than she quickly drew a crossbow. Without a word, Burjo fired a bolt straight at. Kyosuke's eyes remained fixed on the incoming bolt. A barrage of bolts suddenly rained down around. Kyosuke silently analyzed the scene unfolding before him. A crossbow bolt enchanted with hypnosis magic, the exact same kind of magic used on Ingolf. Burjo burst into a mad laugh that chilled the atmosphere. Just a single scratch and you're done for. Right after that, a strange bolt hurtled toward him. An enchanted hypnotic bolt, pretty annoying, but Kyosuke simply leaned sideways to dodge. I just need to dodge. If you think you can hit us, go right ahead. Burjo spoke with absolute confidence and a firm tone. Kaiwakiro, let me tell you something interesting. Her eyes gradually grew venomous, unable to hold back a flash of murderous intent. My useful pawn wasn't just Sayuki. Burjo began rambling with conviction. I told someone else about the existence of the device. Do you know what that means? On the other side, a figure slowly came into clear view. Found it. She pointed decisively at the object in front of her. That's the magical amplification device. Sayuki quickly stepped forward. If we destroy this. However, fifth-floor priest Ajido Norman abruptly stepped out to block her. Not a chance. A blinding light immediately enveloped his body. Anyone who steps into this zone must be eliminated. That is Lady Claudia's order. The two stared in shock, scarcely believing their eyes as fifth-floor priest Ajido Norman glared at them coldly. Shirato Sayuki. His gaze made no attempt to hide its hostility. You are Lady Claudia's assistant. Why are you doing this? Facing the situation, Sayuki calmly replied, I have no obligation to answer you, especially not to someone blindly loyal to that woman. Biting her teeth, she calculated her next move internally. Just like the future I saw, Ajido Norman is Claudia's true right hand. Sayuki whispered to herself, if I want to destroy the device, I have to take him down first. Norman closed his eyes for a moment before speaking slowly. I see, how unfortunate. He couldn't help but compliment her grit. No, perhaps this is actually something to celebrate. Norman then pointed directly at her face. Finally, we can decide who truly deserves to stand by Lady Claudia's side. Sayuki struck back with equal strength. I couldn't care less about that. His frown grew increasingly annoyed. Even without you, I already have enough reasons to do this. Norman suddenly recounted his childhood. When I was a kid, my parents abused me mercilessly. That image remained deeply engraved in his mind. The one who saved me back then was Lady Claudia. That statement prompted the girl beside her to speak up. She was just gathering children with rare powers. She didn't want to save you. Yet Norman remained entirely stubborn in his resolve. Even so, she is still my light. She taught me that one must have power to survive in this world. He continued slowly with a completely calm tone. Ever since I was saved, I swore loyalty to Lady Claudia. I want to stand as close to her as possible and assist her. Norman cast his eyes towards Sayuki, yet she kept you by her side simply because you possess the special time attribute. His expression instantly turned dark and terrifying. That's why you're always getting in my way. With a morbid expression, Norman slowly raised his hand. I must thank God for giving me this opportunity. Flustered yet trying to reason with him, she argued. Do you even know what you're saying? Claudia wants to rule the world using the beast of calamity. But Norman simply dropped a flat, casual response. So what? Raising both hands high with his eyes gently closed, he concluded, realizing her ideal is true salvation. Sayuki, standing nearby, finally couldn't help but interrupt. Enough, Isha, we have to defeat him anyway. She spoke coldly, her tone carrying an air of indifference. We won't let you stand in our way, never. Sayuki began to quietly scrutinize the person standing before her. Agito Norman, he doesn't look like an ordinary priest at all. She looked slightly flustered as she mentally calculated her next step. His position as the fifth-floor supervisor of Branch 1 was just a disguise of his. His true identity is Claudia's right-hand man. Sayuki suddenly recalled past events. Claudia herself entrusted him with guarding that device because he is exceptional at combat. Before the regression, I was killed by him once in a previous timeline. She firmly affirmed her thoughts, but I can't lose this time. Seeing this, Norman spoke up in a calm tone. To me, Lady Claudia is a god, and I am the enforcer chosen by God to carry out her will. His expression suddenly turned dark and cold. I will destroy you all and complete my mission. Sayuki didn't care in the least as she spoke. Isha. Isha immediately responded from beside her. Claudia is the one who destroyed my village 10 years ago. There's no way I'll lose to some lunatic who worships that woman like a deity. That left Norman feeling immensely surprised. 10 years ago, you say. I see, so you're a survivor from that village. Yet the girl only frowned slightly, her expression indifferent. So what? Without hesitation, Isha bluntly snapped at him. Don't think you can get away with it now just by pitying me. He just stood there quietly and waved his hand. I don't pity you at all. Norman's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he quietly observed his opponent. What you experience. His next words made both of them glare. Should actually be considered good fortune. Norman continued with a totally nonchalant tone. The decision of a god is always right, no matter the situation. As if guided by Burjo, he began rambling endlessly. If Lady Claudia decided to wipe out your village, then that was divine guidance. Without hesitation, Norman pointed straight at Isha. To witness the guidance of a god from such close range, you should consider yourself lucky. Trembling with anger, the girl clenched her fists tightly. Shut up, you psycho. Unable to hold back her rage, Isha whipped out her blade. Trembling with fury, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. I will never forgive you for mocking my past. Yet Norman casually drew a sword. It's just a different perspective, that's all. I was merely trying to explain it to you. He swung his sword forward and continued. As Lady Claudia said, this world truly needs to be cleansed. Faced with this situation, Sayuki showed no fear at all. Agito Norman, I know you have blindly devoted yourself to Claudia. If that devotion is what made you turn out this way, there is no way we will lose. Norman still spoke casually, his tone full of challenge. Very well, try it if you can. He smirked and resolutely declared, even though you stand no chance. The moment he finished speaking, Norman suddenly vanished right before their eyes. Isha couldn't help doubting what had just happened. He disappeared just like Sayuki said. Standing beside her, Sayuki tried anxiously to analyze the situation. Teleportation magic, optical illusion stealth. She thought to herself, trying to piece things together. Agito uses this to launch surprise attack. Just as Sayuki was still lost in thought, Norman appeared behind her. Shirato Sayuki possesses the rare time attribute, but right now that power is sealed so she can't use it. At that exact moment, a sword came flying toward her, meaning, without showing any mercy, he immediately launched his attack. She can't block this blow. Isha stood there bewildered, completely not understanding what had just happened. Norman swung his sword frantically, aiming straight at Sayuki. His entire body suddenly swayed and lunged forward. Norman couldn't believe what he was seeing. She dodged it. My attack came from a perfect blind spot. Unwilling to accept this, he immediately tried again. I've never used optical stealth in front of Shirato Sayuki before. How did she know? Shock was clearly written in Norman's eyes at the sight. A surge of power enveloped Sayuki, her face remaining completely calm, because no way time magic. That instantly made him furious. You learned how to use it, the legendary attribute that once belonged to the sinner Misato Kawakiro. However, Sayuki nimbly sidestepped to dodge the attack. She bit her lip, a look of resolute determination in her eyes. What I received from Kawakiro in the future isn't just the regression power. At that moment, Sayuki's eyes clearly tracked every single gesture of Norman's. Microsight, a magic spell that lets me read 1 second into the future. She thought to herself, I can't see as far ahead as Kaiwa Kairo. Sayuki's face maintained its calm and resolute composure. But even so, this magic is extremely powerful in combat. Isha quietly transmitted her voice, carefully reminding her, Sayuki, use long-distance communication magic so you and I can coordinate in real time. She frowned slightly, as if understanding everything. I understand. Furious, Norman rushed forward without hesitation. I heard Misato Kawakairo, the one who could also use time magic, also possessed future foresight. As he ran, he quickly thought to himself, there's a high chance Shirato Sayuki has a similar power, if that's the case. Right at that moment, Sayuki sensed something. Isha to the left. Instantly, Isha managed to lean out of the way of Norman's invisible attack. Flustered doubt rose in his heart. She's reading me too. Are they sharing information? Standing nearby, Sayuki thought to herself, we might not win in a pure brawl, but by using long-distance communication magic, I can share information with Isha. She suddenly recalled an important detail from before. At first, I worried that separating Kaiwakairo from us would be a disadvantage. Kyosuke had proposed back then, I'll hold off Claudia, you two destroy the device while we have an opening. Sayuki finally began to understand the whole situation. But I realized there are things only we can do because right now, it's just me and Isha. A brilliant golden light surrounded her body. Sayuki immediately communicated to remind Isha, Isha, Ajido is about to pull back. Because of that, the girl grew even more confident. With my wind magic, I won't let you escape. Surprised, he muttered, you could even predict where I'd dodge to. Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword to block the incoming blow. Isha's green magic waves struck continuously without stopping. A massive explosion suddenly echoed, shaking the entire space. Yet a creepy laugh echoed through the room. To everyone's shock, Norman had survived that blow. So this is the time Magic Lady Claudia wanted. No wonder she kept you by her side. Even though Norman survived the attack, he added, but that's why you're nothing more than an obstacle. Sayuki frowned, thinking to herself, there it is. She stared intently at the person standing opposite her. The ring Claudia gave him to unlock his hidden powers. Norman spoke again, his tone as cold as before. I was born to serve by the side of a deity. His arms suddenly mutated in a bizarre fashion. To become the closest being to God, I just need to wipe out everyone else. Sayuki and Isha could only stand in silence before the scene unfolding before them. In the blink of an eye, Norman transformed into a massive monster. At that time, God will only look at. He slowly raised his massive hand high into the air. Then he swung it down hard, slamming it straight into the ground. Rubble instantly rained down like a hailstorm. Exhilarated, Norman laughed broadly with a sense of glee. Marvelous. This power is as incredible as hers. He immediately released a mocking, contemptuous jeer. Pathetic fools who dare oppose the divine, I will crush you with this very power. However, Sayuki calmly asked, Isha, are you ready? Isha looked straight ahead with unyielding determination, her gaze steady, of course. She continued, the real battle starts now. She gritted her teeth, trying to calmly analyze the situation. The ring Claudia gave him turned him into this monster. The real battle has truly begun. Norman roared once more, his voice echoing through the space. Just a little longer, and Lady Claudia will create a brand new world. I want to see that paradise with my own eyes. Without hesitation, he slammed his arm down onto the ground. Anyone who opposes her will be crushed. That is my mission. Norman continued rambling, his tone filled with madness. Especially you, Shirato Sayuki. You were close to Lady Claudia yet betrayed her. I cannot let you live. That massive hand slowly rose into the air, carrying terrifying weight. I will execute judgment myself. Finishing his sentence, he slammed his gigantic arm down hard onto the ground. Isha struggled to brace herself, thinking inwardly, just the shockwave alone is this strong. If that thing attacks us directly, we're definitely goner. Her entire body continuously retreated backward. Refusing to lose, Isha immediately counterattacked with her blade. But since his body has gotten bigger, he's just a bigger target. Green sword slashes tore through the wind and flew forward. Take this. Norman calmly raised his crude hand in front of his face. Surprisingly, he blocked the sword's strike with his bare hand. Isha was horrified by the sequence of events unfolding before her. He crushed that magic with his bare hands. A nearby pillar suddenly snapped in half in the blink of an eye. In the moment Sayuki wasn't paying attention, it lunged right in front of them. Norman frantically swung the pillar, attacking repeatedly. Caught off guard, both Isha and Sayuki crashed heavily into the wall behind them. Norman calmly placed the pillar down on the ground. He calmly praised the power. This is the power Lady Claudia bestowed upon me. Standing there, Norman continued his endless rambling. strong and unyielding like iron in her hands, power can reach this level. He suddenly scoffed with utter contempt. Even if you use time magic, you can't defeat someone blessed by a god. Sayuki couldn't hide her surprise. I dodged a fatal blow with microsight, but the power from that ring is truly formidable. She slowly recalled each of the previous attacks. That durability is also a pain. Isha's wind magic didn't even scratch him. Afterwards, Sayuki slowly turned her head to look at Isha. However, Isha just gently nodded in response. She slowly stood up from the ground step by step. A fierce wave of determination welled up in Sayuki. We still have a way, what Kawakairo told us. Seeing this, Norman mocked with sarcastic amusement. You're still standing up. I don't understand why you're trying so hard to fight. However, she immediately provoked him. Isn't it obvious? I'm fighting to stop Claudia's plot. He calmly replied, that's exactly why I don't understand. Norman suddenly asked, why would you deny a god like her? Sayuki loudly and firmly asserted, Claudia is not a god. She stared steadily at the person in front of her. She has harmed countless people, and now she's planning to go even further. Sayuki suddenly remembered the harmonious scene from before. Besides, even her position. Burjo's words echoed in her mind. We just want to create a safe and stable life for everyone. Sayuki calmly criticized, is something she obtained by betraying her own comrades. She raised her voice in disdain, her tone full of contempt, calling someone like that a god. It's blasphemy. Norman responded coldly. I see, the reason you're obsessed with Lady Claudia is because of Misato Kawakairo. He shamelessly dropped a few more brazen words, but so what? He's just a dead man. Norman slowly lifted his heavy arm. You and that girl whose village was wiped out are no different. Stop tying yourself to a useless past and look toward the future. He suddenly burst into an incomprehensible laugh. The future that Lady Claudia creates is everything. Norman slowly looked around his surroundings. If you can become a sacrifice for it, you should feel proud. Then once again, he lifted the pillar off the ground. If you reject even that truth, then so be it. Norman hugged it tightly, his eyes burning with fanaticism. Either way, you're all going to die here. Sayuki suddenly interrupted in a calm tone. For someone who constantly preaches about the future, that sounds really shallow. That left him stunned for a second. What? Standing opposite him, she slowly delivered her critique. Agito Norman, you didn't even try to look at anyone other than Claudia. Sayuki gripped her hands tightly in pain. The past that people carry, the future they fight toward, none of it was ever light. Those tragic images flashed through her mind. We tasted despair, and that's why we had to claw our way out of it. An unyielding and resolute will flared in Sayuki's eyes. We won't lose to someone who only knows how to execute Claudia's will. Hearing that, Norman's anger flared up violently. You bastards, your despair has no value at all. He went wild and charged straight forward. I'll make you shut up. Maintaining her composure, Isha slowly swung her blade forward. Give me. Sayuki gripped the blade in her hand tightly, completely unshaken. Norman didn't care at all. Weapons, that's just cheap parlor tricks. He roared in anger, opening his mouth as he lunged forward. That can't defeat me. She immediately focused intensely, her gaze turning sharp. The exact moment Norman came rushing wildly with the pillar, Sayuki suddenly appeared from above, closing in on him from behind. She quickly cast her magic, the light flaring up fiercely. Without hesitation, Sayuki drove her blade deep into Norman. He gritted his teeth in pain, his face turning ferocious. Showing no mercy, Norman immediately used magic. Do you think a tiny knife like that can take me down? Yet he still roared, pain distorting his expression. Sayuki safely landed back on the ground. Norman couldn't believe his eyes as his body gradually returned to normal. No way, why is my body? He turned his head back in anger and shouted an accusation. Did you use time magic? She calmly admitted it. That's right. Sayuki slowly explained, revering destiny. Her eyes suddenly shifted to a brilliant golden hue. It manipulates cause and effect, and pulls the target back to their past state. That left Norman in complete shock. Pulling me back to the past. You reversed me to before I put on the ring. He angrily gritted his teeth, but even so, he mentally calculated. If I hide myself with optical stealth. However, from behind, green sword slashes came flying in. You won't get your wish. Norman turned his head in panic. What? A barrage of green sword strikes rained down like a storm. He narrowed one eye in panic, looking forward. Damn it, you calculated this. Isha suddenly rushed forward at lightning speed. We told you. From the other side, a dazzling beam of light also shot forward. We won't lose to the likes of. Just like that, a powerful burst of palm strike energy slammed directly into Norman. Having let his guard down out of arrogance, he took the attack head-on. Norman's entire body crashed heavily into the wall behind him. In your eyes, there's only Claudia and nothing else. Sayuki slowly wiped her dirt-smudged face, adding, so someone like you has no right to lecture us about the past or the future. Right at that moment, a strange surge of power reacted. Over on her side, Burjo suddenly sensed something. Cold sweat broke out all over her body from a wave of unease. This is no way. Just by looking at that expression, Kyosuke guessed the situation. Looks like Sayuki and Isha pulled it off. Your precious magical amplification device has been destroyed. Afterward, he cast a cold glare straight at the person standing before him. Now then, I don't need to hold back anymore. Burjo still couldn't accept what had just happened. Impossible. My magical amplification device has been destroyed. Kyosuke immediately tossed out a teasing remark, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Judging by your expression, you must have been very confident that it wouldn't break. Maintaining his casual demeanor, he coldly added another line, and understandably so. You hid the device's location, set up a barrier, and just to be safe, you even had a Jito act as its guardian. Then Kyosuke's gaze narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of coldness. That just goes to show how much you were banking on summoning the beast of calamity. But he bluntly asserted that above all, Sayuki and Isha's resolve was far stronger than hers. Burjo's face instantly twisted in extreme rage. Damn you, are you mocking me? How dare you compare my grand ideals to those pawns? Yet Kyosuke showed not a shred of fear. That's right, you're just that kind of person, Claudia. He raised his voice in anger, shouting right into her face. You treat people like mere objects. If they get in your way, you destroy them. If they can be used, you treat them like disposable pawns. Kyosuke bluntly recounted what he had witnessed. To make Ingolf confront me, you burned down his hometown. He suddenly recalled that painful image from that day. To build a city to gather believers, you destroyed Isha's village. One by one, those images surfaced within his memories. You've trampled on countless people just like that, and now you still want to sacrifice even more for your stupid ambition. A surge of power instantly erupted across Kyosuke's entire body. Now that the device is gone, I can kill you. A flash of anger crossed his face as his gaze turned piercingly cold. Prepare yourself, Claudia. Burjo clenched her teeth in front of him. You're just as annoying as ever, Kawakiro. With a visibly enraged expression, she pointed her sword straight ahead. In truth, your sense of justice is what's truly stupid. Then Burjo drew her crossbow once more to unleash a volley of bolts. I got sick of that 20 years ago. With nimble footwork, Kyosuke calmly dodged every single bolt. Her face grew furious, her brows furrowed tightly. Just as I predicted, Kawakiro is wary of my magic-absorbing dagger. He won't carelessly close in. Burjo's eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous, wicked glint. Do you think destroying my device gives you an advantage? Just watch, I can restore that device with my own power. Smirking slyly, she licked her lips. If I kill you and escape from this place, that will become reality. Burjo calculated silently, quickly plotting in her mind, and I'll take care of those traitors too. Staring intently at Kyosuke before her, Kawakiro's victory condition is to kill me, but I won't let that happen. Her gaze grew increasingly unhinged, overflowing with a wild frenzy. I already have a plan ready to defeat you. However, Kyosuke spoke up unexpectedly in an utterly calm voice. I see. You're trying to lure me in clothes. Space suddenly warped, and an invisible hand squeezed tightly around Burjo's entire body. But her face showed a look of panic as fear flickered in her eyes. Calmly channeling his magic without the slightest wavering, he continued, do you really think you can? In a fraction of a second, Kyosuke's eyes turned fierce. Defeat me. That burst of power instantly blew Burjo backward. Stunned, quiet beads of sweat rolled down her face. What is this pressure? Burjo stared at Kyosuke in shock, wide-eyed. If we fight head-on, I definitely can't win. Refusing to yield to the end, she immediately counterattacked. No matter what, I have to lure him over there. A torrent of crossbow bolts rained down densely like a waterfall. Kyosuke simply dodged coldly, gracefully evading every single projectile. A glowing magic circle suddenly materialized beneath his feet. You really are. Burjo thought eagerly, excitement flashing in her eyes. Got you. Kyosuke merely glanced down toward the ground briefly. A flurry of magic arrays instantly activated, wrapping around Kyosuke, binding magic. Shackles instantly tightened around his entire body. You let your guard down, Kawakiro. Burjo walked forward casually, her voice eerily calm. Did you think I was just firing arrows aimlessly? It was to set up this magic. Aggressively raising her dagger with murderous intent. Now then, I'm going to kill you. Without an ounce of mercy, Burjo lunged forward to stab him. Laughing excitedly, she drove the blade deeper and deeper. Burjo thrust frantically, her movements growing increasingly savage. Die, die, die. Her face twisted further into a deranged expression. I won. The dagger struck dead center into the most vulnerable spot. A red substance suddenly spewed from the corners of her mouth. That left Burjo frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock. Ironically, she had inadvertently ended her own life. Standing untouched just behind her, Kyosu calmly spoke up, "Absolute hypnosis. That's the magic you use." Turning his head with an indifferent, apathetic gaze, "The magic I recreated is slightly different. Its condition is making you submit mentally." Unable to believe it, Burjo's eyes bulged in horror, mental submission. Stuttering as she tried to recall what happened moments ago, "Don't tell me, back then." Then Burjo's entire body staggered and collapsed heavily to the ground. Impossible. Kyosu coldly observed the scene unfolding before him. "To be killed by the very magic you created. You really had it coming, Claudia." In the blink of an eye, space returned to normal, but he quietly watched Burjo slumped on the ground. "This is a fitting end for you." Quietly watching Burjo collapse onto the ground, Lord Kaiwakairo. She stood frozen in bewilderment. What does this mean? A gentle look flickered in Sayuki's eyes. "It's all over now, right, Lord Kaiwakairo?" Kyosuke replied with a soft smile. "We won." Tears instantly spilled from her eyes. Sayuki hurriedly wiped her tears away. "We can finally." At that exact moment, an unexpected voice echoed out. "Congratulations, Kaiwakairo." Startled, Kyosuke spun around immediately to look. That voice, could it be? Memories of the past surged up like rolling wave. "Nathaniel." Cavil spoke slowly, his calm voice echoing through the air. "I've been observing the sanctuary this whole time. Looks like Claudia has been killed." He made no effort to hide the contempt in his eyes. She was utterly useless, but no matter. A stream of red magic energy instantly burrowed into Burjo's body. "I'll use the remaining magical power in her body." Claudia's corpse. Her entire body instantly mutated at Cavil's command. "This isn't enough to reach the power I originally intended, but it's still more than enough to slaughter all of you." Kyosuke couldn't help but be startled, a flash of shock in his eyes. "This thing is..." A monster instantly rebirthed from Burjo's body, the beast of calamity, the ancient Dragnel. Cavil spoke casually, his gaze freezing over. "Now then, try and put up a fight." Over on their side, Sayuki and Isha stood petrified at the sight. "No way, is that the beast of calamity?" Not just them, even Kyosuke found the situation immensely difficult. "I never expected Nathaniel to interfere," he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the beast of calamity ahead seemed to have officially awakened. Someone cried out, "It's coming." No sooner had the words been spoken than Dragnel spread its wings and flapped them hard, kicking up a fierce gale inside the grand hall. The monster itself soared high into the air. The male Lade felt a bit puzzled upon seeing it fly up. However, just a second later, he understood the reason, because right then, Dragnel had gathered a destructive source of energy into both palms and instantly fired the energy sphere downward. The terrifying destructive force triggered a violent explosion. Yet this attack wasn't directed at Kyosuke's group, but targeted somewhere else instead. He hurriedly rushed forward to take a look, and gasped in shock to see the entire city engulfed in a sea of flames. What is that monster?" someone screamed in horror. While everyone was still at a loss for what to do, Nathaniel's voice rang out again. "This is the beast of calamity. Even though this isn't its true form, it's already this powerful. Let's see, its power is so immense that even this butterfly can't withstand it. Too bad I can't hear your dying screams. Soon enough, this tower will be burned to ashes. Struggle all you want." Just like that, his voice faded away. Kyosuke clicked his tongue in annoyance, but very quickly, his expression turned serious. To deal with the immediate problem, he told himself, "Right now, stopping that dragon is more important than Nathaniel." Thinking that, he immediately activated his void magic, generating massive, razor-sharp shards of ice, and fired them straight at the dragon high above with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Dragnel took a direct hit head-on. Down below, Sayuki and Isha's faces lit up with joy. It hit. However, unlike the two of them, the male lead's expression burned fiercely, devoid of any joy. Because his magic had been completely neutralized, it didn't deal a single bit of damage to Dragnel. Witnessing this, Kyosuke didn't rush to attack a second time, silently calculating. Does that substance act as its armor? Ordinary magic definitely can't pierce through it. Up above, Dragnel remained oblivious to his thoughts, continuing to gather energy in both palms, and relentlessly bombarding the outer areas of the city, sending surrounding citizens running in panic. Isha looked somewhat surprised and remarked, "It's not even bothering to look at us. Is it just causing random destruction?" Beside her, Sayuki bit her lip in thought, "Not just the tower. At this rate, the entire island is going to be destroyed." Again, the outcome is ending up exactly the same as when we defeated Claudia. "We thought we secured the future, but wasn't this enough? What on earth are we supposed to do? As she thought this, tears began to well up at the corners of her eyes. Then Kyosuke's hand gently rested on her shoulder to reassure her. Calm down, Sayuki. I won't let this turn into the future you saw. I will stop it no matter what. Sayuki could only look at Kyosuke with eyes brimming with anxiety. At that moment, the male lead turned to the other girl. Isha, I need a favor. Use wind magic to launch me up into the sky. At close range, I might be able to pierce through that toxic aura. I'll draw its attention over here. Hearing this plan, Sayuki hurriedly tried to stop him. Lord Kyosuke, getting that close is too dangerous. Kyosuke waved his hand, speaking in a voice filled with utter confidence. It's fine. If the three of us join forces, we'll get through this. By this point, the two girls could only nod in agreement. Right after that, Isha shifted into a ready stance. All right, let's do this. With that, she used her wind magic to send the protagonist soaring into the air. In a flash, he closed the distance right in front of the beast of calamity. Eat this, wind-earth fusion magic. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a combined magic of wind and earth blasted from his palm, striking the dragon's face directly. Instantly, it turned to glare at its attacker with sharp eyes. But at the same time, Kyosuke used his speed to dash off to the side. Down below, Sayuki was also using her trace magic to assist. Isha, it's attacking from the upper left. Hearing her warning, Isha quickly manipulated the airflow, helping Kyosuke easily dodge Dragnel's attack. Down here, Kyosuke broke into a confident smile. With Sayuki's trace, we can read its move. His feet landed lightly on a structure as he stared straight at the dragon. You finally turned this way, beast of calamity. Seemingly driven mad with fury, the dragon opened its maw and let out a huge roar, then immediately lashed out with a punch aimed right at where Kyosuke was standing. Fortunately, all its movements had already been predicted by him beforehand, allowing him to dodge with exquisite skill. The moment he landed, Sayuki's warning voice echoed again. Kyosuke, it's about to attack. Sure enough, right after her words, the dragon released another wave of destructive energy. But thanks to the advance warning, the protagonist managed to dodge, running as he thought, all right, I'll lure it to a place with no people. Behind him, Sayuki's expression suddenly turned panicked. Kyosuke, ahead. The protagonist hurriedly looked ahead. Following their line of sight, a man was lying sprawled out on the ground right in front of the protagonist, groaning in pain. His appearance made Kyosuke's expression troubled. Damn it, at this rate, that believer. Before he could think much further, the beast of calamity was already hot on his heels. An extremely powerful surge of energy had also gathered in its hand. But to protect the man, Kyosuke had no choice but to turn back and face the attack head-on. I have to take this hit directly. Seeing this, Sayuki cried out in alarm. It's too dangerous, Lord Kyosuke. The protagonist could only clench his teeth and prepare to take it on. But right then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Magic armor. Simultaneously, a figure entirely cloaked in golden light lunged out from somewhere, slamming the dragon off to the side. Looking at that familiar figure, Kyosuke's face filled with utter surprise, for the one who had arrived was none other than Ingolf. Turning around with a smile, Ingolf said, I'm here to help you, Kyosuke. Over on their side, Sayuki and Isha looked somewhat surprised as well. Huh, that person is. Kyosuke said cheerfully, you're finally here. Ah, Ingolf. Responding to his words, Ingolf just gave a calm nod. Yeah, all thanks to your preparations beforehand. His words made Kyosuke secretly glad for his previous decision, as the threat of the calamity beast appearing wasn't zero. He had asked them to wait near the island, which turned out to be the right call. Turning toward Ingolf, the older man looked in a certain direction and said, I've brought people just as you asked. Leave the evacuation of the rest of the survivors to us. Following everyone's gaze, a group of students were working hard to evacuate and assist the injured. Even Mateo, the young man who used to collaborate with Kyosuke, showed up, dragging a fat guy along while complaining. I honestly don't get it, but it seems like Master is fighting somewhere, so I've gotta do my part too. Master, can you hear my voice? Leave this side to us. He shouted at the top of his lungs, causing Kyosuke to offer an awkward smile. Even he's here. Yet before that joyful atmosphere could last very long, the calamity beast Dragnel returned. The terrifying pressure radiating from it made even Ingolf's expression change. So that's the calamity beast. Does that mean your plan failed? Kyosuke answered decisively. No, the plan succeeded after we eliminated Claudia. However, that guy Nathaniel summoned this thing by using the remaining magical energy inside Claudia as bait. Hearing those words, Ingolf recalled a meeting where Nathaniel and Claudia had mentioned some kind of divine power ritual, which helped him piece things together. I see. As expected, Nathaniel holds the key element. Pushing that aside, Kyosuke brought the conversation back to the main issue. Either way, we need to beat this thing first. It's coming. Following the warning sound, Dragnel's massive body lunged straight toward them. As it closed in, it swung its giant hand downward, but fortunately, both Kyosuke and Ingolf reacted quickly enough to leap away and dodge the blow in time. The two of them landed lightly on the roof of a nearby building. Ingolf looked around, his voice filled with awe. "What kind of monstrous power is this?" Kyosuke suggested. "At this rate, the whole tower's gonna get wrecked. Let's fight it right from this side." Ingolf frowned, offering a different view, but after fighting it earlier, I realized it's going to be tough to beat. Contrary to his worried attitude, Kyosuke quietly flashed a meaningful smile. "Don't worry, you know its power well, right?" Saying that, he drew a sword completely engulfed in flames. Just by looking at the blade, Ingolf's expression turned stunned. "That sword, you used that when you fought me." Kyosuke didn't give him time to overthink and immediately charged into battle again while shouting, "Ingolf, I'll clear a path for you." Just like that, the protagonist rushed straight toward the dragon to duel it. Meanwhile, the burly uncle Ingolf also swung his fist to block Dragnel's punch. Seizing the opportunity, Kyosuke stepped aside, channeling his power into the sword, and took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful golden slash. Witnessing it, Ingolf cried out. It pierced right through the armor. Kyosuke lunged down from above once more, let out a loud shout, and unleashed countless attacks toward the giant dragon. Meanwhile, as the group engaged in a fierce brawl, Sayuki and Isha calmly watched from a distance. Isha spoke up, "Sayuki, with this, no one can complain anymore." Understanding her intent, Sayuki nodded. "Yeah, we can do this. We can defeat the Calamity Beast. Finally, we can change that hopeless future." Over on his side, the male lead's expression abruptly shifted, as if witnessing something hard to believe. In his field of vision, the dragon seemed to have gone mad. Its eyes were glowing red, and its aura was vastly stronger than before. Kyosuke stepped back, muttering, "Is this regeneration?" He noticed white smoke continuously emitting from the wounds on the dragon's body. Ingolf's astonished voice rang out as well. "No way. A monster of that size can regenerate." Focusing his gaze, Kyosuke guessed inwardly. It was the same when it first appeared. Is it absorbing energy from the lightning? Opposite them, Dragnel began gathering energy inside its mouth. Naturally spotting the scene, Sayuki immediately warned, "Kyosuke, it's using that move again." No sooner had she spoken than a massive ball of energy shot straight toward Kyosuke and Ingolf. Ingolf reacted instantly, forming a suit of armor around his body and stepping forward to block. The destructive attack slammed straight down, engulfing the entire city in thick smoke and fire. As the explosion subsided, Mateo, the red-haired guy, looked around in a daze before becoming dumbfounded. What the heck is this?" Before him was a massive crater. Elsewhere, Sayuki was pinned under a pile of rubble. Her vision began to blur. "Kyosuke, this thing is different from the previous Calamity Beasts. The knowledge from my future isn't working. At this rate, all of us are going to get wiped out once again. The exact same outcome," she thought in agony before a familiar voice rang out. "I told you I wouldn't let that happen. We can still keep fighting. Stand up, Sayuki. My future self didn't give up, which is why you're here, right?" the male lead said as he reached out a hand toward. Deeply moved to tears, Sayuki tremblingly grasped Kyosuke's hand and nodded. "Yeah, but Kyosuke, what are we supposed to do about its regeneration?" Having already figured it out, Kyosuke quickly laid out the plan. "Don't worry, I have a way. We'll combine Sayuki's time attribute magic with my void-type arts." Over on the other side, Uncle Ingolf had been punched flat onto the ground by the monster. It took him a moment to snap out of it, look ahead, and cry out in shock. "Kyosuke, you're still safe." Hearing that, Kyosuke turned back and smiled warmly. "You did a great job shielding us, Ingolf. You two take a rest over there now. Sayuki and I will take it down," he declared clearly. Hearing this, Isha looked left and right in confusion. That's way too reckless. Even Ingolf himself couldn't understand what Kyosuke was planning to do. No matter how much damage they dealt, the thing would just regenerate anyway. How on earth were they going to beat it? While he was still deep in thought, Kyosuke stepped forward to face Dragnel. He called out Sayuki's name to signal her. "Let's go, Sayuki." Sayuki nodded. Right at that moment, across from them, the monster Dragnel opened its jaws to gather an energy sphere inside its throat. A berserk aura began radiating from its body, while Kyosuke rushed forward to attack. The mere pressure emanating from this attack was enough to make Ingolf's face twist. Shifting to the protagonist's perspective, he began coating his sword in the elements of fire and wind. Seeing this, Dragnel widened its eyes in shock. The next second, Kyosuke lunged forward and slashed straight at its wing, cleanly severing one of them. Witnessing the sight, Isha clenched her fists and whispered, "We did it." Yet they very quickly realized that Dragnel's wounds were regenerating at an astonishing speed. Naturally aware of this, Kyosuke turned back and shouted, "Now's our chance, Sayuki." Over on her end, Sayuki's mind flashed back to their brief conversation earlier when she asked, "Seal its regeneration using spatial magic." "But I don't have that kind of magic," to which the male lead affirmed, "You do." "Then I'll use void magic to remove the seal on you." Her words left her slightly surprised, so Kyosuke explained further, "I placed that seal in the past to suppress your berserk state. Once it's removed, you'll be able to use time attribute incantation. So it'll be fine, you can definitely control it now." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to undo the seal for Sayuki. Returning to reality, she clenched her fists to reassure herself. "It's fine, Kyosuke believes in me. So I have to believe in myself too." With that thought, a brilliant golden aura erupted from Sayuki's body. It was so intense that it created a pillar of light shooting straight up into the sky. Watching the scene, Ingolf was terrified as he muttered, "What kind of terrifying magical power is that?" In Sayuki's mind, the protagonist's instructions echoed once more. "Listen, Sayuki, the key to the time attribute lies in mana control. So focus with all your might and clearly picture the reaction you want to create." Prompted by those words, she thrust her hand forward and began gathering her power. She whispered in her heart, "Calamity Beast, I won't let that same outcome happen ever again." Shortly after, time attribute magic symbols began appearing beneath Dragnel's feet. As the clock hands spun backward, the monster's regenerative ability came to a halt. Realizing what happened, Isha figured it out. So that's how it is. She's stopping its regeneration by using time attribute power. Having finished, Sayuki shouted, "Do it, Kyosuke." Without needing her to say more, Kyosuke sped down from above. The sword in his hand slashed at a dizzying speed, leaving deep gouges across Dragnel's body. And because its regeneration was sealed by the time magic, Dragnel let out a cry of agony. Seeing this, Isha and Ingolf felt a surge of excitement. "It's working, we can actually do this." Over on his end, he unleashed another explosive attack. Turning back to check the results of his strike, he saw Dragnel wearing what looked like a cold smile. Immediately after, its body lunged forward. Luckily, Kyosuke managed to raise his sword defensively in time, getting only pushed back. However, Kyosuke realized another problem. Damn it, it's getting faster and faster. Right before his eyes, the monster's entire body was covered in a layer of intensely malevolent red mana. Seeing this, Uncle Ingolf's expression turned worried. When pushed into a corner, some monsters revealed hidden powers, and Dragnel might be one of them. Shifting back to the male lead, he coated his sword in flames once more and charged forward to attack. "I'll keep hitting you until you drop." And so, man and monster began clashing continuously. Yet the longer they fought, the more Kyosuke realized, damn it, it's just getting faster. Nearby, Sayuki could only offer words of encouragement. Just a little more, just a bit longer. As she thought this, she poured all her effort into maintaining the time magic. Behind them, Uncle Ingolf wanted to rush in and help. "Lass, do you have any energy left to throw me over there?" Isha panicked. "You're planning to fight in that condition." Lifting his head, Ingolf replied, "Those two are fighting. I can't be the only one who got beaten up and is just lying around." At that point, Isha stopped holding him back. "I understand, I'll do it." Switching scenes to the front, wounds were beginning to appear on Kyosuke's body. Yet Sayuki didn't look worried about him. Right at that moment, Dragnel's giant energy sphere was about to fire directly at the most dangerous moment. A powerful gust of wind swept in. Riding the wind was Ingolf, who flew in and punched the monster right in the snout, leaving Kyosuke slightly surprised. However, Ingolf simply reminded him, "Go finish your job." Gritting his teeth, Kyosuke acknowledged the call. He mustered every ounce of remaining strength to deliver a decisive slash to his opponent. The sheer force of the attack instantly tore Dragnel to pieces. Finally, its body crumbled into dust, and Sayuki collapsed to the ground from sheer exhaustion. Staring at the dragon's head, falling right in front of her, she asked in sheer disbelief, "Did we actually win?" Closing her eyes, she reminisced on everything. "I saw so many futures with the worst possible ending. Every single time, I felt like I was breaking apart. But in the end, we succeeded in a world where this person still exists." Kyosuke walked toward her. He extended a hand to help her up. Softly taking his hand with slightly flushed cheeks, Sayuki said, "Thank you, Kyosuke. Because of you, I was able to make it." Time quickly flew by until the next morning. By this time, reinforcement forces had also arrived to help. Inside a certain room, Sayuki was being taken care of by Kyosuke. As she slowly regained consciousness, she immediately heard Kyosuke's voice beside her. "You're finally awake." Turning to look at the male lead, she saw him break into a smile and begin explaining. "You used up all your mana after we defeated the Calamity Beast. You passed out, Sayuki, so we brought you here. Right now, Ingolf is giving orders and handling the situation. Naturally, the other followers are in a panic as well. Sayuki, the reason we are still able to survive and make it this far is because you reset everything. Thank you truly so much, he said with a face full of gratitude. However, Sayuki refused to take credit for her part. Not at all. At that time, I was just desperate and acting recklessly. But I wanted to change the future where you disappear, Kyosu. As she spoke, her small hands clenched tightly around the blanket. Meanwhile, Kyosu gently pulled her into his arms, stroking her hair to comfort her. Thank you so much, Sayuki. Outside the window, both Ingolf and Isha witnessed the scene, their expressions turning peaceful. Not long after, the scene transitioned to the ruined cathedral. Kyosuke, Sayuki is here. Let's talk right here. It turned out this was Claudia's private room. Sayuki nodded in confirmation. Yeah, before the regression, I couldn't even make it into this place. From behind, Uncle Ingolf also walked over. So that woman is dead. I want her to atone on her own burned-down homeland. The protagonist wanted to offer some comforting words. However, Ingolf stopped him. Don't bother the next day. That woman wouldn't change anyway. The important thing now is that we need to find Nathaniel's location. It's clear that Claudia wanted to contact Nathaniel, so finding his whereabouts should give us a clue. Over here, Sayuki turned to look at her teammate and asked, Isha, are you sure you want to come along? Isha nodded with a slightly sheepish look. I've already learned a lot anyway. Since I'm caught up in this now, I might as well see it through to the end. If you need my help, I can still support everyone. The group expressed their thanks. Thank you. First, let's organize the situation. Up until now, we've fought the 5 heavenly stars, but Nathaniel has been plotting something even bigger than revenge. Isha seemed not to quite understand this, so Sayuki explained. He summoned a calamity beast that caused way too much damage. In other words, he might be the real danger threatening the world. Hearing this, Isha broke out in a cold sweat and turned to look at Kyosuke and Ingolf with a wary gaze. The heavenly stars are hailed as heroes by the entire world, yet on the inside, they're just a bunch of scumbags. The only decent person here is probably just Ingolf. Pushing that matter aside, Kyosuke brought the conversation back to the issue at hand. Anyway, we can't just leave Nathaniel alone. Like Sayuki said, he's capable of summoning a calamity beast. If we keep ignoring him, the world might be in grave danger. All right, let's split up and search the room. Yet before they even had a chance to search, Nathaniel's voice suddenly echoed from inside the glass orb. There's no need for that. The male lad turned toward the direction of the voice. Seeing Nathaniel's calm and composed demeanor, he shouted out loudly, Nathaniel. Nathaniel replied nonchalantly, Hello, Kyosu. He bluntly stated, searching that room is just a waste of time. Anything related to me has already been destroyed. More importantly, I should congratulate you. Congratulations on your achievement in defeating the calamity beast. His teasing words sent Kyosuke into a rage. Don't mess with me. What were you thinking summoning a monster like that? I also know you were the mastermind behind my death 20 years ago. What on earth are you plotting? Without bothering to hide his intentions, the blonde-haired man shared bluntly. It's simple. To take complete control of this world. Kyosuke frowned slightly at that. Control the world, he asked himself. Over on the other side, Nathaniel's voice continued, brushing the topic aside. I have something I want to tell you all, and an offer as well. Would you like to work under my command? Even though it wasn't in its complete state, you still managed to defeat that calamity beast. Truly impressive. Compared to you lot, Claudia was far too lacking. Especially you, Kyosuke. After returning to this world, you've acquired a considerable amount of power. How about it? Why don't you let go of what happened in the past and join forces with me? In no way could Kyosuke ever accept such an offer from him. Are you out of your mind? Who in their right mind would team up with a bastard like you? Someone who only knows how to step on others to climb to the top is the kind of person I hate to my core. As he spoke, an intense murderous aura radiated from Kyosuke's entire body. Yet Nathaniel didn't seem too surprised. Is that so? Well, that's unfortunate. Beside him, Uncle Ingolf also voiced his stance. I feel the same way, Nathaniel. I won't forgive you for deceiving us all this time. Responding to those words, Nathaniel let out a dry laugh and issued a counter-challenge. You won't forgive me. And just what do you plan to do about it? Kyosuke looked at him with a cold gaze. Obviously, we're going to find out where you are. And punch that hateful face of yours in. Nathaniel just shrugged and said, Is that so? Well then, I hope you can actually pull it off. After saying those words, the image inside the orb vanished. The group sank into their own furious thoughts. Kyosuke gritted his teeth and muttered, Just you wait right there, Nathaniel. Not long after, the scene transitioned to a helicopter. Kyosuke's group continued discussing. Inside here, we still don't have any clues. If it's like this, how are we ever going to find Nathaniel? Nathaniel has always been on guard against me, a member of the 5 heavenly stars. Though perhaps he's just afraid of me, the older man said sadly. While Kyosuke had already come up with a plan, I've got an idea. Ingolf isn't the only member of the 5 heavenly stars. The scene shifted to the headmaster's office at the Adventurer Academy. At this moment, Headmaster Iwako felt as though his soul was floating in pure bliss. Haha, just thinking about Kyosuke not being here makes me feel so refreshed. Now I don't have to worry about the magic bound to my heart anymore. I heard Kyosuke lost to Ingolf. Serves him right. He spoke with an utterly smug expression. But unfortunately, right at that moment, Kyosuke's voice rang out from behind. Do you have a problem with that, Headmaster? The familiar voice scared Iwako so badly his soul practically left his body. He stammered, Kyosuke. Kyosuke greeted him back. Hello, Headmaster Iwako. Long time no see. His face turned pale as a sheet again. Why didn't you get defeated by Ingolf? The male lead walked toward him with a cold smile. Oh, so your information only goes as far as that, but it doesn't matter. Let's you and I have a little heart-to-heart chat, teacher, he said with a dangerous smile.